right back.
See what we got here. Hey, fellas.
Good evening.
Hey, what's up, dude?
What's up? Appreciate you guys being here.
Appreciate being here and being invited.
Corey is the leftist that actually comes on time. I thought that his whole political group didn't, but I guess I'm wrong.
I'm trying to break barriers and stereotypes. Like I think I have a pretty good track record of consistency and being on time.
You're one of the academic lefties, though, like the employable.
Yeah. Aim
Yeah.
your criticism at black people. Black people are honestly, I'll keep saying it because they keep being late.
You can do that. I cannot do that. Not on Twitch.
And I will
Lactoid has never criticized a black person in his life. How did that slavery panel go last week?
Technically, it went very well. It went very well. Me and Doobie destroyed the competition.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun.
There was a slavery panel? What?
It was.
Why am I back in Twitch ball? What? Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Good evening.
Wait, this is the one that's making the noise? Oh, man. I'm so bad at this. It's been so long. I'm a professional streamer, I promise. Yeah, sure, whatever. Okay, we don't need this anymore then. It's fine.
Audience members were just waiting on 2 other people to get here. One other person to get here.
Yeah.
So hopefully they'll be here soon. But yeah, so I just give us a moment and sit back, relax, enjoy the show or not. I don't know, whatever. It's up to you. You can also hate it.
I instruct you to not enjoy the show.
Instruct you to not enjoy the show. This is a pretty easy instructions. These are the follow instructions. But talking, Corey, save me. What's going on?
I'm trying to think. Grasping at straws.
Wait, really?
Oh yeah, actually, yeah. Prime. Are you? So I was on a WIC panel last week about MAID or medical assistance to dying. Are you pro, anti, on the fence? Don't care.
Pro. You've heard me say this before. I mean, you've been here long enough for me to have run through all the topics.
That's what I figured. Yeah. So I'm curious. Let's say how pro in terms of the Canadian legislation is moving towards of for certain mental health issues, you're potentially eligible along those lines, as in basically non-terminal conditions.
Yeah, I've said it before. It doesn't have to be terminal. If you need to end your life, if you're if you're having some sort of extreme suffering, then I'm not going to keep you in this world.
Yeah, that was pretty much my position.
Yeah. All right. Once again, we line up. Right.
I'm shocked.
Hey,
I can't believe it. I would never have thought. Not in a million years.
WIC definitely had.
I agree with you though, Prime.
I don't want to mischaracterize their position, so I'll try to tread the I'll just say WIC had a very interesting position. I would encourage everyone.
I feel like you should. I actually want you to mischaracterize it. Go ahead.
It'd be way more entertaining. Just give the worst, least charitable.
Way more entertaining, but it would be abandoning some sense of integrity that I have.
La la la, he's a Nazi. Got it. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I don't know if I've argued with WIC. I was going to call him Nick. I don't know. WIC about this particular topic. We might have. I mean, we've been knowing each other for a while. But I don't remember what his position. I mean, he's a fucking centrist, so it's going to be awful. All right, he's going to stake a middle ground. He's like, well, this is completely reasonable when it doesn't actually accomplish anything. But yeah,
that's too far. It's different. There's a line.
Yeah, exactly.
You got the tone of voice too. Pretty
yeah. Right?
You guys are gossiping about WIC like crazy while he's in my chat, just listening. Going,
no, not just that. Not just that.
Get in here. I'll tell him.
There's actually a WIC raid watching Prime right now, and they're all hearing it too. It's a whole thing. We're causing a lot of drama right here.
Absolutely.
Right. Well, WIC, you heard. You're invited on.
Mic drop.
Send your name.
I speak truth to power.
Corey was very smart to be like, look, I don't want to put words in his mouth, all right?
I'll put a
Corey
lot more
knows
than
how
words
to-
in his mouth. I mean, what?
All right. Okay. We'll leave
What?
that alone. But yeah, I don't know. I'm sure whatever his position was was really bad. Didn't accomplish anything. Like rather than like a conservative stake that would say like that I could respect even if I disagree, saying like we just should respect all life, and this comes from some deeply held belief from whether it's the Bible or something else, that he'd have something in the middle and it'd be useless.
Is this on abortion? What is the topic that Wick's opinion is about?
We're
Maid.
relitigating the maid panel that we
Maid.
were on. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the maid panel.
See, the thing
You know
about
what? I'll talk shit about Wick too. I had the worst position. Fucking
Okay, yeah.
Rip.
see, if you're not an extremist, you're carrying water for all other extremists, which makes you a double extremist, actually. So being an extremist is the least extremist position you can hold.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than nuance. It's so annoying. Holy shit.
It's
Shut
like
the
the
fuck up and
neutrals.
appeal to your base.
The
It's like
centrist
the-
position isn't the nuanced position. I don't want to make that clear, right? Like the centrist
That's fair.
position is a nuanced position. It is like almost always the worst position. It's almost
No.
always like, hey, like I miss, like I'll pretend like I can find a middle ground where there like is no middle ground. Like I'm just going to like cobble together something that sounds reasonable within my head, and then I'm going to project that out into the world and go like, well, if everyone else is yelling at me, that must mean I'm doing something right, and thinking that actually makes fucking sense. Yeah, that's the central position.
It's like the neutrals from Futurama. You know, the ones who are just like sitting there doing absolutely nothing when like there's a crisis. It's like
Yeah.
that. That's all I've got.
It's better than being part of a leftist religion that doesn't have a god but is still somehow fucking religious. So
Wait, what's the
Leftists are the
hold on,
most
hold on.
religious people I've ever met. It's so true.
they're worse than fundies. They're worse than any. Like I grew up fundy, and when I hang out with leftists, I'm like, this feels the same.
Stop talking shit about my Dark Lord.
It's true. I don't know what to say.
Oh,
You
wait a
guys
minute,
have
hold on.
catechisms, things you have to say. You're not allowed to doubt, not allowed to ask questions. You get purity tested all the time. You have little songs that you sing together. I don't know. It's
Yeah,
fucking, it's just
wow,
your
okay.
God is called progress and inclusion
So,
versus like Jesus
erudite,
spaghetti
erudite,
monster.
Are you
erudite.
just
Thank you.
this is a
Thank
stereotype?
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
No.
Whoa.
No. Thank you
Well,
for
I was
giving
here to
me
talk
a
about
love
chat.
this.
I'm not ready for this, but
yeah,
you know what?
yeah. Don't worry.
Hold on.
Don't worry. I got you. Thank you for giving me a child's understanding of religion, right? And of in-group dynamics. Like, oh, okay, yeah. Like you got an in-group, and people like do what they take actions to prove that they are members of the in-group, and those things.
Do you
if
want to
left
know
unchecked,
most of the
can be
effective ways to make
extreme.
large in groups? Religion.
Wait. Hold on. Before we get
Yeah,
into this, real
I
quick.
get
real quick.
that religion.
So you
is
pointing out that
also
it's
an
in-group testing
Yeah.
also
Okay.
I'm
suggests that it
sorry.
could be religious in nature.
That's
Yeah,
So,
totally
I just wanna
agree.
point
Very
out-
ritualistic.
Shut up. So we have the idea of an in group, right? Which is overall umbrella term. And within that, we have different types of in groups. And one of them is
Mhm.
religion. And then you say, like, well, see, one in group has similarities to another in group. Like, yes, these things must be the same. I like what
Did I say that
brilliant
they're- did I-
analysis.
Yeah. So I said the reason specifically why I think leftists are religious in nature.
Okay.
Yes,
So,
you guys
you're
have,
right.
you guys have
I
heretics.
just wanna-
you do
I
a
just
purity
wanna-
test.
Hold
Yep.
on.
Purity testing is not always part of in-grouping at all. That's a very distinctly religious behavior. Purity testing
No, it's
specifically.
not. That is not.
That is not
distinctly
true at
religious.
all.
What are
Yes.
you talking about?
Okay.
You just made
Oh, wait,
that
hold
up.
on.
She
So
literally
there's
just
the-
made
so
that
there's
up.
the
Purity,
Republican
purity
debate.
testing to the greater noun is absolutely a religious.
There
Well,
was
you
a
guys
Republican
also have your own
debate
Catholic
that happened like just a little bit ago, and there's that question about Donald Trump being a convict. Would you still, vote for him as, the president? And 6 of the 8 people said, "Yeah, I would." Like,
Yeah.
what is that if that's
reasonable.
not purity testing, right? Like, you have to be Donald Trump's like little like slave to be a Republican contender for the presidency. That's purity testing.
It was kind of, yeah, but I would say the Republican Party is extremely religious. What do you mean?
And then okay. So we've covered that the
Okay,
Republican
true.
Party.
Yes.
Okay, so yes, but this so Donald Trump's their god. Is that what you're saying?
He
In
was
many
sent
ways,
by
yeah.
God. It's different.
Yeah, he's sent by God. Like legitimately, lots of religious people
He's
in the Republican
Jesus who's
Party.
come back.
No, they
He's the second
believe
coming
they,
of Jesus.
no, they don't believe that, but they believe in like he's a leader that like represents like God values and shit. I don't know. Go talk to a
Well, right.
conservative religious
But my
person
point
who likes
is,
Trump. Yes, absolutely. They
my
think he's
point is
connected
that
to
like
the
purity
religion.
testing goes across like all political spectrums, right? Like to be a
Yes.
centrist, you also pass some sort of purity test on some level, right?
What are the purity testings of centrists?
So in my mind, and I don't want to stereotype you. I don't want to stereotype you at all. Oh, look, there's Wick.
Y'all talking mad shit.
You
Bitch,
have
I
to-
wouldn't
Just to be
sharing
clear,
it.
I'm not a fucking centrist in any world except for fucking Twitch online Twitch poll. Just so it's clear, I'm a fucking progressive liberal. Like the idea that I'm a centrist is
Boo.
terminally
Are you-
online. Just
are
so it's
you?
clear.
But
Yeah,
are you
I'm
progressive?
pro UBI. Yeah, I am very progressive. I'm pro UBI. I'm pro LGBTQ inclusions. I'm pro like systemic dismantleization of like white supremacy. What else would be super progressive of my policies?
Pro-choice.
I'm pro-choice. I'm pro like legalization of most drugs. Fuck, what else is there? I don't even know if I could think of a super conservative position that I have. Maybe auditing like banks and like big companies more, but I don't even know if that's a conservative position anymore. So I
You
don't know.
have to have a conservative position to be considered centrist, obviously, right? Like that
Right.
wouldn't be the.
I mean,
That's
I'm not gonna-
not
well,
left enough.
Well,
I know,
I-
because I'm
I-
not
I-
religious
I mean,
enough.
I don't-
It's
no,
true.
no,
Hey, look,
I'm
go
not
ahead.
a good
I hate to
leftist.
butt in.
Fail the
or
purity
good
test,
Christian.
and thus you are a centrist.
I
Yes.
hate to
That's
butt
confirmed.
in too much.
I don't-
and
I don't think you
don't
hate
have a
it.
lot of time. I can't stay very long, but you guys were talking about my takes here, and I
Hi,
wanted
Wick.
to respond because again, having a nuanced position isn't the worst position. It's recognizing that there are a lot of factors, a lot of variables at play for most
Nuanced.
things. And again, much like Erudite, my voting record, the things I support, pretty progressive for the most part. There's a few Republican-ish things in there. I guess free speech, if you want to consider that a Republican thing, that would
That's not
be
a
the
Republican
biggest
thing.
one.
Yes, it is.
It's not a
Um,
Republican thing even remotely. Look at Florida. Look what they did to the
I
company.
agree with
that
you.
Try to do
I
Flor-
agree
free-
with
okay,
you.
Great.
I
Cool.
agree
so
with you.
why are you calling
but
it Republican?
most of the people who say that when I ask what's my most conservative position, that's what they tell me.
I'm sorry. So you're letting other people tell you that that's your most Republican.
What do
Belief?
you think my most conservative position is?
What was it? The thing we disagreed on. What was the thing that we disagreed on like a year ago?
Free speech, motherfucker.
No, it wasn't free speech. It wasn't free speech. It was something
We
else.
did, though. I remember on a Prime panel specifically.
No, it wasn't it.
You
It
don't
was
believe in the
something about-
proletarian revolution, right? That's pretty right wing.
Well,
Yeah, sorry,
I'm
let's-
not a
That's
revolutionary.
extremely right wing.
so-
Yeah, but anyway, Wix. So they said that you had some sort of centrist take on death.
I would say it was pretty conservative.
medically-
on-
No, my
medically assisted
my
death.
suicide take, right? My suicide death cult take.
medically assisted.
It's for
suicide.
sure. It's for sure conservative. He's opposed to any of it.
Sure, that
Except
might
for-
be
except
my.
for up
I
to
think
6
that,
months
like
terminal
again,
illness.
6 months terminal, as well as if you're being kept alive on machines, right? Like if you're brain dead and things like that, then I think that if you have a DNR or something like that, then that's fine. But again, it blows my mind that I am being called unempathetic. That I'm being called some sort
Who
of
said
conservative
unempathetic?
because
I never said that.
a lot of people have because if you are on the ledge and about to jump, I would pull you back from it. Right?
That's not the
If
same
you are
thing as
about to
policy.
kill yourself, I will try to
That's not
stop you
policy.
from killing yourself.
Anyone
Even
who's
if the
pro-
government is helping
Nothing
you,
you do if
No,
anything.
anyone
Great.
who
even
would
if the
stop
government
someone
is
from-
trying to help you kill yourself, I will try to stop them from trying to help you kill yourself.
Just to be clear, even though I'm like very pro-made, if the government was trying to push you off a building, I would also pull you back from the ledge as well.
I don't know.
I don't think
I
you
don't
would,
know.
Corey.
Like, I don't know.
You
if
failed
you
the
would.
purity test. You have to push.
the state
State sanctioned.
Throw 'em off the
death
building.
penalty.
the
Right, that's
state
what it
sanctioned
is.
sidewalk splatterer. Yeah. Like just quickly, right? Because you don't have much time.
Yeah.
Like, why is it that you only allow for medically assisted suicide when you have 6 months left?
Well, 6 months is a rather arbitrary number. I understand. Like, it could be a year. I could be argued for a year or something along those lines. I'm not going to die on the 6 month exactly hill. But when it comes down to it, the reason why I'm not okay with like just some kind of indefinite, you might die in 20 years time. Like you have a condition that might kill you instantly anytime with tomorrow or within the next 20 years is partly because I think it creates a lot of bad incentives on the part when the government specifically is allowing this to happen, sanctioning it to happen, and even assisting it to happen. We can look at how it's playing out in Canada to see how this is, as they have expanded the scope of their maids program to allow more and more different types from, getting rid of the language of, for example, I think it was like imminent death, or I forget the exact verbiology.
Reasonable foreseeable death.
Reasonable foreseeable death. As they remove those strictures, we've seen suicide skyrocket, right? In Canada when it comes to the maids program. And don't call them suicides, but that's what they are. They're euthanasia, they're suicides. And I think that this
policy.
This policy and this absolutely because it's always going to be cheaper for the government to kill the people that are expensive than it is for them to keep them alive. So you see people who need disability, right? Who need just simply a lot of care being pushed towards maids.
Are they actually being pushed? Because see, here's the thing: like people have made claims about that, about people being pushed, and then we examine those claims, and it's simply, oh, here are the options available to you, and then it's reported as, or at least people interpret it as, oh, look at these people being pushed. Like the government is encouraging them to die,
but providing them the option is a form of encouragement.
I mean.
Oh, like if I were to tell you, like like we understand how someone who is suicidal can be pushed to suicide by invoking like suicide, right? We could say like that's why we don't like, and we think it's pretty faux pas, and it's bannable in a lot of cases. If you say, hey, why don't you just go kill yourself? That's a bannable thing. Right? We can understand. So when the government is saying, hey, you have this option that you did not have before, it is going to, at least subtly, encourage people to take that option who otherwise would not.
I mean,
think the unthinkable.
That's true. Like that is I think in a sense it's true. Like if the policy is there to allow more people to do a certain thing, more people are going to do that thing. The question isn't whether more people doing that thing is the problem. The question is, who are the people who are taking the option?
Wait a minute, hold on. We can't move past this, because when you say encourage, right? Like what people hear in their head when that's reported is that, oh, the government is literally pushing these people when they have when there are other options available to them, right? Well, when these people want to live, the government is saying, hey, maybe you should just die. Maybe you should
send
just
pamphlets
die,
and everything,
actually,
I'm sure.
Right? Yeah, right? Like, why don't we
here's a brochure. We've got 5 different options.
Oh my God, Madeline, please. We have all kinds of other options available. We're gonna disincentivize those and then push this. That's what people hear. And then you go, well, I guess it is encouragement in a way, but that's not how that's interpreted. You know that's not how that's interpreted. And it's a dishonest way of putting that out there, especially on this sensitive subject. You know that.
I do know that, and I do it for a reason, because it is whether it's direct or indirect, it is a form of encouragement. And I know what they hear, and they should hear it, because that is what I believe is happening. Is the government again? It's always
so you'll misrepresent what's actually happening.
Healthcare, like healthcare costs in Canada, like for the government itself, they're pretty high, right? The end of life care, palliative care, all these.
Do you have any evidence? I'm sorry, you're just putting all this out there.
What do you want? What evidence do you want for this?
Sure, evidence that the government has made a decision that people who are expensive in terms of their health care, that those people specifically we're going to encourage, by that mean disincentivize all of the options, and push them towards ending their life.
We can look
any yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that is please.
Sure.
Source.
Source. What we can look at is who's taking that option, right? Who is more attractive to, right? And we can see the different types of people that are taking maids.
I don't think you are. I don't think you're looking at the right. There's actual research in terms of who actually gets maid. It's typically people of higher socioeconomic status. Where typically speaking, those in lower socioeconomic status, like this is access to medicine just in general. In terms of accessing healthcare, just like broadly speaking, in developed countries, like it's more accessible to the wealthy. And if you actually looked at the stats,
can you show me those stats?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll send you the paper.
I don't mean to interrupt your panel, right? And we argued about this Friday.
I
just want to say one thing. Everything that you're sort of saying, Wick, in terms of like, if you change the legislation and therefore it encourages this type of thing, I think you'd have to explain then of where, generally speaking, this is not available in the U.S. and just by every other metric, your suicide rates, however you cut it, is way higher than Canada.
Well, we have more access to guns. That's the biggest thing that allows that. We should probably cut
Oh,
that
wow.
down too.
In addition
I
to
just-
in addition to drug
No.
overdoses, you can also talk about alcohol, opioid overdose, etc. By how that's why by any way that you cut it,
Not suicide. As I
uh,
understand it, is it?
Oh my God.
th-
Okay.
there are
That's
totally
not what
Wait, do you think
mixed
that
in
that's that, like people consider overdosing on drugs?
Yeah,
Right, I
let's not
understand
about
how you
that
could
part. Let's not get
pretend
distracted
it's
about
a
that point.
form of
Like,
I mean, that's
suicide,
fine.
right?
Wait, no.
just-
The point is, all right,
fine.
Wick. The point is, you're making a lot of really outrageous claims about what the government's intent was behind the policy. You're talking about cost
No, I'm not
cutting.
talking about intent. I'm talking about this is what's naturally going to inter. I'm talking about incentives.
Yeah, great. Show us that.
Yeah, you're gonna need to give us some stats.
You want me to
on-
show you the incentive? How it's cheaper for someone
No,
to
no,
go
no, no,
against
no, no. Give us
roommates
No.
evidence of this
than it is
actual
for to
result.
take care of
And
them and
give
solve
us-
their
That's literally
problems?
intent. Like that's what that's like.
That's
Okay, so you're saying there's a
incentives. It's not
no,
intent. It's
no, you're saying that
incentive
there's an
distraction. No.
incentive for
My
the
argument
government
here,
to
to be
promote
clear, so it's
suicide.
not mischaracterized, is that it's always going to be cheaper, right, for any government or any institution, right, to not
Was
care for
the
someone and
cheapness
instead
relevant
kill
in
them.
making the policy?
Because we understand how economics
No,
work.
was it? Was that their
It
like?
doesn't
when
matter
they,
if it's the intent. Okay, do you think you can support fascism unintentionally?
Yes, you do it all the time.
Okay, so does intent matter?
Nope.
That's because
No. Okay, so when we see something,
Sorry.
we
No,
see
no,
a policy
no.
being
Okay,
changed,
hold on.
whether or not they intended it for the best of reasons. They
My
thought
point
this would
is,
actually
you're
solve the
making
problem.
you're using an argument. You're making this argument suggesting that the cheapness of killing someone off is better than the health. Or
No,
is,
I'm making the argument that because of these incentive structures and how it's always going to be cheaper to take one option than the other, it's going to indirectly, directly, subconsciously, implicitly, explicitly, it's going to nudge certain types of behaviors. It's going to nudge the society, the government, and the
Okay.
culture to behave in certain ways.
Is there a historical record of something like this happening? Do you have
Well,
any
we
sort of
can
proof
see
that
the
this
amount
nudging is
of
going to
people.
happen?
We can see the amount of people who are taking up mates increasing, right, at higher and higher and
Well,
higher
that's just
rates.
a policy thing. That doesn't necessarily mean that there's like some sort of
because
thing
there was an
attached.
option, obviously.
Like
yeah.
when the option exists, like just because like the government promotes cigarettes, for example.
Okay.
Oh my God, you
But my
lift weights while you're
position
doing this? That's
is
so
that
cool.
that is
That's a great
bad.
idea. I'm gonna do that
That
too.
more people killing themselves actually is
No, we
bad.
got that as bad. Yeah, no, we got that as bad. Yeah, thank you so much for that, Wig.
You're
no,
welcome.
No, because don't hide
Hot
behind
take,
that.
Wick.
Because yeah. So you saying that it is
Apparently,
no,
but we already did this. We already did this.
don't
I'm
try it.
distracting
Don't
you.
try it
I
with me
heard I was
because I'm
getting
not going to
bored
let you
because you already
do it.
argued me
I'm
with
not
this
going to let you
about
do it,
it.
Wig, because
Okay.
you made these specific claims about like what the Canadian government is doing. Yeah, you got me defending fucking Canadians, and that's the thing that really pisses me off.
Are we
But like,
looking out?
you make these claims about what the Canadian government is doing, right? And then you hide behind once we push you on this to actually have
What do
any
you think my
evidence
claims
for
are?
anything that you've said, right? Well, actually, my statement is just that it's bad.
What do you
actually.
think?
That's
What
really
do you
only
think
the
my claims are
problem.
about what the Canadian government is doing? Can you repeat to me what you think my claims are?
Sure. Those claims are that when we have this option, it creates a slippery slope that ends with, or at some point in time, you'll have the government incentivized to push people who are more expensive to their medical system to the option of ending their life, thus cutting costs.
Yeah, that's not something the Canadian government is doing explicitly, but it is something that
Great.
is
So I did
happening.
get, so I
That
did
is
get your point
happening
right. I did
implicitly,
get
and
your
the
point
evidence I
correct.
would point to is
Did I
the
get your point
increase,
correct?
right?
Right?
The
Yeah, so
increase
I
in
did
the
get your point
people who are
correct, right?
taking
Okay,
up
so you want to
meds.
ignore that. All right, that's nice. I did get your point correct, right? So I knew
Again,
what
but
you were
you
saying.
implied that the government is doing this. I'm not saying that they're necessarily doing this for nefarious intent. They don't have to, right? This isn't something that there's not some council that
Yeah,
is
and
sitting
I'm
down like,
asking.
no, can we reduce
Okay,
costs? Let's put
understood,
some meds in,
and I'm
right?
still asking you for any evidence of this, and then you
Sure.
still have not
Again,
provided me with any evidence of that.
keep pointing to the astronomical increase in maids, people who are accepting this, people who are taking
Yeah,
this.
because it didn't exist before, and then all of a sudden it does exist. So there's going to be a point in time where people take that option. right?
But
And then at some point
you
we'll
are
have
suggesting that the only reason that it's increasing is because it's more accessible. Because it was accessible before. You're saying that obviously it's going to increase to an extent. What my argument is, and what
Where
I
does this
am
change?
saying to you, is that it's increasing at a rate that is greater than would just be suggested.
How would you
Okay,
know
by
that?
you
what
How
have
would
to
you know
literally
prove
that?
that.
happened. That is my intuition.
How would you know that?
And
How
you
would you
want
know
me
that?
to say and
What
wait
is
for
what is
proof
so
while
there is
people
a
are
slope.
dying.
There is an upward slope, right? But you're saying that there is a delta between the current slope and what would actually be expected. How do you know? Like, where's your evidence for this difference?
Again, I can point to some intuitive things. I do not
Intuitive things.
have a smoking gun for you.
Of
I will
course, you
admit
have
that.
nothing.
I don't have a
You
Then
have
why are you
nothing,
making
Wick.
the
Because I
argument
have
if you don't have a
exposed
smoking
you.
gun?
Because
And
people
I've
are
exposed
dying.
you because
Because
you
more
have
people
nothing.
are dying.
Yes,
before
people
I
are
have to
dying
wait.
because we're
Like,
talking about
this
a
fucking
Oh my
thing
God, can we
where
just
a
okay?
Yes,
white
thank you very much.
nationalist shooter
So-
will go in. A white
Yeah,
nationalist
all right.
shooter will go in.
So,
He'll
it
have
took
a
me-
swastika tattoo,
it
and then
took me-
Republicans will be like, "Well,
it took
do you
me
really
like-
have any really
Great,
actually evidence? These are
great.
just
It took
inferences."
me like 15
Like, we
minutes
can
to
make some
literally
inferences,
demolish your
right?
point. Thank you so much. Well, Juby, you want to say something?
So if it was like a population control thing or a bid to get rid of people who are costing government money or were inconvenient, would that even be a problem? So if someone
Yes.
hold on.
Yes.
So if an extremely old person who's sickly, right, is putting their family and the healthcare system through hell, and through financial hell, emotional hell, because they're just like clinging to life with everything they have, right? Would it really be so bad for someone to present the option to them?
No, I think it is. I think that by kind of encouraging people not to fight, right? To not to try to get through it. And I understand that
How do you
again.
get through having a
For what? For like
terminal
another
illness?
5 years
again,
of life where you're
keep this
so
in
sick and
context.
dying?
Keep this in context because I'm okay with it if there's some sort of imminent, like if 6 months to live, a year
You're
to
old.
live, right? Okay, we can't do anything for
Your
you.
most conservative
But we're
value is
finding out.
legislating other people's bodies. All right, can we move on now?
You
Okay.
legislating other people's bodies. We're talking about not letting them kill themselves. Do you
Okay,
want
moving
people?
on.
Do you
Let's
think
go.
people should
Okay.
be able to just off themselves as they
Sure.
want?
Okay, so we've already
Okay, well,
Sometimes.
you guys are
demolished your
done
point.
with it.
So
but
look, I'll say this one thing
Sure.
about your centrist points because that's what you
Is that a
came on to
centrist
say
position?
specifically, right? Is that the centrist mindset? Okay, I'll say that
Please.
is that like you'll stake these positions and you'll call them centrist, as in like this is like looking at both sides and arriving at some nuance that others just couldn't do because they're still stuck in their own paradigms and their own I can't remember the religious text that you can't go against. Oh God, no one remembers. Guys, help me out here.
The thing we talked about.
Your
The
dogma, ideology.
Dogma.
Security
Thank you, dogma. I do appreciate.
You're
that. I'm
welcome. I
sorry.
can help you out more if you just listen.
You
more.
can.
Go ahead.
You can help me out with that. But anyway, yes, your religious dogma. You're caught up in your religious dogma, and so both sides are incapable of seeing these things. So I've like found like the middle ground. That's actually around where we should be when you actually have accomplished nothing. Right? Even your position here, like it literally accomplishes nothing. It like why stake it at 6 months? You admit I got no reason to stake it at 6 months. Why just terminal diseases? I could walk you down that tree, right? That discussion tree where it's like, well, yeah, sure, terminal illness, but okay, also extreme suffering. Oh, okay, well, you have a situation that'll last for 40 years of pain, and so maybe we would want to cut it short. There's already like this like clear path to having a position that actually addresses more of the population, right? Actually solves more of their problems, rather than just like arbitrarily setting these rules, setting these parameters that helps a narrow band of people. But that's what you get when you're a centrist. Like I guess I'll just help with this narrow band of people rather than taking care of the entire problem.
Again, I think what you do, the ideological dogmatic mindset does, is it creates an adversary that it must fight, whether this adversary exists or not. And what it comes to a treasure hunt. So, for example, once you've slain the dragon, we all acknowledge was there. You get fame, you get glory, so you have to find other dragons. But the problem is, there's only so many dragons to go around. So suddenly, you're incentivized to say, well, that's not exactly a dragon; it's an iguana, but we're going to treat it as a dragon, and we're going to find this, and we're going to seek it out because you're rewarded for it. And this is what the dogmatists do. They want to signal to their crowd, they want to signal to their team, and it becomes a team sports thing, so that the team becomes more important than the problem and the people. And I care about more than just the people on my team. I care about people. I don't care about political parties at the end of the day. And I am not a
Political,
centrist.
yeah.
You put
I
the
am a
tickle in
progressive.
politics.
I am just not so far
You're a
progressive
friendly fuzzy
that
fella now.
my brain falls out of my head. Okay, I don't lean so far left that my
Look,
brain falls out.
200 people are yawning
wait,
right now because
like-
this debate already has happened.
No, because so Wick, I sent you at least like one reference, but I have others of like the socioeconomic status of like generally speaking. Well, so it'll depend on like sort of like time point and like maybe things have changed since this data came out. But generally speaking, the data seem to point to that higher socioeconomic status. Those are the ones that are seeking out MAID and medical assistance in dying.
All right. So are we?
But,
Simon,
yeah,
you
I'm
wanna
gonna
say something like
because I
that,
gotta
then we'll-
eat, but we will argue about this later.
Okay.
I hate all of you except for you, Prime. I love you, but I still
love you
hate.
too.
I sent you sources to help you out.
You
Wick.
did. I'm just busy arguing. But yeah, the data, Corey, just it's not as clear as you're cutting. Women especially are dying at more and more increased rates because
Gucci,
of AIDS.
Gucci,
And
goo,
I get it, you hate women, but that's okay. But anyway,
That's a
I'll
different
stop. See you
argument.
later.
See you, friend. Okay. All right.
Yeah, Corey, what the fuck?
I got that was fun. I really do, and just to be clear, I really do love my friend Wick. We just have these disagreements, and I think they're worthwhile disagreements. And I think, well, on Twitch we don't do it in a respectful manner, but like still, I respect him as a person. Shout out to my man Wick, who's always been just a really kind and positive force in this community. All right, let's get started with this actual panel. So.
Sorry to derail it by mischaracterizing Wick's position.
No, it's fine.
Why don't we invite another random person who had a debate last week and argue their position all over again?
That'd be good.
I think that'd be really
I'm
fun.
open to it.
No.
Hello all. Hello all. This is Reverie Roundtable, which we have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. If you enjoyed that little preamble, then be sure to hit the follow button. We do this all the time. Hit the follow button, or if you're on YouTube, hit the subscribe button. We'd love to have you here in our community. We have great conversations with great people. We've got quite a few of them here. And also, of course, as it says at the top of your screen, hype chats and super chats are read on channel. So if you want to say anything to any of these individuals or you just want your comment to be heard, I will read anything if you pay me for it. So thank you so much for anyone who is supporting. So let's get started. We'll start with our friend Lactoid. Lactoid, thank you so much for putting up with all of that.
No, thank you so much for having me. Really looking forward to taking on, as usual, this panel, and my anti-women takes are going to be very prominent here. I can't wait to just unleash. It's going to be wild. You can find me on Lactoid TV on Twitch and YouTube. Thanks
so much. All right, next we have our good friend Corey. Corey, thank you for always fighting a good fight.
Yeah, super appreciated to be here. And again, apologies for derailing, I guess, but I totally, I still enjoyed that regardless. And I still have more to say and argue about with Wick. But yeah, you can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, Corey Campbell 84, and on X and Instagram and other platforms, it's Corey Campbell. I'm a biochemist, cover science, research, and news. And yeah, looking forward to getting into the topics.
Okay, all right. Next we have one of my good friends who I'm always happy is around, right? She adds a lot to these things, and like it just makes it so much more fun, right? Like even just then in our short little interaction, she said something that riled me up expectedly, and we had a lot. It was a fun interaction. So shout out to my friend Erudite who is joining us today. How are you, Erudite?
I'm good. You should give yourself all the credit for my career. I'm pretty sure I spawned out of your channel. So
I don't think I did.
I literally did. I'm pretty sure that was like the main thing that got me like moving. So you should say my channel spawn, Erudite. Erudite came from the loins of my channel.
She's intent on getting me canceled again. But thank you, Erudite. Seriously, she's a great member of our community. If you haven't, for some reason, haven't followed her already, please do. Like, head over to Erudite's place. Thank you, Mad Latin, who is a long-time member of our community, who hasn't been here for a while, but we really have missed him. I have missed him. Mad Latin, how are you?
I'm doing great. Yeah, so I've been busy. I've been doing a ton of work in chess, which is really relevant to one of our topics tonight. And that kind of keeps me off of stream, which is sad. But I'm gonna try to get on stream a little bit more. You can find me at twitch.tv/MadLaden. I just went back to Mad Laden from Giga Chad Laden. It was a good bit, but it's getting old. And I'll be doing like some of this. I'll be doing some chess. I'll be playing some video games. I'm gonna explore the world. We're gonna try new things and see what happens.
All right. What about Hyper Ultra Mad Latin?
Oh, actually, that reminded me. I have a second edition of a chess book coming out in December, so stay tuned for that.
All right. Hey, and your first chess book was like pretty popular, right? Like,
yeah, it was decent. It did okay. We're hoping the second edition is a little bit more fancy, since I know fancier chess people now, and we're gonna let them do a forward and stuff. It'll be really exciting.
What's your rating? What's your rating, Mad Lad?
So one unfortunate thing about running chess tournaments is that your actual chess capacity diminishes. I'm a floored chess player now. My peak was 1813. I am now a chess rating point pinata at 1600. I can't lose any more rating points. I can lose as many games as I want now. No fear.
All right,
Sucks.
fair enough. But Madland doesn't know how to advertise himself. But like, if you want to learn chess, Madland actually has a company.
So that company, I work for a chess center now. So I run all their tournaments, but I also teach, and I do teach private lessons. But the company doesn't mesh with actually working for another chess organization and doing things like that.
Fine. No, moving on. This is awkward. Doobie,
thanks, though. I appreciate it.
Don't ask, don't tell.
Doobie, our Dark Lord and Savior, thank you for joining us. We're really happy that you managed to make it.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Okay, so let's jump into this. First topic. A private couple shared details of their tumultuous divorce online. It garnered attention, and soon enough, pro-MRA influencers picked it up. They poured gasoline on the flames and soon had an online mob that harassed the wife. Should these creators be held responsible for the abuse they can direct against private individuals? Or is it fair game when people put their personal struggles online? Are pro-MRA women all fools abiding in their own persecution? Or do they have the clarity of vision to see both sides? Oh my God, when I wrote that in, I wasn't thinking of Wick, but now I am.
You're going to summon him again.
This is like these two Army veterans or whatever. They are, I think maybe they're currently in the Army, whatever. But they had a divorce, and they decided to share their struggles online. And like, from what I can gather, it's just like a normal divorce that if you like put cameras in a lot of divorced couple, like, or divorcing couples apartments, like this is what you would find, right? It's like not savory, but and really unfortunate. But they put their struggles online, and like they thought it was just going to end there, but then like the MRA crew picked it up, and then these influencers grabbed onto this, and they started like directing harassment at the woman, the wife in this situation. And so I just like, I want to examine that. Examine, is it like their fault? Like, should you just expect this in our digital age? And like this idea of pro MRA women, are they in itself like problematic? So we'll start with our friend Blacktoy.
All right, so Scott's not here, so mine's going to be a little bit longer. I apologize in advance. This reminds me, and especially because of what you just said, Prime, this reminds me of the Steven Crowder situation, where there was an out-of-context video, and a lot of people were defending him, saying, well, if you put cameras in a lot of people's homes, you would see fights like this. And a lot of people were saying, well, no, that's not acceptable. That's abusive. Really what this is, at that situation, there was an out of context video. People kind of took that and said, oh, this video appears to show emotionally abusive behavior. And then people just took it for what it was, which is exactly what's happening here. There's some videos which appear to demonstrate abusive behavior, and people are just taking it for what it is. I'm going to put out a disclaimer. There is likely a lot that I haven't seen, and there's likely a lot that I don't know about this entire situation. And so the following takes that I'm going to give are entirely based on what I have been able to find. And I have been looking at shit, trying to find shit on here. And there's limited information you can find in it. The first thing I'm going to say is Roma Army, who's a pretty popular pro MRA female streamer. She was way too emotional during that video to effectively interrogate Samantha White. That said, she picked the right thing to focus on, which is how she points out that Samantha admitted to falsely accusing her husband of rape and pedophilia and threatened to call the police on him. And I know there's a few people on here who would agree with me that falsely calling the police on somebody is an act of violence, meaning that, if we want to take this to its logical end, there is a record here of a threatened battery. Her response when confronted with this horrific thing that she did is, oh, those accusations were made in a fit of anger. In fact, NBC News even backs her up on that. Well, no, she was just angry, as if that's a reason. And then she also, when confronted by Roma Army, accuses her ex-husband of raping somebody else off of hearsay. So firstly, a fit of anger is no excuse for violence ever. And two, it appears as though her go-to deflection is just rape accusations, which maybe says something about how much social power rape accusations have. When flustered and angry, this woman repeatedly falls back to just trying to levy rape accusations. That's troubling, and it's also troubling that NBC totally glossed over that fact. It's troubling that TikTok banned his story and his videos of her, but did not do vice versa and ban her videos of the situation, which it appears that she's taken down. There may exist some evidence of him doing terrible things that I just simply am not able to find, but that has nothing to do with her being deserving of criticism. NBC left out the part where she went to jail for assaulting her ex-husband. That was conveniently not mentioned. I don't think these pro-MRA women are being any more unreasonable than the people were being when they watched the Steven Crowder video. And I think generally, as a rule, critiquing somebody does not make you responsible if an online mob goes and does something that you don't tell them to do. So no, I don't think that you're responsible unless you try to, incite people, unless you tell people to go and do something. The idea of holding people responsible for what crazy mobs do is just wild. Shouldn't be a thing.
Quick question. Is there any chance it'd be super helpful if we could watch maybe the full Roma Army video? I think I only watched like half of it. And so a bunch of stuff that Lactoid said, I'm willing to grant is true. I'm like, what? I feel like I didn't see that in the video, but I think I only watched the last 2 minutes because my link was started. I linked it in the group chat. It would just be super handy for us to all have context of the Roma Army stuff.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that's possible.
Is it possible? I don't think we get sound if I do this on StreamYard.
Oh, right. The sound is split.
Yeah.
I think you do get sound on StreamYard as long as we're not deafened to StreamYard. I think if you share your screen, we'll all be able to watch and see it. Is my understanding of StreamYard, but I don't use it. So
okay. Yeah. Let's see. All right, we'll do it live. Goddamn.
Sorry, not to interrupt. I feel like that video I would love to see.
You don't know till you try.
I don't want to fight with Lactoid if it turns out that there's just context of the video I missed.
Okay.
Fight him anyways.
Right.
No,
Let
I'd
me
like to be informed if I can.
Trying to make it happen right now, everyone. Please be patient with me while I set this up. Okay, and let's see if we can share this. I never even do it. So present, video, share screen, share screen. Okay. Ghost of Tsushima. I don't know why it's popping up. Oh, application window. And here
I have
it is.
some friends in tech support. I can reach out.
Don't. StreamYard is now sharing a window. Okay. But where is it? Oh, here it is. Okay.
Things are happening.
Whoa,
I
this
see
is
something.
Things are happening.
Wow. Whoa, That's the coolest thing I've
Yeah.
ever seen. Nicely done.
Yeah. Oh, and back it up to. Oh, it looks like it still has like a.
Okay,
starting-
sure.
Yeah.
Sorry from the beginning.
That was not
And
intentional.
please let me know if you all over there can hear it.
No.
You can't hear it.
I bet you if
Again,
you
though.
unmute your mic, it might be.
Yeah, sure. Mm.
And then get better internet.
No.
Still not. But that was good.
You can't hear it?
No.
Okay, guys, then let's do it just simultaneously. Okay, all right, just like
Oh, we're all gonna watch it at the same time, and you're gonna play it, and then
Yeah.
the sound's gonna. Okay. Now
Yeah,
is
but
your
you'll
stream
need to
getting
mute your
it?
mic and StreamYard again though, because you're
Mhm.
echoing.
sure. Let's just do it all.
I actually like that go. It's twice as much Prime.
Yeah.
I'm even less good at this shit than you are, Prime. Am I? Okay, hold on.
Don't you know people in tech support, Lactoid?
I know. That's what I'm saying. You're gonna turn my shit back on me. It's not fair.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're all gonna hit play at the same time, and then anyone who's streaming is gonna have the audio for their audience.
I'm just
Theoretically,
gonna deafen. I'm gonna deafen. while I
Oh,
watch
yeah,
it.
yeah. Hold on, that's a good idea.
Okay.
Give me a second.
Padawans become the master. That's probably good.
I'm just going right now. Just go.
All right, I'm going.
All right. 3, 2, 1, click.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Okay, wait. So you saw my video?
Yeah.
Right. So I guess my question is like, why would I believe a single word you have to say if you got upset with him and started saying that, like, he was touching children and shit? Like, you understand when you make baseless claims like that you lose accountability?
I understand that, and I would agree.
So did he touch your kids?
As far as I know, no. He did not touch my kids.
So why did you say that?
Because I was most likely in a fit of anger, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell that he's not fucking perfect. I can tell that there's some. I get a little bit of like a
Well, no one's
narcissistic
perfect.
vibe.
I mean, none of us are perfect.
But I also like stand on what I said, that you're fucked, and trying to be like, oh, the military pension and shit too. Like, where do you even get off? Like, you're actually fucked. And then trying to.
Military?
In that video, you were like, on YouTube, you were like, oh, well, fucking you said some shit about the military pension because you were like, you're just dumb, bro. I don't know why you would try to play victim with me.
So did you video call me to purposely degrade me and further abuse me, like Joe?
Oh,
is this
God.
what this is?
This is
Because
beautiful.
I thought, I mean, I'm not used to like this Instagram video thing, but I thought
I know girls
you
must
actually
stick
wanted to talk to
together,
me?
and I know. No, I wanted to make it very clear that you're to stop fucking playing fucking victim. You're fucking stupid. I'm gonna make another video
can I
on
ask
you,
a question?
and
Can I
I'm
ask a
gonna let you
question?
know. I'm
Okay,
gonna
so I
let
can't
people know
ask a
that you're fucked. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so just out of curiosity, because I honestly, I've never heard of you
Jesus.
before, and like,
Okay, what?
so I don't know what you do on your platform.
I
I've
take
heard
down
good things.
dumb bitches like you.
I've heard good things and I've heard bad things. So I'm just like, I don't really have an opinion
I
because
thought you
I've
didn't know
never
who I was.
watched your. Can I speak? Sorry, I'm just trying to ask a question.
You're just talking out of your asshole. Like, tell me something that I want to hear.
It's like 8:40 in the morning.
I don't
and
care.
This is how you speak to people. Okay.
You made a claim against a man that he touched your fucking children. Not only did you weaponize your children out of anger because you have that small of a brain and that much.
Is that your only problem? Is that your only problem with this whole situation?
The
children comment. I agree because
think
even in a fit
that
of anger,
when
I should have controlled my words, right? And said, you know what?
controlled your words. I
say
mean,
that.
I've gotten really upset with people before, and I've never accused them of touching children. So
Okay, and I'm so glad. At that point in time in September 2021, excuse me, I had done so much research on abuse and found out how many women he's actually abused, and had heard that he had raped his sister as a young kid, and now I don't know
You're
his sister, so I don't
disgusting.
know.
Why
That
are you?
could
Why
just
would
be a
you
false
make claims like that against somebody? You're disgusting.
I'm not the one making the claims.
Honestly,
I'm hearing this from other
if
people.
you
His
genuinely,
baby mama, his ex-wife.
if you really believed that, you would have had disdain and disgust on your face. You said it with a smile because you take pleasure in the fact that you can degrade him and say disgusting things about him. I see
Okay,
right through people like you. So I'm going to let you know. Stop playing victim. I'm going to make another video on you because you're fucking whack. You can expect that in like probably 20 minutes. And I'm going to make sure as many people as possible see your face and see that you're fucking dangerous. And personally, I hope you get your kids taken away, because if you act that dysregulated and you fucking threaten to shoot yourself over some fucker, you shouldn't have your kids. You are mentally unstable. Okay? Thank you. Have a good day.
Jesus.
I'm done.
All
Yeah,
you do is
I'm done
obfuscate.
too.
We know what
Have
black
a
people
nice day
are,
at the end
bro.
of
We
that.
know we can.
Like, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay,
So I think my summary was pretty close.
and just for, because we didn't really give much context when we started watching
Okay.
that video. So to be clear, Roma was the brunette, and she is the influencer. And she has like the Roma army. Those will call her.
And she's fundraising for it. If you see in the bottom
Yeah,
of the,
she is.
Did
Yeah.
Roma let her know that they were recording?
That's what I
don't
was
think
wondering
so.
about.
I'm almost certain the answer is no there, but I could be wrong. But in any
It's hard
case,
to say,
so
yeah.
Roma is the pro MRA influencer, and the blonde is the wife of who is involved in this divorce type situation. And she made some claims that she's being confronted over those claims, and yeah, so that was it. Okay, so now that we have all that, let's go to our friend Corey for opening statements or so on that.
yeah. Well, so outside of the video that we just watched, like I only read the article. I didn't have time to like go do any more digging. But I'm glad that we were able to watch that video. Not that I don't think it changes much on my end of like, at the end of the day, I don't know what's true and what's not true, what's fact or fiction. And just like going by probability wise, like, most abuse in relationship is like reciprocal. And this is probably just like a toxic relationship, although generally speaking, women have more severe outcomes. But I think this is like a good example of just like, I think just at a societal level, we're bad at talking about relationships and what it takes to, be in a healthy relationship or what a healthy relationship looks like. But to, I guess, answer some of the questions in the prompt, should, I guess, overall, zooming out, should people be held accountable if they're like generating toxicity online? Would it be nice? Yeah. Is it possible and practical? Probably not, as in like, it seems like what this Roma Army is doing is like sort of like weaponizing their community to a certain extent. And I have some issues with that, but can you actually stop that? I don't know. It'd be nice if we could, but I'll leave it there for now.
So much. Next, we'll go to our friend Erudite.
Yeah, so okay. I'm just pulling up the questions too. I just want to make sure I answer them. Yeah, I think mostly it sounds like there's a lot of mutual abuse. There's something to be said about the fact that the Coast Guard investigation found her claims of abuse all credible and not his, and then discharged him. Obviously, like you could maybe contend with that about like, are the courts being fair here? But we don't really have access to any of the evidence, so that's going to be a really speculative argument to make. And I'm willing at this point to grant like some level of credibility to the courts. The biggest issue is she didn't really make public false accusations of her partner from at least those videos, like the pedophilia and stuff, because he recorded them and made them public. And so there was not necessarily this intention of her to go public accusing her husband of pedophilia and rape. I also don't know if she knew that Roma was recording her and planning to release it. So when he mentions like raping the sister and stuff, again, I think there's a lot of toxicity and like she's clearly a problematic actor in this. The issue is like how much culpability is on somebody, again, if they don't know that they're being recorded. Because it's bad in that she's like gossiping about her ex-husband and making severe claims to other people, but it's not the same thing as making like a public trial by media false accusation against her husband. And so that's kind of like the distinction of moral culpability I want to like make with the women. It's hard to kind of know which she was aware of. I think the Steven Crowder callback is really relevant. 2.5 minutes of a relationship, even a 4.5 conversation with Roma Army isn't really enough to tell you anything about a couple and their relationship or the dynamics there. Like I said all the time, if the video of them fighting is the worst their fights ever got, well, they're toxic, but like, I don't know if I would establish abuse there. If that was the best their fights ever looked, I'd be really, really, really concerned, right? But we don't know. We have no context of anything that's going on in the situation. So it's just like, I just hate weighing in on couples like abuse status based on like 2.5 minutes. I think it's really, I think if anything's toxic, it's the public feeling confident to weigh in on the status of abuse in a marital relationship from a 2.5 minute clip. Unless that 2.5 minute clip is like egregiously abusive and like self-evidently like somebody's like pounding their wife in the face, right? What other questions? Should creators be held responsible for the abuse they can direct against private individuals? It depends. You should probably be aware of what your community is like. If you have a community that tends to get very motivated and harassing, then you should realize that any person that you make public is likely going to get harassed. If you're aware that her phone number and full name were released by the boyfriend, which has happened, then you should definitely be cautious covering this entire situation. If Roma explicitly said, hey guys, I'm covering this, but don't go after her, then yeah, she's removed all of her responsibility by and large. But if she explicitly said, go call her and tell her she's a bitch and report her to like CFS, well then Roma Army is doing something really bad. And I hope in the future we can try that as like a criminal thing. I think that's fucked up. Is it fair game when people put their personal struggles online? Kind of. I wish it wasn't. But the internet's kind of like the Wild West. So it's really hard to like pontificate about like what's okay and not okay to cover. I think you just have to like cover it in the way that you think is most ethical, and hopefully you're right, I guess. Yeah, that's kind of my thoughts.
Thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Malad.
So I'm gonna be like really broad to start, and then I'm gonna try to like fit the situation into like my broad like perspective on this. So I think that like when people are in conflict, it's like sort of a situation where people are it's because like the parties involved are not like validating what hold on, sorry, I just broke my stream because I'm a silly man. Give me 1 second. Okay, all right. Let me try something different. I'm gonna try something different. I have notes. See if this fits. Okay, this should work. Yes. All right. Sorry. New streamer. So when people are in conflict, it's because the parties involved in that conflict aren't getting the validation they need from the other parties. So like for my purposes here, I'm going to kind of use validation and recourse interchangeably a little bit. And basically, if you're not getting validation from the parties you're in conflict with, you're going to seek validation elsewhere. And usually it's amongst your friends or whatnot, but because of the internet, you can actually get lots of validation from a lot of people because you're going to publicly post whatever happened, and then people are like, oh, they're there, poor baby, this person did this bad thing, et cetera, right? So because you have the power to gather that much validation, it's kind of really, really tempting when you're in like some sort of conflict where you're emotionally not altogether there. And that creates like a situation where you're going to get like parasocial validation, right? And so it's like every time we are validating or airing our grievances, there's a risk involved, right? Like the audience that you're offering your grievances to might be a good listener, but they might be like some sort of crazy actor who will do something with that information that they shouldn't, right? So if you're publicly providing grievances to a whole slew of people, you can't actually reasonably account for everyone's response to that. And that's kind of a huge danger. So my thoughts on this is that we shouldn't air our personal conflicts online because we don't have any control over that audience. We don't know what the message is going to do to that audience. We don't know how they're going to respond. And so whenever I get into like fuck conflict with anyone on the internet, regardless of what the situation is, I keep it very, very close and tight to people I trust. And I never actually talking shit like using my platform or my Twitter or any of that stuff. It's always something I keep to myself. Because I don't want some crazy asshole who follows me to do something horrible, that I have a lot of followers, to do something horrible or mean to anybody that I have a problem with. So I think, yes, the internet's a Wild West, but honestly, I think there's like a probability thing here where the more broad your grievance message goes, the less okay that is, because there's bound to be an actor in that audience that's going to do something not so great. I'll leave it there for now. We'll get into the other stuff, but that's my stance.
Finally, a friend Doobie.
I basically agree with everything Erudite said.
Okay. Off to a great start. All right, let's jump into it.
So we all like agree that.
Well, I'll just say, did you guys see that video of the actual fight that was recorded about the Wi-Fi password? And
Yeah.
you guys heard the part where she's like threatening to call the cops on him over fake
And
allegations.
he threatens to
of
call
rape.
the cops on her over false allegations of sexual assault. Yeah.
So,
Right. which is true, right? She did make the false accusations of sexual assault.
No, he was saying because she wouldn't leave the bathroom.
Jesus.
Wait,
That was my memory of it.
because she wouldn't leave the bathroom, he said he's
He
going to call the
said,
cops
I
on
would
her?
like to, yeah, he said, I would like to get ready right now. This is I could be wrong. I only watched it once, so we can like review that video to everyone. My remembrance, so maybe I misunderstood what he was trying to say. So they were in the bathroom. He was like getting his keys out. He was clearly trying to get ready to leave. And it was like in his bathroom stuff. And he said, like, can you leave the bathroom? I want to get ready. And she says, no, that's too bad. I'm going to stay. And he says, you're going to say I'm not comfortable with you being in here. And then she said, I'm going to stay. And then he said, great, well, I guess I can call the cops for sexual harassment or assault or whatever he said.
Jesus.
That's what I remember from the video, but maybe I'm wrong. Or maybe he was talking about,
I don't.
yeah.
Well, I
Can
guess
we-
like
can we also
Or
like,
maybe he
acknowledge that
meant I can
Lactoid lied
call,
in
yeah.
his opening?
Wait, what did you say?
You lied in your opening
What did I lie about?
about what the Roma army pygmy was pressing her on during their conversation.
In that initial part, hold on, we all listened to the video. She absolutely pressed her on the fake rape and the fake pedophilia accusations.
Okay, so first off, I don't think it makes sense to say that we know that the rape allegation was fake. We don't know anything about the relationship, right? So he might have raped her at some point, or maybe he pressured her into sex when she wasn't fully consenting, which happens all the time in abusive relationships like this, right? It wouldn't be surprising at all. So it could be true that happened. We don't know whether it's true or not. So just assuming that it's not true, I think it's kind of sexist, to be honest.
Well, I don't know if the specifics of what happened between the two of them are necessarily relevant to the question at hand, right? Like the question is, should these creators be held responsible for the abuse they can direct against private individuals, right? Like that's
I think
like
at
the
some level,
overarching
yes.
question. Like, yeah, the details impact what level of abuse and how much you can incite a crowd, but really, it's all like you could throw in any hypothetical relationship in this situation, and have results like what the crowd will do based on whatever hypothetical. But the question is, should these creators be held responsible? So like my opinion is yes. Like if you're a creator and you're talking shit about other people on your platform with like any sort of intent, like you are responsible for the words that you're delivering. And like we've seen this,
hold
like
on.
even
I don't
amongst
even
Twitch
think it needs to
politics
be like
folk, right? Like there's
I don't
been
even think it
people.
needs to be like a creator, right? And I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
Yeah.
just really quickly. So I don't think what if like it's not like a creator, like someone with a platform, but like what if someone in your family or your life is having a really intense emotional moment, and you record that, stick it on the internet where their employer, their friends, their
That's bad.
coworkers, etc., could see it. Like, why shouldn't you be held liable in some way for
You
that?
should
'Cause
be
that
held liable.
absolutely damaged their life.
Yeah, that's bad. Like
And
basically
I think that's
using the
basically
internet.
what her husband did in this video.
I mean, yeah, like I guess like my point here is that anyone who is using the internet as a way of getting recourse for whatever relationship issues they're having is liable for whatever happens, right? So if someone loses their job over it, that's bad. And there's some sort of like I feel like a civil suit at the very least is something that you can get, right? Actually, you're the lawyer. Like you could civil suit that, right?
It's a
Libel,
federal
that sort of
thing.
thing.
And since you have more money than I do, I
I
don't
think
pay you
so hard.
anything, and we haven't
But
been
yeah.
married more
I
than
don't.
a
I
year.
think he's
busy.
focused.
He's
I
busy.
think he might be
He's reading.
watching the first video. I think he's watching the
I'm
first
watching
video.
the first video.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
But like, so like, I mean, there's
Go
responsibility
ahead,
attached.
Samantha. Do your research. Threaten me
And
however
I
you
think.
want. Do what you. I don't have to hear it. Just if you
So
want.
the second part is it fair game when people put their personal struggles online? What does that question
fine.
mean, Prime? Exactly.
So are you only me? Are you only me on? I'm about to get naked here. I don't feel fucking comfortable with you being in here.
Self-evident. Yes.
So I will call the cops for fucking sexual harassment.
Today.
Yeah.
That when people share their personal details of the things that are happening, whether it's like something as bad as a divorce or fights with the parents, their children, their struggles, like that. Is it fair that once you put that online, that anyone can take it and do anything with it? That story. I mean, you are putting it within the public square. So is it fair public? Is it fair game for the public?
I mean, I feel like what people do with that is also something that should be scrutinized. I know that, like, in our sphere specifically, like in Twitch politics, like people watching other people's like struggles and then responding to that is like actually a thing that like a lot of people do, and some people do it responsibly and some people just don't. And I think like what it really comes down to is trying to handle that responsibly is kind of a big deal. Like if someone's talking to you about their personal struggle, you shouldn't necessarily do something that's actionable off of that, right? Like that's like kind of bad because you're involving yourself in their struggle at that point. You're becoming an actor in their struggle, and if it's online, you're just a rando anon person just charging in and saying, hey yo, I'm your hero, I'm going to take care of this, or maybe I think this is disgusting and I'm going to go after you. Like that's bad, right?
Yeah, and look, I watched this channel. I keep bringing it up, but I've actually just brought up recently in something I brought up last night actually on another stream. This channel called Truly, 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 and it like shows different people from like all kinds of different backgrounds, and they put their lives up, right? And you oftentimes it's tragic or it's weird, right? One or the other. And I just watched a video today of a woman who is suffering for some awful disease. Basically, it's like skin cancer on steroids. Like any exposure to the sun, like does like extreme damage. Any UV light does extreme damage to her skin, and it's awful. And okay, she had a baby, and people were criticizing online for having a baby because the baby might get it, but like the chances are extremely low. In any case, she put her struggles there online, and so people like responded to it. Now, I wouldn't respond with cruelty to this woman. Like, I just would never do that because I'm not that type of person. But once you do put it online, like it seems weird to be surprised when you have a whole bunch of people who are going to comment, right, and sometimes comment negatively on your life.
Yeah, you don't know what audience you're going to get. That's the point. So like if you're putting your personal stuff on there, be prepared for anything. Like just probably don't do it. Like we've seen enough of that. Like I mean, we know people who've done this. Like literally they get in a fight with someone else on another streamer, or like they let their personal details leak and then people writing manifestos and all this other stuff. It just shouldn't happen. It's bad.
Well, so this is like the push and pull that I wanted to talk about. So I like on one end you are putting your life within the public square, and so like public comments will ensue. But on the other end, do we want it so that like we all must be guarded to the point that we can't share with the world, right? Like, should we not have space for that? Because on the other end of this, people get strength from these things. So, like, again,
nope, not worth it.
One second, please, 1 second. So, people from this channel that I watch pretty regularly, right? They talk about, yes, there is an avalanche of negative comments, but also like positive comments. Sometimes I can form a community, especially when they do ones about people with like extremely rare diseases like this woman. They form communities online by sharing their struggles that they literally cannot have like otherwise because it's just so rare. Like everyone else is scattered around the world, but they gain strength from that. So are we saying that we can't do that as well? So like I want to other people to jump in. What do you guys think about this?
I mean, yeah, there's the pros and the cons. Like, would it be nice if everyone that shared their stories for good, like they were able to like cultivate a community and there's no toxicity? Yeah, that would be great. Even just like using examples like body positivity, and like people sharing their struggles with body image, and let's say the relationship to food. It'd be great if like people were more supportive. But then you got to take the good with the bad, and I don't know how to weed out the bad, or like if we can actually like stop it. Other than like hopefully just people be better people.
Yeah, I mean, if you're okay with the bad and you can, filter it out mentally, or just like have a handler just kind of just give you only the good. Like when Donald Trump was in office, he had someone who just gave him all the nice comments, and then he could just pretend that there's no one talking shit about him. So if you have a situation like that going on, then that's great. But like,
it doesn't mean you invite
actually,
person.
yeah, well, to even use as sort of a more Twitch specific example, So like I'm part of like Twitch Health and Fitness, where I used to stream workouts, and I also mod for another fitness workout streamer, who happens to be a woman. And like they're explicit about like I work out for my mental health. Like and their rules are like don't comment on other things that you shouldn't be commenting about. But like as a mod, when you see like pretty much first time chatter and just like the most disgusting thing ever, it's like it's really like disheartening.
Sorry, I'm confused. What are they commenting on?
This woman is like working out and they're wearing workout clothes. I'm like, no surprise.
Boobs. They're commenting on the boobs, Prime.
Or whatever. They're commenting on obviously like their body.
For a single second, boobs weren't on my mind, but thank you for correcting me. I appreciate that.
That's a rare phenomenon.
Very responsible of you, Prime. Yeah, like so I get like the thing, and actually, Corey, I've seen a few of your streams where you talk about like personal things, and I actually found it really helpful. I actually really like. I mean, I lurk a lot. I try not to.
I appreciate that.
Present all the time, but like, so like I found a lot of what you say about personal struggles like helpful, and if you can handle the critiques and the scrutiny, that's absolutely fine. But the focus of this is like interpersonal stuff, right? The interpersonal stuff I think you just don't do, because like you end up in a situation where people are doing streams on their conflicts, and then people are doing panel shows on their conflicts, and then it just gets out of control, and then like your people are going to take sides. No one's going to get a fair shake because it's an audience of like audience just have their fans run out. Okay.
I want to talk on that. Like, I think that's interesting where you're going there. But first, I want to ask a question to Erudite for something she said previously. You had said that if Roma, like, and during the course of her stream says, "Hey, audience, don't harass this woman, this lady," that removes all her responsibility. Was that?
I said the bulk of it. Yeah, I think I put a caveat in there because I would say if she has a community that's notorious for doing this behavior and she's encouraged it in the past, and she just says that one statement this one time, I think she's still responsible for cultivating a community that feels like emboldened to harass people. So what I'm saying of this is because like there's a case on TikTok of like a TikToker named Rexorcist, for example. She's kind of notorious as like a dox talker, but she claims she doesn't talk, and she claims she doesn't encourage her audience to harass people, even though she releases all information necessary to contact their like employers, their like schools, all sorts of things, and actively celebrates her viewers who do these things, and then puts celebration videos up when like people that they've been targeting get fired. And so she says, I don't direct anyone. I'm not for harassment and stuff like that. But I'm like, I don't care that you're saying that shit, right? So like,
you're celebrating.
I'm putting it in context. If somebody says, just because I'm saying this, please don't harass them, they mean it seriously, and they actively like punish their viewers if they ever find out that as a result of their stuff. Like I would ban people if I found out that somebody I covered, one of my viewers felt that was like a reason to go and attack them. I would just ban that person cross-platform. If she doesn't have that standard or anything like that, and people are being clear that they're not trying to do that, then everyone's going to have schizos.
I mean, we could talk about like the most like, I mean, there's like that really public thing that happened in our community like 2 years ago, right? Like there's like a certain temporarily blue-haired creator who was sexting someone who was doing 18-hour streams on like their relationship, and he was calling this other creator psycho and all this other stuff, and he was privately sexting her the whole time, right? And this person got lambasted by thousands and thousands of people and harassed and doxxed and all that other stuff when she was in the right. I mean, not her response wasn't right, but a lot of what she was saying apparently was very, very accurate, right? And like that whole shit show, I think, is a fantastic example of why people's personal stuff should not be talked about on the internet. It's not okay. The person tried to get recourse from the public, and the public, turned on her very, very rapidly, so that was bad. But like the blue-haired creator didn't really do anything to stop it either. It was bad. Like there's no good actor in that situation, right? So I think it's really important that when it comes to interpersonal conflicts, we don't use the internet as a means of addressing it, at least in a public way. Like we do it anonymously, sure. But then B, I think when we are seeing that kind of conflict, we should probably, kind of withhold judgment lest we do something like kind of rash.
Okay, when we're talking about public creators, like, or public figures, whatever that fucking means. Some people think I'm a public figure, but I don't know how I count.
There's a statue of you in some small towns, I understand. And apparently, you birthed another very important creator from your loins.
Apparently, I did. From
True.
You're a very public figure. You're the grandfather of public figures.
But does that change the calculus? Right. So, what we've talked about, for instance, on All Black Everything, my other show, check it out, Thursdays 8 p.m. Eastern. We've talked about Jonathan Majors and the struggles that he's having right now, where supposedly there was some domestic abuse type stuff with his now ex-girlfriend, and he's going to trial for that. But even before the charges were laid, the legal charges, right? Once this came out, we had a discussion about it. Now, is it wrong to do that, especially when we're talking about it in a larger political context, or are there exceptions to this rule?
I think the way it stands right now, especially when you put stuff public, I think almost exclusively you'll be judged on the way that you cover it, like almost completely. And I think that that's like the best that we have until we have like some level of probably some level of top-down policy about this that makes sense. And also like our society has had enough time to like figure the fuck out what social media is and how it impacts the world. So like I wouldn't feel comfortable telling people that if you cover this type of content in any way, you're automatically doing an immoral thing, because I think it's way more complicated than that. But I think there are obviously ways that you can cover certain situations that are really gross, and there are obviously ways that you can cover them that are like really cautious and careful and pretty even-handed. So yeah, I don't know if I would ever just say like full claim, just covering any sort of crazy stuff.
Like, I want to agree with you. I really want to agree with you, but like the number of times I've seen like a circus get like, tons of subs and tons of bits, and like just people making like profiteering off of like interpersonal things going out of hand, just makes me feel like the coverage, you're like, creators are actually incentivized on Twitch at least to do it in the worst way possible, because that's where all the bits are at.
I agree, but the issue is that doing it in the worst way possible is the immoral thing. I don't know if covering it is. And I think the only way, we have a Mullick's game right now where you're right. There's an incentivization to be as salacious and as crazy as possible. Hopefully you're on the winning side because it can get you a lot of money and views. And I think that that's bad. I just don't know if the solution is like this bottom up approach. I suspect it's going to have to be like a bit more of a top down, but like I'm open to a bottom up approach. I just don't know how to do it because our society is fucking
there's no way to, I agree.
Media.
Well, like I don't think there's any way from my viewpoint to be implemented even remotely, right? Like I don't think you can just say, oh, okay, we're just not going to talk about interpersonal drama on Twitch and ban. And I feel like interpersonal conflict can get like, I feel like that's a slippery slope, like dangerous thing where like a lot of creators who aren't doing anything bad could get, lose their channels or whatnot. So yeah, it really does come down to a grassroots approach. It's just I'm very wary, I guess, generally speaking, of folks when we're talking about interpersonal things. Like there's some trusted creators like Erudite, I think you do a great job of actually talking about conflict. So like I'll occasionally lurk in your stream and go, oh hey, this is very, very interesting. But there's not very many creators, I think, who handle this delicate stuff particularly well.
Did you have something you wanted to say, like, when you watched that video?
Yeah, well, I got a couple of things, I guess. I've just been listening to other people and kind of trying to form my opinion here, because he does say it at the end of the video. He says he's going to call them. He's going to call the police for sexual harassment. But I think it is very different, and the reason I think it's very different is that what he appears to be threatening to call the police because he is perceiving facts that he erroneously believes are sexual harassment. The facts themselves being real, right? She's following him around, definitely harassing him, and he's going into the bathroom where he wants to be alone, and she's following him into the bathroom and refusing to leave, right? And so I can see how maybe somebody who doesn't have a strong grasp of the law might think that, well, this is sexual harassment. Like, you are harassing me, now it's in the bathroom, this is sexual. I don't think that's the case here, obviously. But he's not making up facts. He's just misapplying what he thinks the law is. Meanwhile, she is alleging pedophilia, which is just like fact that she recounts later on. And the reason I think this is important, and I think we can actually get something we can get something broader from this video is that, yeah, there's a lot of context missing. But that said, I think we have enough context to at least criticize, like very strongly criticize that particular action and to say that particular action is fucked up while reserving judgment on the broader context. And an example of this could also be that one famous video of the jogger in the park with the dog, and it was a racial thing, the bird watcher, or the one with the bike, the dispute between the four young black men and then the nurse, the female nurse. Those were all situations where we didn't have the full context, and yet plenty of people were commenting on it. And in fact, some people, and in the case of certain instances, people will riot over incomplete stories and will take mass action really way too quickly. That's all fair, and I think people should generally withhold judgment, but we can comment on interpersonal conflict at the very least, right? I'm not saying we should always reserve ultimate judgment, but if we see a video of people fighting online, right? If I'm watching a video of a cop with his knee on like a black guy's neck or whatever, and I'm watching that, I'm like, there might be more context here, but this right here is kind of fucked up, right? There's other context that could totally make things, like potentially make things different, but this right here, based on what I know, is totally fucked up, and I'm going to say it. And that's the feeling I got watching this video.
It's not even that fucked up, right? So
she falsely accused him of pedophilia.
The context, right? So she didn't even falsely accuse him of pedophilia. He said you probably like molest my daughters or some shit, right? So it's like you probably did this thing versus you definitely did this thing, and I'm calling the cops, which she didn't do.
She said, "You probably molested the kids too. I'm going to call the cops." That's what she said.
Out of curiosity, like just so I can understand your position better, so do you pretty much you place the woman, like you view her as more in the wrong, like you're reserving absolute judgment, but you're leaning towards like they're probably more in the wrong as a result of that? Or
based on that video, she's clearly the antagonist in that video. There could be other instances in which she's the antagonist.
Oh yeah, so are you saying
that's
just in that few minutes there, taking that in a vacuum, you see her, okay, well, but you're not making any judgment of the relationship as a whole?
Correct.
It's also tough. Like, she's not even like the reason the fight starts is because he won't give her the Wi-Fi password. And again, we have no context. Like,
because he changed it.
Yeah, he
says in the video that she woke up and he changed the Wi-Fi password.
Right. And so, like, we don't have context. Maybe he changed it for a reason. Maybe there was some context that would make me feel like less. And I don't think changing the password is like the most awful thing. It's petty and shitty to do, right? It's really mean to do. So in many ways, let's be honest, he instigated the fight. It's not like when he changed it, he's like, she's going to be super chill about this. No, he's like, she's going to be fucking pissed and I'm doing it anyways. Like, he obviously did it to get a little bit of a jab in her. And then she started following him around and also being toxic by never giving him his space. But like the idea that like you're conflating her visage in the video to basically like these similarities of the guy kneeling on George Floyd's neck feels really disanalogous.
Yeah,
it's different in scale. Let me explain. It's different in scale, but it's the same in principle.
No. As far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's some sort of like police training manual to reference in terms of like how to like whatever deal with potential as opposed to.
Corey, this is exactly what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you can look at that video without knowing any of the prior context and say what's happening right there is fucked up, even if he was doing fucked up shit beforehand.
So then I need to ask you, like, please refer me. I wish it would actually existed, but please refer to the relationship training manual. That would be great.
No,
I mean,
that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
I'll just grant you, because I agree that you can watch that. I agree that even if you're really upsetty spaghetti at your partner and you're having a really toxic divorce, you probably shouldn't throw around even like probable accusations of molestation, right? That's fucking awful to do. The issue is that both of them do throughout the video multiple things. And I would agree, she does probably more awful things, but I'm also not surprised. He uploaded the video. Why would he upload a video where he looks way worse? That's ridiculous. So like, yeah, she looks worse than him by and large, but the problem is they both look awful. She just looks a little bit worse. I don't think it's like this clear, unless the principle is like, you can look at this thing and say, this is clearly a wrong thing without context. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
No. So I don't know if in the overall, like obviously again, withholding judgment for the overall relationship, in that video, she looks way worse. I don't think you guys are understanding the gravity of in the Me Too era, accusing somebody of rape and pedophilia and then threatening to call the police on them. That doing that carries with it a tremendous amount of gravity, right? You are threatening to destroy this person's entire life, just point blank. I'm going to end you. right now. Unless you give me the fucking Wi-Fi password, I'm going to end everything about you. What, you know? What if he was like, I'll shoot you, right? I mean, we'd all agree, like, oh, that's fucking crazy. That's ridiculous. Well, it's not all that different than what she
just does happen in relationships. But like,
and it'd be awful if he did that. It'd be absolutely awful.
I don't disagree, but this is where, like, again, I think we're just like really bad talking about relationships and healthy relationships. But like, this is like a private conversation. I'm like, yeah, no surprise. Like in toxic relationships, like people say like ridiculous things that they shouldn't say. Where I don't think, as far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong, like they didn't actually file any formal charges. I'm like, I'm not justifying them saying this, but they pretty much they were just behaving like a toxic person.
You're minimizing it though. You're not justifying it, but you're minimizing it.
So, Lactoid, what you're talking about, I think, is the is like the soft power that women have, right? When it comes to things like this, right? Like even the accusation, whether or not it's true, could destroy your life, right? Or even just destroy your like social circles, right? If the accusation is made with no evidence, no police report to follow up, the accusation could destroy it.
Well, yeah, so there's the soft power there, but when she accuses, again, on top of that, to call the police on that specific thing, now there's the whole like, you know, threat of, you know, you get put on a list. You can't live any like you can only live in specific circles in your city now. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah,
so
it's particularly fucked up.
I think I would grant you that like probably we're minimizing it and like what it could have meant to him. If I'm being honest, I think part of why I'm minimizing it is his response seems pretty minimal. Like if it was that grave of a threat to him, if he was taking it that seriously personally, his response was to be like, yeah, okay, where it sounds like basically she makes these like really insane, possibly claims against him all the time that are really, really wrong to do. But he's also like pretty used to them and isn't actually like concerned. Like he seems quite dismissive of her and then gets in like the petty jab of like in the bathroom be like, well, maybe I'll call the cops on you, which is like a callback to that. So I think the main reason why I'm probably saying like it's less severe is because his reaction's less severe, which isn't necessarily a justification of whether it's severe or not. It's just like a context clue that I'm using of like, maybe in this dynamic, she throws this out all the time, which is fucking like wrong. Obviously, I'm never going to say that it's not wrong to imply that somebody's molesting your children when they're not. But I think part of why I'm not taking it as like this really serious claim is because she never filed charges and he doesn't seem to react to it really strongly.
And also, just to clarify, Lactoid, so I'm going pretty much based off of like the article and just like the video we all collectively watched. So like in the video you're referring to, does she say like I'm going to call the cops because I suspect, or is she just like in what? Because I'm just going by the article of like she just in a private conversation that happened to be filmed, like she lays out like you probably touch my children.
No, the article's obviously biased towards her perspective, clearly. If you go back and watch the video, I mean, so he's walking away, she's following him, saying, you know, essentially like, you rape me, you probably touch my kids, I'm going to call the police on you, right? And like all in one sentence, right? It's all happening at the same time, and she's following him doing that. I think that is, you know, again, given the fact, and I criticize Roma Army for how she did that interrogation. She totally, I think, some people thought she was great. I thought she flubbed the fuck out of it, right? That's not how you do an interrogation. It's just, you don't fucking become that antagonistic, start calling her dumb, start insulting her for no reason. It's ridiculous, right? But she was right to hyperfixate on why the fuck did you call this guy a pedophile? Why'd you threaten to call the cops on him? Like why would you like? And I understand she didn't do it, but again, the threat of violence in of itself is pretty fucked up. What if the video? What if
she
it was
doesn't
returned?
say? She doesn't even say what you said. She said. She says I'm gonna call the cops on you because of the Wi-Fi password. So when she threatens to call the cops, it's specifically
what is this spin, Lactoid?
So when she's talking about calling the cops, I was just going through the transcript. So when she mentions calling the cops, it's in context to him not giving her the Wi-Fi password, which is why he laughs and goes, "Go right ahead," because the cops are going to care about him not giving her the Wi-Fi password, obviously. And then she later, because she probably gets mad, she probably gets really mad at him for just dismissing her like one threat. She like ups another ante, which again shows super toxic, really unhealthy, extremely inappropriate to be like, I'm not getting my way. Now I'm going to up the ante and be even more awful towards you. But it doesn't look like she says, you probably abused my kids and I'm going to call the cops on you. She doesn't say that. She says, I'm going to call the cops with the Wi-Fi password, and then later brings up the kid shit just to probably try to like thing. And then he goes, really? You're going to have somebody live with your kids when they're abusing? Like, he just like fully dismisses it and laughs it off. Like he doesn't even take it seriously at all. And then she like moves on to something else.
So in the Roma video, right? So one that comes up, right, when she's speaking to this lady, she actually says that the reason she said that it wasn't random.
My kids, and I need to protect them, and that's why we're getting out.
Perfect. I'm say that.
What? You've probably touched my kids.
I'm not doing anything.
Raped me.
I haven't done anything.
Yep, you've done everything. Abusive narcissist.
I'm not doing anything.
Raped me.
I haven't done anything.
Yep, you've done everything.
I haven't done
probably
anything.
Have touched my kids too.
I haven't done anything.
Yep.
Oh wow. Please say that. Please say that.
What? You've probably touched my kids, and I need to protect them, and that's why we're getting out.
Perfect. I'm glad you think that because you want to protect them because you're the mom life, right? You're the mom bear, right?
I'm the mom.
So then why are you still here if I'm such a threat?
That's why I don't
in 23 days. If anybody touched my children, I'm pretty sure they'd either be dead or fucking.
So do you want to die?
Yeah, good. That's right there. Good.
Okay.
Good.
So Joseph.
So exactly. You're such a contradicting
What's the
language.
Wi-Fi password?
It's fine. Thank you.
You legit agreed to not sleep in the bed as long as I didn't fight with you, which is okay. I didn't have anything for you to fight about at all. Like I was fucking.
No, that's the thing that we agree. No fighting. I sleep no bed. There's no fucking caveat to that.
Right. Okay. But
Cool.
now you.
Oh, but now, okay.
I wake up to fucking the Wi-Fi being off. No warning. Nothing. So I don't know why over this stupid shit that you want to end the peace that we have.
Sure.
And this is what you want to do with the
What
fucking
piece?
Wi-Fi.
I have.
You get a divorce. You get a non-messy divorce,
Sure.
right?
Sure.
There you go.
Okay.
But apparently we're not doing that anymore, right? Is that
If you say
is
so.
an agreement that we're not doing the peace anymore? So
If you say so, you're the one that you're the only one that's still fucking breaking your word.
I'm gonna call this Lisa Battles family advocate person.
Go for it.
Oh, military spousal support is not a state thing; it's a
I know.
actual thing.
It's a federal thing, and since you have more money than I do, I would have paid you anything, and we haven't been married for more than a year. So whatever you say.
That's funny because.
Go ahead, Samantha. Do your research. Threaten me however you want. Do what you have to. I don't have to hear it. Just if you want to.
The Wi-Fi password.
Do what you have to do. Go for it. What are they gonna do? They're gonna laugh at
You're
you.
an abusive narcissist.
I'm not doing.
What's the Wi-Fi password? You really want me to call the cops for this?
Go for it. Go for it. What are they gonna do? They're gonna laugh at
You're
you.
an abusive narcissist.
I'm not doing anything.
Raped me.
Whether it actually crosses the line into like legally abusive, it doesn't seem like it, but I'm not a legal scholar.
Oh, okay, hold
but
on.
like, yeah.
I just watched. So no, she links calling the police with the rape accusations. She said, "I'm going to call the police on you," and then his response is basically, "For what? Like, what are you going to do?" And then she's like, "I'm going to say that you raped me," and then blah 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 blah. It's because you touched my kids. Like she says the rape thing first, and then immediately follows it up with the claims of like once he asks, "Well, what are you going to say? Like, what are they going to do?" And then she talks about how she's going to say that he raped her and how he touched her kids. She absolutely weaponizes allegations with the threat of calling the cops.
Well, didn't we already agree that like they're both like really? And I don't want to minimize it by saying, oh, they're both bad actors, but like
we can talk about how bad he is in a second. But right now we're talking about how bad.
Well,
she
we're not.
is.
None of us are trying to even talk about how bad he is. We're basically just saying, I don't know if the like level of intensity of what you're describing here. I understand like what you're saying, right? Of like why a man could feel like this type of accusation is that serious. I agree. And I'm just going to agree that women making these claims are kind of being gender opportunists, right? And I think that's really, really bad. Obviously. The issue is that like when you're, I think maybe we're struggling with like when you're comparing it to George Floyd. I think the analogy is just when you look at something, you can all agree that it's bad. The issue is that we're all agreeing it's bad. We're all like, yeah, it is bad. The issue is like you're being like, no, it's more bad than you realize. And it's like, okay, so is it more closer to George Floyd as far as like that severe of a behavior? I know you're not saying that. And like, I'm not trying to like use George Floyd as a weapon, by the way.
Let me explain the George Floyd. The only reason I brought up the George Floyd comment or the bird watching comment or the bike comment was that was in terms of specifically, there was a discussion that was
watching something and knowing it's wrong.
Exactly. There was a separate discussion as to can we comment on interpersonal conflict? Of course we can.
I get that.
We form decisions all the time or form opinions about this all the time, right? Obviously, this was nowhere near the gravity of killing somebody. However, I do think it has more gravity, in my opinion, than people at least here seem to be giving it. I can imagine a scenario like. Let's say she's videotaping for a second, right? And she's walking away and he keeps following her. And she's trying to get away from him and he keeps following her. She walks in the bathroom, he walks in the bathroom, please leave. No, I'm not leaving. And he's staying there. And then like mixed in somewhere right around there, he's like, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. He never does it. He never aggressively gets in her face or anything like that. But he says it. He says he's gonna beat the shit out of her. Just watching that would make me nauseous. It would make me want him to go to prison. Just like that, okay? That's the same feeling I get here. And I feel as though you guys are not having the same feeling.
Well, right. So like this actually goes into that thing where I was talking about where like, okay, you're disseminating a message to an audience and then everyone in that audience is going to have a different response to what they're seeing. And like the point here is that we don't actually know what happened. We have no idea what's happening. And if you're getting that sort of strong emotional response, then that's on you, and that's something that you have to figure out. I think the reason why most of us are just kind of chill here is that we literally don't know what happened, and having an emotional response to something that where there's just a ton of unknowns leads to people making decisions that are inaccurate. At least that's for me.
I would
I don't know.
agree actually with how Lactoid is responding, of basically saying like it seems like we're emotionally just responding. In fact, when I first watched the video, I'm so black-pilled on like social media allegation shit that I almost at this point, like I have to be cautious of being like, okay, just because it's a woman coming forward on social media doesn't mean it's just some bullshit, right? Like that's how black-pilled I am on a lot of this fucking shit. And then I watched it and I was like, ooh, she looks really bad. I think that she looks really bad here. I think the reason that I didn't give it the gravity that you did is following people around, I think, is a really unhealthy behavior. I also think it's self-evident why people react to it when the gender roles are reversed. I think this is one that doesn't translate nearly as well to like a gender role reversal. I'll grant you like the beating in the face, because I understand that you're saying it's like the same level of severe threat as her threatening to like go to the police. I understand the analogy there. So I'm being super good faith on that. I think that might be maybe a close analogy. I need to think about it more. But if I'm being honest, I'm biased towards as many people will joke about me being a pick me, about being against these like women in social media dynamics, which I always have to caution myself. And when I watched the video, I actually, especially after reading all the details, I was like, yeah, he seems kind of like a fuck face overall. It doesn't look very good for him. There might be like more complicating factors here for sure, but like this one is not making me obvious that like he's just the victim of like really bad social media trial stuff here.
Well, I guess what did he? So, 100% on the Wi-Fi, stupid petty. What else did he do in that video that really made you think he was like the aggressor?
Nothing in the video.
Exactly,
Actually,
the
it was
video's
All right.
It was the video. It was the releasing her public information afterwards, and the fact that the Coast Guard had abuse reports from both of them and had tons of evidence. I think they had like 300 texts and multiple emails, and they had reports of him agreeing to and admitting to abusing him, and found it enough evidence to find that he was guilty of physical, emotional, and sexual abuse against her, and she was not responsible. So those are the things that really swayed me against his side specifically, even though, to be clear, I think it's more of a mutual abuse, like toxic type situation for sure.
So you're right. The Coast Guard did find that, and I think that's the strongest. That's the strongest thing to look at in terms of.
Yeah.
We know this, so clearly there's probably some other history that just isn't being shown.
And her docs. I think her docs is like really bad. Like I think it's real. It might have even been.
I wasn't aware of that. If he intentionally
in the
did
article.
that. Okay.
I'm not sure if it's intentional. The issue is he, in another video, released a bunch of screenshots of their text together to show like what an awful bitch she's being. And in the screenshot has her full name and her phone number. So people started like calling her and threatening to call like CFS on her. So that was the situation. And I think like, even if it wasn't intentional, I think like releasing your ex's phone number in this type of situation is just like, bro, like even if you didn't mean it, if you didn't intend it, I guess it's slightly less worse, but like, bro, you fucked up. Like you can't do that.
No,
shit.
that's fair. That's fair. If he did that, if he dropped all of her personal info, that's obviously a problem. And then obviously the Coast Guard stuff is an issue. I read those texts where he admitted to being abusive. Obviously, there's different ways you can look at that. I think to me it very clearly reads that he's trying to be sarcastic when he.
It does read sardonic to me.
Yeah.
The question for me is, did the court find enough of a pattern of this type of responsiveness that they felt? Because I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt to the committee or court. I'm not sure what the Coast Guard has, but that they're not so stupid that they like wouldn't be able to read like glibness into things.
You would be surprised.
And
that's possible. I'm just giving the benefit.
No, it's fair. Okay? It's fair. No, it's fair. And that's a very good point. And that's why I'm trying to like. This is why I keep trying to hedge it. I really do. And I even started like before I even talked about this. I even started by saying like, there's a lot of things I don't know. And in this whole situation, it very well could be that he's a terrible piece of shit too. But I've just noticed this trend of like, yes, we've established that, but in this video, we can agree that's pretty shitty, right? And people will say yes sometimes, or people will say, well, like her defense, right? Well, I was angry. The fact that you can give that, and the fact that NBC would publish that sentence in like a positive light, like, yeah, she was angry. I mean, women get angry and they say shit. Like, what? No.
Yeah, it's benevolent sexism necessarily.
Kinda.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
on that, like, Erudite said something super interesting. At least a term, like gender opportunist. I love that term. Like, I'm guessing you just made that up, but that's a really good term. Like, I would call, for instance, the person that our friend Lactoid brought up previously, the Central Park Karen. She would be a gender opportunist, right? Where she used her gender, like as a weapon, her white women tears, to.
Oh no!
I don't think just her gender. I don't think just her gender. But
no, I mean, but to
we're just gonna start fighting about City by Karen.
Yeah. Yeah. But like, I was just. I wasn't bringing up the city bike. That's another thing. But like, that's a harder fight to make. But like, I think clearly that woman was in the wrong. But I'm going to move past that. But the one I'm more familiar with, any which way, is the Central Park.
Yeah, I agree.
But the Central Park Karen. Yeah, but like that's idea of gender opportunism.
Don't steal my laconic words for the wrong moment. Okay, City by Karen was not a gender opportunist.
Once you put it out there, I don't know. It's out in the public, out in the wild.
Yeah, I made the word, and I'm telling you, no. City by Karen was not a gender opportunist.
Wait, you said you came out of Prime's line, so Prime's got rights.
I said
wait, does my parents get all the credit for anything that I produce? Okay.
So I said Central Park Karen. I was talking about the dog, the bird watching situation that had brought up previously, and I'm saying yes, like that woman, like weaponized her white women tears against that black man, and much the same way. And it's weird to me that people who can see it. See that in one situation, being this divorce, can't see it in that situation. That like what are these differences that cause people to have a blind spot when we're talking about? Is it the racism? I don't know. Is that the racial aspect that does it?
I was going to ask.
It's literally the same thing.
If he was black, would people here have a different position? If she was threatening to call the cops on him then, and he was like just a black guy, wouldn't then are we like, oh shit, like now this is fucked up?
I'm not leftist enough, so probably not. But
we have the technology to make that video and then send it out there.
Oh, this would be a great social experiment.
Yeah,
someone decfave it.
There's definitely something to like trading all these roles. There's a really interesting paper actually about things like benevolent sexism and hostile sexism, for example. And I think that there's things that happen like benevolent racism and hostile racism, right? Because both of these things are based in like stereotypes associated with gender. So like oftentimes when we watch videos of women doing really awful things, we're like, oh, but she's like a nice, especially if she's a white woman. We're like, oh, but she's a cute girl. Like, you know, maybe she like punched a dog. Actually, dogs are the line. It seems like white women hurting dogs is a hard line. But anything beyond that, like white women could like basically be like, yeah, like I killed a baby. And people are like, I mean, she was really sad after her pregnancy. And you're like, what? Right? So I do think that there is that like benevolent sexism, particularly that intersection of benevolent racism and benevolent sexism towards like white women. So that possibly is going on here. So that might be going on with this woman specifically, where I'm like, well, like, is her claim about like the pedophilia, like maybe not as intensely serious as I would maybe take it otherwise because she's like a cute little white woman? I'm not sure. Super, super hard to know. I guess I'll think more about that one. But yeah.
Like Doobie and Lactoid, like I don't know, I'm just gonna call you guys out, because it seems like for the Central Park Karen, you guys had a lot of grace for this woman when she did like a very similar thing, right?
Yeah, I think she's like objectively, esoterically, transcendentally in the right in Central Park. I think he was like a fucking weirdo that should probably be in a cage somewhere. Okay, and I think the reason he got so much like empathy and airtime, and he got a fucking TV show for a bit that failed, thank God, is because he's black. That's why.
I don't know.
Right? That's literally why. It was a black privilege that let him get away with what he did.
I've seen
there's a TV show,
I'm almost done. And because there are self-hating whites like Erudite and the other liberals in the United States and Canada, whatever, that will just shit on white people and white women specifically all the fucking time. They were very willing to believe that she was in the wrong in the situation because, of course, a white woman emotional.
I thought City Bike Karen. What?
upset.
I said City Bike Karen was
you're getting the wrong one. You're getting the wrong one.
Central Park.
I'm not talking about her.
We can talk about it later. Yeah, I'm also correct about that one. The white lady did nothing wrong. She's totally innocent. The black guy did all the wrong thing.
I don't know what that one is. I don't know what
the
that
Central Park one. This was many. Sorry, this is
basically he tried to fuck her dog in front of her.
Oh yeah, he was a fucking asshole. Wait, why are you saying that? I'm a self-hating white person. I just think that there's like
there are a lot of whites out there that have like terrible white guilt issues and will automatically assume that the white woman's in the wrong when she's interacting with the black.
She weaponized her tears there. So it's interesting.
She was crying.
Right now, we're seeing it right now. Okay, right. So like in one area, like these people can understand. These people being the panelists, right? These non-black people, right? Can seem to understand where like a person is using their gender like opportunistically, maliciously to their benefit. They can see that when making false claims, right? In a toxic situation, right? In a situation that doesn't have like a clear black and white, like a clear hero and a clear villain, but they can still see that like, well, this instance. This is wrong, right? The thing that you're saying here, that is wrong. But then when we move it on to this, to the previous situation with the Central Park Karen, and to just like reiterate for you guys quickly, if you don't know what the fuck we're talking about, there was a person in the park, a black man who's doing bird watching. A white woman was like walking her dog, and he was like, well, you can't like walk your dog there because like interferes with the birds, what the fuck, right? And then he started filming her. And she like freaked out and said she was going to call the cops, and she did call the cops. And she was
when he started calling her dog over, by the way.
Sure, which doesn't fucking matter. Not a crime. Any which way. It literally doesn't. Anyway, whatever.
Was he threatening the dog?
It was.
Hey, he pulled out trees. No, what he said specifically was.
Wait, there's poison on the tree or something? Wait, this of course.
Hold on. I'm not done describing the scene. Hold on.
But if you're describing the scene wrong,
I'm not describing. Hold on.
Just play the video, man.
And then you can criticize. All right. But like, she calls the cops, right, and says that like a black man is attacking her, and she's screaming into to her telephone as if she's about to die, right?
Was he trying to steal her dog? Why was he calling the dog?
Read his Facebook.
Okay.
I just put his Facebook post. His Facebook post, by the way, in the group chat.
What was he assaulting her? Or was he trying to kill her? Was he doing any of that? We could talk about the dog separately. But
sure, maybe she shouldn't have threatened the police. I think people go to the police pretty quickly.
So we can understand that.
But that's totally different than saying that she was weaponizing her white woman tears when she's crying if he's trying to steal her. I would bawl if somebody tried to steal my dog. Are you kidding me?
He wasn't trying to steal her dog. Hold on, wait a minute. I don't even care for. Hold on, I don't care about the dog. I really don't give a fuck about the dog, right? I don't give a shit about that. But this is it. Hold on. No, it's not erudite. This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is why I brought this up, because when it comes to black people and their struggles, right, and how like white women have interacted with them within our history, right? Within the context of a violent racial interaction, like that's disguised, right? We'll recognize white men, right? We'll blame white men, and we should, right? Lactoid, he's a problem. But when we're talking about how white women interact with black men and cause
in his own post,
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about the dog. I don't give a fuck. I wish he shot the dog.
Yeah, I don't care about people making threatening statements.
No, but this is exactly what it is, because what you're doing, erudite, is that you're minimizing what could have happened there, because on exactly these allegations, black men get killed. It's been happening throughout history. But now you can make a fucking joke about it.
And with your enabling, white women get mugged and raped and murdered. What are you talking about? Black men rape and murder white women all the fucking time.
Yeah, whatever.
She's totally her being afraid is totally reasonable.
Did he rape and murder her? Did he do anything?
Not in that situation. He threatened her dog. Totally reasonable.
Any of that shit, right?
It's not threatening the dog. Calling the dog over is not threatening the dog.
Wait, no, he said
person would take that
post.
as a threat.
All
Any
right,
reasonable
I'll
person
let
would take that as a threat.
And so
Look, if you're going to do what
you
if you're going to do what you want, I'm going to do what I want, but you're not going to like it.
And he starts calling her dog over.
And
He has
I'm
fucking
waiting
dog
here
treats in
today,
his pocket.
and
He
I'm
doesn't have a
waiting here
fucking
today.
dog.
No,
he
hold
starts
on,
calling her dog over.
Juby, shut up for a second. Erudite, I'm waiting for the threat here. I'm waiting for the threat that informs the white woman to start screaming into a phone.
I didn't say her reaction was appropriate. I said probably her calling the cops was an overreaction.
But that's what we're literally talking about. But then you're ignoring that. So it's so easy to
because the
issue is not the dog. I don't give a fuck about the dog. The dog doesn't matter. The thing that I'm bringing up, and the reason why, because you use the dog to fucking. Again, I don't even care about the dog and interaction with the dog. Like, it wasn't even that big of a deal. But in any case, right? Like the issue is that this man literally could have died. But then you minimize that. That's so easy to do. If you don't minimize it when it comes to this white couple, but when it comes to this white and black interaction, I guess it's not that big of a deal. I guess you can't understand. Well, maybe you're Canadian because maybe you don't understand. I don't know.
Hey, whoa, watch it, Brian.
You can't understand like the history between the white women and the black community and how they've used their tears. They've said, "Oh, I've been attacked by a black man," and then literally died. Emmett Till.
Do you want me to respond, or do you want to just keep? Okay,
I would love to keep ranting because you.
Okay.
Literally,
in fact, why don't you let me respond instead? I already said it sounds like her calling the cop was an overreaction. I also had no idea about this situation. But yeah, he did make a threat, and it sounds like she did have a massive overreaction. Just so it's clear, it is possible for two people to do something incorrect in a situation. The issue is it's not clear who instigated it, because like I don't know like the rules of the park around bird watching. So like if she was like clearly being a dumbass and like it's a clearly defined like bird watching area, you know, again, bunch of context, I don't know.
That I've ever read though. Like he's threatened to give the dog treats. I'm just saying.
No,
He's
wait.
No. Unless
the
you
woman
have,
alone in
unless you
Central
have,
Park with this big ass buff guy in front of her. Like, what are you talking about?
He's not just threatening to be like, I'm going to hang out with your
raped
puppy.
and assaulted. Like, what the fuck are you talking? Of course, it's reasonable for her to be like concerned.
No, wait. Hold on. Prime was. I'm actually going to agree with Prime.
Pull out the dog treats I carry for just such an intransigence.
No,
I didn't even get a kiss.
No, hold on. The dog treat part is fucked up, and this is a classic example of where there is space to criticize this guy, and there's enough like there, and based on his own posts, there's plenty to like absolutely criticize him, and we should not be like
we can criticize him, but it's not like
we shouldn't be praising. I know we shouldn't be. Well, no, it's fucked up. We shouldn't be praising him as some kind of hero. That said,
he's not a hero, but he's not.
That said, there is one sentence she says here that is completely fucked up. I'm calling the cops. I'm going to tell them there's an African American man threatening my life.
Okay, that context would have been great to have.
She had no reason to believe
really
that.
Bad. Wait,
I literally said that already.
Wait, no, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
No, hold on.
Yes,
I get to respond here, Mad Lad. Okay. The reason why I'm getting frustrated in this conversation, as I said from the beginning, I don't have context. The only evidence submitted right now is the guy's own Facebook post. To be clear, now that you've submitted additional evidence of her saying that, that's really fucking bad. I'm allowed to update my position as I get new evidence and information. That's the only good way to come to opinions.
Wait, why is that
Just
bad?
so it's clear.
Why is that sentence so bad?
Why is what sentence so bad?
Why is threatening to call the cops on somebody so bad?
Because in that moment, you're obviously seeing that she's like racializing the situation. Clearly, there's a racialized threat that's being implied there. There's an African American man, blah, 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 blah.
Right. And so could there be like a genderizing of the threat in the video that we just saw, right? I mean, that's the comparison. In fact, this is a great comparison, actually, where like both people were kind of doing shitty things, but hey, this sentence is pretty fucked up, right? You shouldn't be saying this, and we should criticize her in both scenarios for saying
we are criticizing both.
Excellent.
You want it to be like this sort of like.
Now let's get Doobie on board because Doobie said she did nothing wrong.
Wait, what? What was the thing?
Nobody's saying that she did nothing wrong.
Doobie basically.
No, I'm saying she did nothing wrong. I'm saying she's absolutely
Doobie's literally saying
that. Central Park did nothing wrong.
Are you saying Central Park person did nothing wrong, or the initial thing?
Central
person?
Park. He's talking.
No, he's saying both.
I think the Karen in that situation was a black guy, and he's the one that did the wrong thing.
Why?
I've had this argument with him before.
Are you kidding?
Why?
No, I don't want to have.
So this woman's walking around with her dog in the park. He pops up, starts demanding.
No, there's a sign that says "Don't walk the dog there."
Is he like a park enforcement officer or some shit like that, or just some random ass dude? Right. So she says no. What's the next logical course of action? Go call some enforcement person. Be like, hey, this lady has her dog off leash. If it's that big a deal. Instead, he pulls treats out of his fucking pocket when he doesn't have a dog. By the way,
No,
he pulls treats out of his pocket.
He has.
And
Okay,
he calls
hold
a
on.
fucking dog over after saying to this woman who's alone in the middle of the fucking park, if you're gonna do what you're gonna do, I'm gonna do what I want to do, and you're not gonna like it. That is totally fucking unreasonable.
Okay,
that is not rational, like adult
being
behavior.
a vigilante about enforcing city rules. All right,
He's being a Karen, right? Can you say he's being a Karen?
I don't think so.
Can you say how's it not being a Karen? What's a Karen to?
It's being a little bit of a Karen, just at least the beginning.
Not a little
right?
bit. That's exactly what like the stereotype of Karen
is like what? Someone who enforces rules that aren't theirs. Is that the point?
No,
someone who enforces rules that like don't really like make a big difference to them. Like, oh, you're grilling in the park.
It makes a big
I'm
difference.
gonna call the cops.
A lemonade stand. I'm gonna call the
bird
cops
watcher.
on you.
He can't watch birds when there's a dog in the bird place, right? Is that not the point?
Call the park enforcement. Be like, hey, there's a lady with her dog off leash.
Agreed. He should have done that.
Okay, fine. Yes, he could have.
Done
okay, so like what he did was like a little annoying and kind of bizarre.
Oh, a little
like
annoying,
feeding the dog treats. I mean,
he didn't feed the dog. He didn't feed the dog.
He had a bag of treats. He had a bag of treats.
Hold on. You are misunderstanding or misremembering what I just posted in the chat for you to read. Okay. So what happened is what happened is he started calling the dog over. She said he's not going to go to you, right? And then he pulled out treats and it says something like, "We'll see about that" or some shit like that, right? So like, the intention wasn't to just give dog treats. It was to get the dog over to him, who's some stranger that this lady does not know in the middle of the fucking park.
I mean, this is the most petty.
It's totally reasonable.
Ever, okay?
It's totally reasonable for a woman in this context to be afraid for her life.
You're making a really big step from
bullshit.
No, that's like a big leap, right? Like it's broad daylight. There's the environment.
I
mean, I understand
broad daylight doesn't
with
mean
this.
that there are other people around. People get mugged and murdered and raped in the middle of Central Park in broad daylight.
I'm just thinking about like why I'm disturbed by your argument here. Give me a second.
Well, did we have
he's black and therefore correct in your opinion?
Okay, hold on. Did we have a reason to believe that he was gonna like rape her and kill her?
I mean,
no, she doesn't. Hold on, she doesn't know this fucking guy. This is some random stranger.
You're right.
And this is a very bizarre.
Well, so hold on. So, is there any time there's some kind of spat like between like a white woman and a black woman? It's just like, well, people get raped, so call the cops.
Or shoot them.
Hold on. Actually, yes. Actually, this is the reasonable thing to do. If there's like some kind of spat between two strangers in the park, and a woman is alone, and the other person on the side of it is some random dude, I think it's totally reasonable for her to call the cops. Get somebody, some other authority there to help her deal with it, whether the person's black, white, or whatever.
But she didn't have to say what she said because what she said was a lie, right?
Wait, what was the lie?
She said he was threatening her life. He never threatened her life.
He didn't say that he threatened her life.
I will.
Didn't she say threatened her dog?
No. That if she said threatened her dog, I would 100% be on your side. The only sentence she said that ruined the whole thing for her and made her like, the bad thing she did and made her kind of the bad guy here. I'm calling the cops. I'm gonna tell them there's an African American man threatening my life. That's what she told the guy videotaping her, and that was on video. That's kind of fucked, right? What's the implication?
I know. Hold on. Even that.
And,
I think
and didn't she like? Correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't she?
God.
Isn't it also caught on film that she making the police call, and then she pretty much like reiterated the same thing?
Yeah,
and
multiple times.
Into the like she's being attacked. She's screaming into the. And so
she's upset. People get upset sometimes. I get it.
It's happening right now. Literally the same excuse, the same explanation.
Listen. You think
she was angry
when people are in intense? Hold on. When people are in intense situations, they should behave totally rationally as you would in that situation in your imagination.
Well, no, I don't expect them. I don't expect that they would. But they should be punished when they don't.
Reality is that this was a woman alone, right? And women, I think rightly, have been conditioned to be afraid of men when they're alone, right? In strange places, with strange men. So I think she was very reasonably afraid. And I think, maybe saying that, he was threatening her life. I I think
you don't actually know if she's afraid or not, right? Like
she's
look at
clearly
the
afraid.
Wait,
no,
What do you
look at the
mean?
transcript.
We can
Wait,
take
I
her
just
word
watched
for
the
that.
video.
Transcript.
I just watched the video. Just to be clear, she's a fucking moron. Her entire reaction is insane, right? Absolutely. He also did threaten her dog. Just to be clear. And so, like, both of them are definitely in the wrong. I do think she absolutely had an overreaction. And like the claiming the assault and stuff like that, I think it's just like way too much. I don't know if this is like self-evident to me as like the only reason anyone cared is because she was like a white woman, because everyone's reaction, it sounds like almost immediately was really, really vehemently against her. So I don't know if it's to the point that you guys were trying to raise before, but now that I've watched the full context, yeah, she's being a fucking deranged woman. Yeah.
And what's really interesting about like how this will go.
To be clear, Aaron, I just want to say this. This is a little bit of a criticism, but like I had tried to summarize the video at the very start of this, and I said specifically that she had been saying that she was going to get assaulted and that she was afraid and screaming into her phone. But like when I was saying that, I kept trying to say, hey, let me summarize this, and then you kept talking over me saying, hey, like memeing about the dog, like, oh, the dog's the most important part. And then after that, you said, well, I didn't know anything about that.
Oh my God, are we really gonna? Is this that I told you so?
No, it's not. If we do a meta litigation, the reason why I was saying the dog is really important is because you were wholly dismissing his behavior, and even his own Facebook claim of what he said to her is a threat against the dog, which you were saying doesn't matter. And I said, of course that matters. Of course it does. She also never said I'm being assaulted. She said I'm being threatened. Just to be clear.
Okay, sure. All right, whatever.
Well, that's a pretty distinct difference.
Well,
just to be clear.
Threatening my life.
Yeah, threaten my life. Okay. Oh, yeah, sure.
Whatever. That's a little bit different. Yeah.
But in any case, like I tried to give you the play-by-play, right? And then you ignored that part. Like and then you said afterwards, well, I didn't know what was happening. All right.
Well, no, but I don't think that's like I don't even think it's important. Like she just said I like having more evidence.
Of course. Why the fuck? Okay, Lactoid has quoted videos that we just recently watched incorrectly multiple times. I don't know how recently you watched this video, but why the fuck would I trust your rendition?
I was right the second time. I was right the second time.
She literally likes
I was, Corey. Thank you.
Erudite, like you didn't even hear. You said afterwards, "Oh, I didn't even hear that," even though I told you, right?
Yeah,
because you
I didn't hear you.
Yeah, you didn't hear me because I kept. What I was trying to say.
Wait,
you kept
why do you think I wasn't listening to you?
Saying, so I don't know. Who knows? But
think
I'm
about
criticizing
it.
you for not listening. That's the
no,
problem.
you weren't criticizing me not for listening. You were talking about white woman privilege in a situation. And when I said, well, it sounds like he was threatening her dog, you said, I don't care about any of this shit. I don't care. I don't care. And kept talking over me. And I said, it's kind of important. Okay, we're going to keep.
But okay.
Right, well, now we just have to meta litigate.
Let's talk about the topic.
We can body.
Have a topic. I don't want to have any. We're
this
about to have
is the topic.
Kind of. No, I mean, yeah, actually, interesting. Maybe we'll get some manifestos written and all that stuff too. It'll be great. But no, what I thought was actually really interesting about this is that this man posted this on Facebook, and that Facebook post, he has his own little private audience, and the way it went viral really kind of highlights the danger of posting your grievances anywhere on the internet. Like even in like private DMs is like actually kind of scary on some level, right? Like we talked about like doxing and all that stuff like a little bit ago, and we talked about how bad it is to dox someone's information to a public forum. It's probably just as bad to dox someone's information even in a DM when you're talking about, hey, look at this crazy asshole who did this thing, right?
Doobie.
Lactoid's a lying bitch, okay? So I watched the video again just now.
Oh my God.
Right, so it's true. It's true that she said the threatening my life thing to him. She didn't say that
You
to the
did
cops.
say that to the cops. I just looked that up.
Yeah,
God, fuck.
she didn't.
This is why I don't fucking listen to anyone about the
Yeah,
fucking
fuck you,
videos.
Wait, whoa, what are you talking about?
On the phone with the cops, she says there's an African-American man. I'll send you a video, 113. You can look it up. There's an African-American man. I am in Central Park. He's recording me and threatening myself and my dog. She says he's threatening my life to the man himself before she's on the phone with the cops.
Hold on. So maybe this was misunderstood, but let's practice a little bit of reading comprehension here. Jeez. I said, I'm calling the cops. I'm going to tell them. I'm repeating what I said for probably 3 times now. I'm going to tell them there's an African-American man threatening my life. Was there any ambiguity that I was referencing?
Okay.
Hold on.
Then explain.
Was there any? Hold on. She's threatening him. That's the problem.
She's trying to scare him away.
She's threatening him. She's saying, "I'm going to call the cops and I'm going to tell them." Doobie.
He makes a threat.
Wait, this is hold on. This is the second example of somebody saying that I misquoted something when actually I quoted it correctly. Right? It was right that yes, in the first video I was correct that she was like she was going to threatening to call the cops on the rape thing. I was right about that. And now here, like, if you want to fucking roll back the stream, I repeated the same sentence like 3 times. I'm reading. Hold on. I'm in the middle of talking. I'm literally read off the Wikipedia, right? I'm calling the cops. Why would she tell the cops on the phone? I'm calling the cops. Makes no sense. I'm gonna tell them there's an African American man threatening my life. Does she refer to the cops in third person? Clearly, I'm talking about her making a threat against the black guy, telling him, "Hey, I'm going to call the cops and I'm going to tell them that you're threatening my life." What does that mean in that context? What that means is that she's sick. She wants to get the cops.
She wants to scare him off.
No, she wants to sick the cops on him, and he never threatened her life.
She was trying to scare off this fucking weirdo that was harassing her and her dog.
This situation.
But the important thing
apparently
is when
was
she got
yelling
on the phone,
at her as well.
When she got on the phone, she didn't say that. So what's the fucking problem?
That we have all this hard
because she threatened him.
After he threatened her.
Wait.
Oh, okay, hold on. Are you serious? So, like, if I let's say I walk up to someone in the park, I'm gonna shoot you. Well, as long as they don't tell the cops that I did it.
Hold on,
no,
Lactoid.
it's a threat.
Lactoid. That
you are ignoring the racial history, Doobie, of this country.
Hold on, 1 second. So, please, don't. Please, Mr. Slavery is a good thing. Don't do that.
I did not say it was a good thing. I said it was beneficial for certain demographics today in America. That's a different question. That's a different question.
That's who you're siding with, Prime.
Oh my god. Okay.
Lactoid, these are your allies, okay?
It's a different argument. It's a different argument, Doobie.
Your ally believes that you should be thankful for slavery. Think about that.
True.
You're on the wrong side, or Prime.
Okay. All right. So we can move past this.
Now we can move past it. On that note. Okay.
Yeah.
She was. Hold on. Honestly, she was threatening. Yeah, she was threatening the life of that black man. Unironically, that was a problem. And then she should be criticized for that. Absolutely.
Absolutely was. Thank you.
I mean, how is this different than swatting?
It was an empty threat.
How is this different than swatting?
How is this different than swatting?
It is totally different. Wait, it is so different because when you do swatting, when you call the cops, you say the shit that makes them show up to be hyper violent. When she called the cops, she literally said something different.
What'd she say? What'd she say?
She said, "I am being threatened in Ramble." What is it? "I'm being threatened by a man in Ramble. Please send the cops immediately. I'm being threatened. A man is recording me. He's threatening myself and my dog."
Well, no, right here. He's threatening myself. He is threatening me.
So the one
difference between this,
so one difference between this and swatting, the one difference is that she didn't say he has a gun. Basically, is the primary difference.
No.
There is an African American man. I'm in Central Park. He is recording me and threatening myself and my dog. Please send the cops immediately.
Just so it's clear, her claiming that somebody has a gun for swatting is a massive difference. So you saying, so she's just saying he didn't have a gun, makes the entire context wildly different. So thank you, Mad Lad. Yes, true. It's way more severe when you swat people.
Yes.
Fucking obviously. Okay,
right.
Great.
Okay, cool. That's what I was saying. I was like, okay, yeah, so swatting's a lot worse because you're talking about an active shooter situation versus a threat.
I don't
versus somebody accurately reporting a threat to the police.
But I don't have. Hold on 1 second. I don't have the text in front of me. So like
I linked the video.
I have it in front of me.
Yeah, but like video if you want. I don't want to.
I have the here. I'll send you a nice little link with the text here.
She tells the operator that, quote, "There is an African American man. I am in Central Park. He is recording me and threatening myself and my dog. Please send the cops."
Where's the lie?
Which is what I remember. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So like the threat becomes that he's black. Right, that's why I was getting to.
So anytime you call the cops,
it's open season right now.
Fucking idiot!
Okay.
It's like you're calling it an execution.
Hold on,
it
does
because it's so bad.
That's so stupid.
There's so many instances.
So you can't call the cops on black people when they're being fucking stupid. Like, what are you saying?
No, you absolutely can, and you can absolutely properly report what was going on, right?
Which is what she did.
Like Lactoid said. Like Lactoid said previously, if she had said he's like threatening my dog, right? Being weird, and he was being weirdo with the dog. Absolutely, I get that, right? And he's like, this man is making me uncomfortable. He's being
definitely odd.
He's threatening my dog. Can you please send help? That is perfectly reasonable. That is perfectly an accurate representation of what's happening. But she screaming on the remember the thing you guys aren't hearing is the volume where she's screaming at the top of her lungs onto the phone, right? About this, and like that encourages a response from the cops. Now the cops, that's funny enough, literally didn't even show up, so that was fair enough there. But like that is encouraging a response from the cop that could be lethal. That absolutely could be lethal in a situation that absolutely does not require it. That's the problem.
I 100% agree with Prime.
So she dares to be like emotionally distressed after this crazy person comes up and starts fucking with her and her dog. If she dares to show any of that emotion in her phone call to the police, she's trying to get murdered. Like,
she's exaggerating the situation.
She's not exaggerating at all.
She absolutely is.
There's nothing.
And that's my point. That's my point.
What she reported was completely accurate.
Let's bring it up. Let's bring this all back home. So we all have the same exact information, the same exact data in this interpersonal struggle that happened. And we're having this wild hour-long debate on the nuance of who was the most right and who's the most wrong. This is why interpersonal shit should not be on the internet. That's my bottom line. That's my thesis. I'm just saying we should just avoid it altogether, because we're getting into the weeds here and we're figuring out who's right and who's wrong, but we're not going to have an accurate answer at the end of the day. Probably.
No, we can absolutely have an accurate answer of this. Like, this was like a short interaction. It's not like they had like a long history with one another that we don't understand, and that colors this whole situation. It was actually quite short, and within that context,
but we can't agree on it even when it was short, right?
Yeah,
it's so short,
wow, yes,
and we can't agree on it for some reason.
Yes, people have different opinions.
I mean, Doobie's being a troll here. We're on a debate
panel. I'm surprised.
Not being a troll.
There was acrimony. I know, crazy.
No, but my point is that with something
I agree with from Lactoid when this is similar to swatting. When you're saying you're bringing up his race and implying that your life is in danger, like screaming into the phone, I mean, help, send someone, right? Like that is similar to swatting. So
it's similar.
So I hate to do this, but I do need to go back. Lactoid, when you brought up the threatening my life, it was directly in response to me defanging her phone call to 911. I just checked the clip, and you specifically said, what did she say threatening my life, when I was talking about her 911 call specifically. So you tried to imply that threatening my life was part of the 911 call, which I agree would be a much more severe 911 call. But she didn't do that. Again, what she did was fucking stupid. She did have an overreaction, and she should be embarrassed. But claiming all this extra stuff that we're trying to bag into it, I don't know is actually substantiated by the actual video.
So to be clear, in case I misspoke, she told the guy directly that I'm going to call the cops and tell them that a black guy is threatening my life. That's essentially what she did.
Right. She did not say that to the police.
Right. What she said to the police was she called the police and said, "There's a black guy threatening me. Help! Please send the police."
Okay. Also, now she said,
I don't know how. I mean, sure, they're different. They're different.
But
I don't know how different. But okay.
But hold on.
Again,
what's inaccurate?
Is again inaccurate in the direction you want it to be, which is the problem with all of this, right? If you keep adding little words in and bagging all these little things, it makes your argument seem way bigger.
I'll remove help.
A whole part of this problem.
Please send the cops immediately. Please send the cops immediately.
What's wrong with that?
There you go.
So again, putting this into context, she's alone in the park being harassed by this fucking weirdo.
Okay, can we not? No, I don't want to do this again. I don't want to do this again.
Then shut the fuck up. So Lactoid, can you explain?
You're doing it again.
Can you explain, Lactoid? What was inaccurate about what she said? Or is it just the problem that she was emotional and that she accurately described his race?
The two things that she did wrong. So the two things she did wrong is the threat. I'm going to call the cops and tell them an African-American man is threatening my life. Okay, that's the first thing she did wrong. The second thing she did wrong is when she called the police and says, "There's an African-American man. I'm in Central Park. He's recording me and threatening myself."
Wait, do you
think did he ever threaten her?
Do you think calling the cops is a threat of violence now?
I think calling.
When you and I debated about the Kirpan, you said it explicitly wasn't a threat of violence.
I'm almost there. I think calling. I don't recall that debate, but I'll look back at it.
I do. I was there.
Okay, so I said that if calling the police on a lie is not a threat of violence.
You said that threatening to call the police or calling the police isn't a threat of violence.
On an actual crime or on a lie?
The person had a Kirpan and they thought it was a weapon.
Yeah, that's a reasonable belief to call the police on. I don't think that's like a threat.
I
of
didn't
violence.
say no, that's you don't think okay, so right now you're saying that her calling the police is a threat of violence, but in the past it wasn't a threat. Isn't calling the police always going to be a threat of violence no matter what? Isn't that the reason why you're concerned about her calling the police in the way that she's doing?
Yeah, fair enough. I guess if I didn't specify justified versus unjustified, because the cops are always going to bring violence with them wherever they come, right?
So, and for everyone knows, kirpan is like a religious
it's a
knife.
sword, right?
Hindu
it's a dagger. It's a dagger.
Sword's
a
little bit of a...
So, yeah, it's not a sword. It's like a small dagger that Sikh people wear.
Okay, it's a blade. I'm sorry if it's a dagger or a fucking sword. It's a fucking blade, and they got a blade on them.
Hold on. I've noticed a pattern, Lactoid. You sneak in a couple of extra words.
I said sword compared to dagger. Are you kidding me?
Weight your claims in the direction of your narrative, like calling it a sword, or saying help,
Corey. Let me.
Or saying threatening my life in regards to the 911. You keep inserting these little words to make your narrative seem more salacious.
Yeah, the
very naughty to do.
Blade aspect,
to be clear, my original
kind of like when you said the rape was unrelated, or the call the cops was unrelated to the rape part. When I rewatched it, and it turns out it was. Oh my goodness!
Yeah. Okay, so and to be clear, my original claim was that she.
You said it was regarding the fucking the Wi-Fi. It wasn't.
No, I said it was for her being in the bathroom and not leaving.
No. That's when you said he said it. I'm saying the first. Well, Prime, you gotta wait a second, okay? You said that when she said she's gonna call the cops, it was because
calling the cops.
Yes, in the original video, yes. You were wrong on that. She threatened to call the cops, and then he was like, "For what?" And she said, "I'm going to say that you raped me. I'm going to say that you molested my kids." Yes, it was all related to the threat of calling the police, which you said it wasn't.
Okay, bring this all home.
Hold on 1 second.
Speechless. Okay, go ahead.
My original claim was that she was weaponizing her. She was a gender opportunist. Like, shout out to my friend Erudite. She was a gender opportunist and weaponizing her white woman tears. And that occurs both when we're talking about the cops, but also when she's just talking to this guy saying that, like, I'm gonna call the cops, threatening that a black man is threatening me, right? That is weaponizing. Just like when we saw the previous video, with the divorce, right? There wasn't, the police weren't actually involved, but the threat of the police was involved, right? Like, that is a weaponization. So that's what I was talking about, and I was correct the entire time.
All right, let me finish one more thing.
So this weaponizing her white woman tears thing is really fucking racist.
Weaponizing.
So because she's white, she's not allowed to be emotional over like a bad interaction with a stranger.
Why don't we focus on the topic at hand, right? Like, we're talking about, like, the questions were, should creators be held responsible for the abuse they can direct against private individuals? I think posting shit online, like just interpersonal shit overall, is weaponizing the internet to get recourse against whoever it is you have beef with.
Okay.
And I think it's not fair game for people to air their personal struggles out if it's like interpersonal, but if it's personal and just you alone against no one, then there's a lack of weaponization.
I'm glad you re-summarized that. Okay, let's move. We can move on to the next topic. But Doobie, you can have.
I just want to clarify. Let me clarify one thing. If I said that, if I didn't specify that calling the police is always violence, and the question is whether or not it's justified or not justified, I want to make that clarification now. Yes, the police will bring violence wherever they come. It's all going to be violence. But if you're calling the police over something illegal, it's justified. If you're lying about something, it's no longer justified.
Wait, hold on, Lactoid. So pets are property. We both agree, right? So he was trying to take her property in that video.
Yes. So she was justified in calling the cops. It was the things she said that were wrong.
But hold on. But so I posted it in the group chat again. That, look, if you're going to do what you want to do, I'm going to do what I want to do, and you're not going to like that. You're not going to like it. How is it not a threat? He didn't say your dog's not going to like it. He didn't say your dog's not going to like it. He said you're not going to like it.
He was saying that as he pulled out the treats, Doobie.
It's okay. Hold on. It's not wrong to threaten to call the police. It's actually better to warn somebody that you're going to call the police than to not warn them. Do you think it would be better if she didn't say I'm going to call the police and she had just called them?
No. The threat, when she said, I'm going to call them and tell them an African-American man is threatening my life. That's the part that's fucked up. If all she said is, I'm going to call the cops and tell them you're trying to poison my dog, that's reasonable. Very reasonable.
It's fucked up because it's a disproportionate response to the situation.
It's a lie. That's why it's wrong.
No, he was threatening her dog.
No, her life.
Yeah, I get that. But she didn't say that to the police.
But she said that to him. That was the part where
so she
fucked up.
exaggerated to try to scare him off. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah, so like, look at
should she have walked away? Yes, she should have walked away. There's a million other straps that she could have taken.
I brought this up in comparison to the divorce situation, right? In that situation, in the videos, like the police like weren't actually called. So I understand the police weren't actually called. We're talking about calling the police. We were talking about making false accusations, correct? Right? And so I brought these two up to compare them. Was that incorrect comparison on literally those grounds? Okay, great, thanks.
Wait, on what grounds?
Moving on.
On the grounds that they're like comparable in that like they're both threats of false accusation. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, and that shitty people do shitty things.
Yeah, but in one,
able to parse those
do you think that if you are feeling intimidated and you lie to try to get them to stop intimidating you, that's wrong? Because we agree that threatening to call the police isn't wrong. And if you are genuinely feeling intimidated and you lie to try to dispel the person, do you think that is wrong?
Sorry.
Because when she called the so she did lie.
Please.
Yeah. So she did lie to him. She said, "I'm going to call because you're threatening my life," which is wrong. He was just threatening her. The issue is she was feeling intimidated and trying to end the situation. She said, "If this continues, I'm going to call the police and tell them that you're threatening my life." We agree that calling the police isn't wrong. And we would probably agree that lying to stop somebody who you're feeling intimidated by is also not wrong. Otherwise, everyone would be basically saying that when women say, "I have a boyfriend," if they're uncomfortable around a guy asking them out, that it's somehow inherently wrong. And on top of that, when she called the police, she literally didn't say that. So she didn't lie to the police. She didn't make a false accusation to the police, which is good. Was she being fucking stupid about the situation? Yeah. Could she have solved her problem in a million other ways? Yes. Was she kind of white woman tears on the phone with the police? I would actually agree with that. But she didn't lie to the police.
And on that
she should have just walked away, and she should have always had her dog on the leash. She should have I don't know why the dog was off the leash, unless it was explicitly an off-leash dog area. If she wasn't a moron, she would have put her leash on her dog and walked away.
Okay.
You probably shouldn't bring treats with him to the park too. It's kind of weird.
I know he might have had his own dog. I don't know. I'm guessing that's.
He said he doesn't. He said he brings treats explicitly for that situation.
Yeah, he's like an intentional enforcer. It's odd, but it's not fucked up.
He's a Karen. He's a weirdo Karen that goes and harasses people at the park.
Like the scale.
He is a weirdo, but like
weird, but not
anything that I said. But anyway, okay, so we can move on to the next topic.
Thank fuck.
Okay. My word is final.
As always, at white women's words are always final in these situations.
Wait.
The amount of black privilege on this panel is distressing.
Okay. All right, so let's move on.
You guys think that benevolent racism exists for all races? Like, do you think, like, I think there's lots of benevolent racism towards white people. Do you guys think there's like benevolent racism towards other groups?
Yeah. Absolutely. I think I wasn't memeing earlier when I said there's like black privilege that exists. I think a lot of people assume that the black person in a bad interaction is correct because they're black.
No, you're absolutely right. I agree with you. So we can skip past this quickly. I do agree with you, DB, that there absolutely is. Like, I've seen on the other side of this, I've seen black people weaponize their victimhood. To say that like, oh, this clearly I'm experiencing racism here when you're clearly not. When you're clearly in the wrong. And I've given examples of this in the past. So I don't know if you guys want me to rehash that, but I've seen this, and that's absolutely weird thing. And they can weaponize their potential victimhoodness to get themselves out of a situation, or to like put someone else in a vice, and that's absolutely wrong. Okay, let's move on to our next topic. Oh boy,
last controversial one.
Before then,
fuck.
I gotta say that these individuals, like, I love them all, and this was a really good spirit to me. And I think that these conversations don't work as well when you don't like know all these people, right? Like I know Lactoid, I know Doobie, and I know our friend Erudite, and I understand that even when we're in disagreements, none of these people are bad faith. They're just like trying to express their honest opinions in that moment, and I hope they feel the same about myself. So I think it kind of enhances the conversation when we get into these like big clashes. So shout out to them.
I think you got to be careful saying shit like that when Lactoid's here. Lactoid took a big L over the last couple weeks when he defended slavery. So like he's going to
I
try to be
also
rebuilding his reputation with the
want to
black community.
add that since we all know each other, we can have these healthy debates, and we still can't agree on things like a very short 1 minute interaction. But the bottom line, the answer to our last debate is nobody even cares about it. All right, fine, just go on. I'm done.
Okay.
I'm done.
Guys,
Fine.
if you've been enjoying this content, if you're here, and I'm sure you did, right? Then consider helping out the channel. We do really need your help. We haven't gotten many donations recently. We do actually need your help, guys. So consider subbing to the channel, gifting bits or gifting subs. If you're on YouTube, YouTube, just consider becoming a member. Or use your hype chats or super chats. Those also support the channel. We do actually really need your help. So if you're out there, you're like, hey, this is super entertaining, or I learned something, or something annoyed me, I don't know, whatever, right? They can help out the channel so we can grow. Thank you for the 500 bits. I knew this, but yeah, we do need more help. So sub to the channel. If you're out there, you haven't subbed. If you have an Amazon Prime Gaming, you haven't used that, use that here. It's free for you. Our friend Mad Latin, I think, or was it you or someone else? I don't know. Who used their? No, it was Wick. Used their.
Wait! I can do it though. I think I haven't used one of those in forever. I don't stream, so.
Okay.
Wait!
Thank you, Mad Latin, for gifting a Prime Gaming resub for 26 months. We are
That's a long
so
time.
close to not 26 months consecutively, unfortunately, though. But
I have stuff to do.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Kidding. But anyway, we're close to a hype train, which would be quite helpful, guys. We do need your help. So, like, if you want this content to continue, I cannot do it without you. But I've been doing it without you for a while now. But I need your help to continue doing this. So, sub to the channel, gift bits or gift subs, or like a direct donation to PayPal. That'll be great too. If you want to do that. Support the channel so I can support you, and get all these people around. All right. And help us get like a hype train started. You know, we're almost there. So one more person, subs to the channel, get bits or gift subs. You'll get ad-free viewing, you get our emotes, and you'll be supporting us. All right. So I'll go to the next topic. Topic 2. Is it pronounced FIDE or FIDE or
FIDE?
FIDE. Thank you. FIDE, the governing body of competitive chess, has ruled that trans women cannot compete with cis women, at least until quote-unquote further analysis of the situation is complete. They must also forfeit titles they may have won as women. Does this expose the lie of anti-trans in sports rhetoric? Is this rule in any way reasonable? If cis women can't compete with trans women on this even of a playing field, does this have implications on their intelligence as a whole? So this is exactly what it sounds like.
Can I take a lead on explaining a lot of this so that when people have their opening things, it's
I'll let you have your opening first. But yeah. So this is exactly what it sounds like. The governing body has made this ruling, and it seems to have like weird implications, at least to me, about like what we consider a woman's capabilities to be. So I really want to explore this, and I'm glad I have people who are like in the chess world here who can talk about it. And guys, help us start a hype train. Subs to channel, give bits or give subs. Like do it. We do need the assistance. Help us out. All right, go ahead.
It's really important because Prime like paid me a lot of money to show up tonight to talk about this. So you guys really have to. Okay, so FIDE is the governing body of competitive chess, as is listed in the thing. And the way it works is like every country has its own chess organization, and then FIDE kind of just like sort of runs the whole kit and caboodle. FIDE is notorious for doing a really bad job of actually handling any sort of delicate anything. So, for example, when there was a women's chess championship a little bit ago, they had a breast implant company as a sponsor, for example. Like, they're completely incompetent. Like, they have no idea what they're doing and pisses everyone off.
What was the company?
I don't know what it was
I'm
called.
looking,
Like,
so.
yeah, just look it up. Like, it's fine. And like, you know, one of the people that's in charge of FIDE, like a high role, this guy named Nigel Short, for example, he's like, he's one of those people who says, oh yeah, women are worse at chess than men. Like, there's just like a lot of sexism rampant all over FIDE. So the whole reason why there's women titles in the first place is that there are fewer women playing chess than men. it's a boys club. There's two reasons for this, right? There's like the cultural, like classical, oh yeah, like, you know, buddy shit. And then there's also like just the every time a woman's playing chess, they get hit on by all the male players. And so the end result is basically you have a situation where there with a smaller population and all the stress that comes from the sexism and the hitting on and all that other stuff, that women's ratings are actually much lower than men's ratings. But it's not necessarily a reflection of like, you know, biological opacity. It's literally the stressors, the cultural stressors are just completely different. So when FIDE is addressing the trans issue, what they decided was that if you can change, that's allowed. So if you do make that shift from male to female, your rating is intact, so you get to keep all that stuff. And there can be a transition of titles. I have to remember what titles are allowed, but I don't want to get into the weeds on like the technical things. But if you're a trans woman, you can't participate in cis women only events. And their rationale here is that I'm kind of reading into it a little bit, but the idea is that like the culture is different and it might undermine their efforts of bringing women into chess. So that's what they've got going on. But they are accepting folks who are trans as a part of like they're acknowledging the trans, but they're not allowing folks who are trans. They're segregating trans folk from women's competition, basically. So that's the lowdown. And there's been a lot of arguments I've had with other chess players on this. So I'm actually very curious to hear what everyone else has to say about this.
Okay, thank you so much. Right to it, I apologize for letting a non-white get in front of you. Like your turn, please.
Well, according to the census, I don't know. Anyway, so I'm just going to start this off with a hot take because it's what I believe. Women's sports are just affirmative action for women. I am fine personally with not just chess, but all sports, people playing in any league. I'm also fine with leagues as private entities deciding to restrict certain people from participating in their league based on whatever kind of sense of competition they want to establish amongst themselves. So, if you want to set up your own league with your own rules, I'm totally fine with that as well. Personally, like generally people can do what they want. Personally, I just want to see who the best player is as opposed to who is the best out of some subgroup. I actually also do enjoy chess, but I'm not going to be watching any kind of women's only league. I'm going to be seeing who is the best at the general tournament because I want to see who is the best at chess. I think General Elo is great. I do think, and this is where maybe things go into areas that I'm not fully versed in. Maybe Corey can help me out here. It could be that they have some bases here that aren't entirely bigoted. The cultural harassment, I think that you brought up, Mad Lad, is absolutely relevant here, right? If you're trying to foster something, it could be, yeah, we have to do this, and some people are going to be caught in the net that we otherwise probably they shouldn't be. But I'm sorry, we just have to do this. That's, I think, can be reasonable. There's also some evidence that testosterone can enhance spatial reasoning ability, and this could be relevant to chess. I'm not 100% sure how this evidence isn't super solid as it relates to chess, but there is relatively solid evidence that this does happen with the introduction of testosterone, which obviously men have a lot more of just biologically. So based on all those reasons, ultimately, I have to say, yeah, they can do what they want, but generally speaking, I don't really have much respect for leagues who have to restrict people who can beat them from entering them.
Thank you. Let's go to our friend Corey.
I think Lacto, you might have stole my position based off of previous interactions of letting. I think I've been pretty consistent, and I think it's coming full circle of letting people compete against people. But also at the same time, if you're a private, I guess, enterprise, you want to make your own rules. I guess you have the right to do that. Where I think this sort of, as alluded to in the prompt, I think this exposes some things where, at least from the limited data that I can find, there doesn't seem to be any real justification for separating them. But I can understand carving out spaces to allow for certain spaces to pretty much make room for women in chess. But yeah, at the end of the day, I would prefer that people just compete against people, especially when it comes to things like this.
People can... Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I'll leave it there for now.
Erudite.
Yeah, I actually didn't realize that there was like a women's only chess section. I was kind of surprised when I found that out. It's not obvious to me that that would necessarily be needed unless we're talking about like the fact that men tend to be like more extreme in general. So maybe it's because like at the extreme high levels that you're going to see like maybe more male representation just by like the extremeness of genetics. I'm not totally sure what the reasoning is specifically there. It sounds like it's just like female inclusion or whatever. I'm usually fine with private leagues. It just sounds like FIDE isn't just a private league. It sounds like it's kind of like almost like a global authority for chess. So maybe I need to clarify that detail. But if FIDE is like a global authority, then it's not, and it has like a monopoly on this, then it's not, it's a private entity, but it's also kind of not. It's like one of these complicated things like colleges and registries for like professionals and stuff. So I'll just ask Mad Lab after. My opinion will probably move depending on the nature of FIDE. And I don't fully understand, especially like T may improve spatial reasoning. That seems to be somewhat true. Like there's some evidence actually that trans men have an improvement in visual spatial skills specifically when they start transitioning. The question is, do trans women maintain the benefit? And when I think about it like neurologically, I don't know if I'm convinced that it would. It feels like a neurochemical effect, not like a neural structural effect. So I would need to see evidence that like trans women maintain some average slight benefit to visual spatial skills or something like that, which I'm just dubious that that would exist. But hey, maybe it would. I doubt the data's out there.
Madeline, could you just quickly tell us about the status of FIDE?
FIDE decides who's the world champion of chess. So like they are the global
They're like a global
entity.
authority.
Yeah, they're the global authority.
So
there
they're
was
private,
like
but also like
yeah.
monopoly private.
When you're talking
like
about chess champs, you're talking about a FIDE champ.
Yeah, but so the thing is, there's like two different organizations that were existing in the aughts for a little bit there, but they combined and there's like one unique organization that's running everything right now.
Okay.
So
And
when
that's
Magnus
FIDE.
Carlsen was a world chess champion, that's FIDE saying, hey, this is how FIDE decides how a world champion becomes a world champion. And then runs the events and does the advertising or whatever else. In terms of there being a separate section for women, it's not quite like that. Like there's separate women-only tournaments that do exist, but women are often competing with men. To get a title like Grandmaster or Women's Grandmaster, there are a set of requirements. The requirements for Grandmaster versus Women's Grandmaster are just different. That's what the distinction mostly is.
Is it easier for women's grandmaster? Like the requirements lesser? Okay.
Yeah, the requirements are lesser. Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to keep it as simple as possible because
no. I appreciate that. I don't know much about the world, so yeah.
It's pretty boring. Sorry. Let's go.
What the fuck?
I'm just kidding.
I'll kill you.
Prime.
No, that's not in a video game.
Dark Lord and Savior, do we please?
So I'm a little bit torn about this, right? Because I think that there's like a terrible implication, right, from FIDE's decision, which is that men or males have some kind of like biological advantage, right? Like some kind of like something about men just makes them better at chess, right? And I think the way that that could translate is, it might make women who are playing chess, who are interested in chess professionally or otherwise, feel like they are being put down by the like international organization that runs chess. I think like that must feel terrible. But I think the other side of this is there's been, I don't want to call it an agenda. It's an agenda, right? In the LGBTQIA whatever the fuck community, right? With trans activists specifically, they try to kind of break down the walls, right, between like males and females in all sorts of places in our culture, right? And we see that in sports, right? In like basketball and swimming, etc. And I think chess is like another one of those battlefields, and I think it's reasonable for people to want to defend a space for women, right? Or a space for women specifically, even if there are no biological differences, even if there's no reason that men and women couldn't compete. I think because this is traditionally like a male-dominated activity, like chess, and a woman getting into chess who might see it as a male-dominated activity with a male-dominated culture, right? That might put them down, or they might like feel harassed or whatever. I think that fostering something specifically for women, and I mean like real women, might actually encourage them to get into the sport, right? To seek it out and feel like there's a community there that could be welcoming to them. And I think something that we need to take into account is, yeah, it's true that I think we're kind of shifting towards seeing trans women as women, quote unquote. But these are typically people who are raised as men, who interact with each other and with other people in ways very similar to the way that men interact with each other. They tend to have a lot of the cultural tendencies that men have, right? They tend to be more aggressive, more comfortable with conflict, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? So like, I think that introducing what are essentially feminized people who grew up in it with like a masculine kind of culture and tradition into a space that is full of people who didn't have that, right? Who grew up as women in a patriarchal Western society that has like a very distinct type of way like interacting with each other. I think that could be disruptive, right? So I think it's reasonable for the organization to say, hey, we're going to hold on for a couple of years, think about this, and then come back to it.
So it's interesting that you should say that like the FIDE organization is slighting women, because it's actually like kind of quite true, right? Like I talked about the sponsor, and like there's a lot of instances where the organization is actually really, really bad for women's chess. But it's not just a situation where women are being encouraged to join this boys club and like there needs to be a separate section for women specifically to do that. It's also a situation where like women endure a ton of sexual harassment at chess tournaments. Like every single female chess player I've ever talked to has at least one story. And like we're talking about like really gratuitous, really gross things, like condoms being like sent to their hotel rooms, or like
God.
just like we're talking like really bad shit. Like it's bad. So there is a need to carve out like a serious space for women players and to make it okay. And like there's players who just start playing chess, right? And they're really excited about it. Like Twitch had a big chess boom, right? And they go to their first over-the-board chess tournaments and then are completely disappointed by just everything, the harassment, all that other stuff, and then it's documented and it causes a whole controversy in the chess world. So there's a definite need for that, and there is the situation that exists where like trans women have a different situation going on in terms of culture, because like being brought up a male gives you certain cultural attributes that you wouldn't have necessarily if you're born female.
That you wouldn't have?
Well, like for example, as a male growing
Like
up as a male,
socialization.
like socialization, yeah. The way the socialization happens is very, very different. There's
Think
a
like Irish
confidence.
Marion Young, like throwing like a girl. I don't know if you know the essay, but talking about like sometimes we teach girls to like engage in their bodies and their spaces differently because of like girls are often taught to be like nice and sweet and like social, interactive, and positive, and like less encouraged to be like hyper aggressive and competitive, which therefore like could long term affect the way that you like compete in various competitive type things.
Right.
Potentially, I think that's what Matt Loud saying. Sorry,
That's what I'm getting at, and
Wow.
my vocabulary on this is limited. I've been spending a lot of time on not this, so it's hard to articulate all the ideas I have here. But yeah, so when you are socialized differently and then you transition, you have there are like it's a different what's the CRT term? The intersectionality is just different, I guess. Like the way that like you can't necessarily give someone the same sorts of advantages for joining the group, and that's like kind of where the fine tuning of the debate kind of, or the situation like kind of comes in. And so FIDE is saying that they're going to have a 2-year hiatus on allowing trans women to play in cis women events while they do research and try to figure out like what to do. And I guess like my bottom line, what I'm trying to figure out, and the reason why I was excited to participate today, is because I'm very curious what solutions might make the most sense. And because this is actually a very difficult question to answer. There's a lot of folks who are giving like just very flat responses. There's the traditional progressive response within chess where it's like, okay, women are women. There's no question that we should just keep things as they are, which I agree with. The thing that seems to be the biggest problem is this idea of like someone being a very strong male player just making the swap South Park style just to get the titles and the accolades that come from the Switch, right? And like, how serious is that threat? I don't think it's like actually a really reasonable thing, but that's like where most of the controversy kind of exists.
Can I ask a quick question, Mad Lad?
Yeah.
Let's assume that like these were patrolled by cops, and so the sexual harassment part's not part of it.
Okay.
Would it matter? Would it matter to you, if like all the winners were men? Just it was even competition, but it just turned out
not at all to me.
So
Like,
it would.
no.
Yeah. So like
But-
is the only desire for women's league just like the avoiding of sexual harassment?
I think that's like I think that is, well, it seems women's league isn't actually the right way of like thinking about it. It's titles, right? Like, so to get a title, you have to beat a certain number of people with a title themselves, and you kind of harvest points from each game you win, and then those points, those norms, give you a title. So the women's bracket is really just a different title system for women.
What are the rewards for winning like the women's title? I'm not familiar.
So like there's a prize fund for women's only, like for every chess tournament has its own prize fund, and you get rating points from it as well. Those are the two things. Yeah.
So there's some people that are eligible.
Just very quickly, someone gave a hype chat. Thank you, Solus the PG, who we're hanging out with on Saturday. Prime, love you, bro. Thanks for everything, and also look like CJ from GTA San Andreas, with a goatee, respectively. LOL. Thank you for the $5 hype chat. Awfully kind.
You look nothing like CJ from GTA.
Yeah, it's because I'm black.
Cool.
Yeah. I guess they would need to establish. So this is really complicated because I've spoken with like a lot of trans women about specifically kind of like the socialized experience of becoming like a woman. And some trans women I've talked to have this really interesting perspective where they talk about like this kind of like internalized misogyny where they see like feminine things as worse, like inherently. And so they have a hard time like when they're moving into feminine spaces and interacting with other women, feminine ways that are kind of like culturally feminine ways that like women spaces tend to interact with each other. They're inclined to be like, this is like cringy shit or like weaker shit. Which could potentially be a contributing factor to this. My issue with like the FIDE decision is it feels, I understand why they're doing it. They're basically saying we don't really want to have this going on unendingly without any research. We'd rather figure it out first and then implement it after. They're kind of being like cautious. It feels weird that they haven't substantiated like any plausible reasons as to why they specifically believe that trans women being in cis women titles, competing for cis women titles and in cis women tournaments or whatever, how that would change the dynamic specifically. That's like the main thing that feels kind of like weird to me. Because it does, like GB said, it does kind of feel like FIDE is backhanding women a little bit by being like, yeah, men are just better than you biologically. And it's like, well, if you're like wanting to encourage women to come into the sport, probably making that type of decision that looks this way is like the least effective way to do that.
Right.
So I don't know. It just seems really weird. That's the main thing. The FIDE decision just seems fucking weird to me. I'm just like, why are you doing this?
Yeah. So my chess friends are screaming at me that I need to further explain a few aspects of this to make it easy. And I think there's a better way of doing it. Okay. So chess tournaments can have a variety of different requirements for people to play in. So when I'm running chess events, I can say that something is open or closed. And then there's rating requirements for participation. So that's MMR, right? So if something's closed, like let's say I was running a chess tournament in Missouri and I was saying that it is closed, I would advertise that Missouri closed. You have to live in the state of Missouri to be able to participate in this event. And then I would specifically list whether it was US chess or FIDE rated. And if it's FIDE rated, it's also US chess rated usually. And in our country, the memberships just kind of go hand in hand. And then there's different brackets. So like I could run a scholastic only tournament. So sometimes I'm running chess tournaments where you have to be 17 and under and of a specific rating level. So when we're talking about women's only tournaments specifically, that's just an additional requirement added to the event. You have to be female to play in this event. That's all it is. It's not a whole separate bracket or a league. All the
You
rating
have to be
points,
female or woman.
Oh shit. That's
well, I guess we have the answer
now. Oh god.
Sounds like it's female, hey?
This is a chess, like we're figuring this out. Like the chess world is weird. We don't know what we're doing here. I'm gonna be the speaker of all chess. I mean, I'm a FIDE arbiter, so I can a little bit, but like not.
It sounds like they're saying
female.
one of the requirements is
female.
female. Yeah.
Yes. So
not
everything's
women.
female, but I have to figure out how on a.
Yeah. Female. Did they say female on
They list it as female, but like I'm okay. Let's talk distinctions here. Like how, because it's been a minute. What's the distinction between woman and
Sex and
female in
gender?
this case?
No.
Sex and gender, yes. No, I know.
I don't
but,
buy the
like,
distinction. It's fake.
But like, so are we?
Please, God, no.
So this is gonna be completely like chess doesn't even think about this. Chess doesn't even think about this.
Well, yeah. So then, like, when the female divisions, like, are they verifying things? Is this just like straight self-report?
It's based on national for FIDE. Okay, so for U.S. chess, so the United States has its own chess organization that's separate from FIDE. Okay, for U.S. chess, it's whatever you put when you register, and you get one swap, and then any more swaps, you have to send an email to whoever to get it fixed. For FIDE, they want proof from your nation of origin. So if your nation supports trans rights and will let you list yourself as female, you can be female. But if your nation does not allow that, then you don't get that privilege.
Okay.
Seems highly inconsistent.
That's what it is currently, and not like the changes they're thinking of making. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, currently, right now.
Okay.
If you have a passport that says female, you can register as female in FIDE. And then the change, the 2-year thing is actually something that's enforced. Like the way FIDE does their rules, they do proclamations, and then all FIDE people are supposed to say, yes, I see your proclamation, and I hereby will abide by this proclamation. Amen.
Chess World is so fucking cringe, man.
Do
you guys like go to the furry con conventions afterwards because it feels like kind of the same?
No, it's not like that. It's not like
the furry people probably beat them up. Actually,
that's true. You're way too organized. Yeah, the furry people are definitely beating you up and too degenerate. You guys are like furry people. You want to have sex while playing chess, and you guys are like, "What's sex?"
Chess people are actually extremely buff.
Gender's not real. Neither is females. I don't know.
Okay. FIDE, maybe not, but like American chess players are super buff. Like 50% of them. 30% of them.
That doesn't. I don't care if you're buff.
Cope.
Just saying, like we would beat up the furries.
Hold on, but your husband. Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna leave this alone. We're gonna pass.
I didn't say I don't care. For winning a fight. I'm not convinced that just because you're buff, you're gonna win a fight.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
that's what I mean. I care about being buff.
Costume
I
does
enjoy
like
it.
will absorb impacts. I guess there's that.
Yeah.
Which chess player is buff?
Will be more tactical.
Let's not go down this route, please.
There's probably one.
His
name is Victor. His name's Victor.
Victor. No,
okay, I'm sure you could find one dude. I'm sure you could find one dude.
I've got hundreds of them.
Out of the 99 skinny dudes, I get sure.
No, I feel like chess players full of type A like psychos who are for sure going to be like. There's for sure enough of them going to the gym at 5 a.m.
Every
playing chess.
World champion chess player. Like look at the top 20. They're all like ripped.
Okay, got it.
Magnus
all right,
ripped?
Ladies, you've been put on notice. All right, Lactoid, please.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true, but I don't think it is based on my limited knowledge. I agree. I don't know as much as you do.
I thought you only thing you cared about was watching the World Championship and knowing who's best. Were you not paying attention?
No, so
you're just watching their moves. I guess that's fair.
Oh my God, please! Like,
sorry.
I want to move past this. Come on,
move past it. Right,
I'm not analyzing their physique. I'll be honest.
Okay,
with you.
I'm looking at Magnus Carlsen's body, and he's not ripped. He's just skinny. Sorry, and has big joints.
Hold on, I gotta look at this.
I'm almost.
Oh my God,
I'm trying.
please.
I'm trying. Okay. Okay. Without getting into the whole like what is a woman debate, because there is prize money. I'm guessing that is allocated to the women's league that you can only qualify for you if the league determines that you are an eligible woman. Is that accurate? Were you busy looking at like the physiques of? Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, no, I was looking at the physiques though, actually, but that's besides the point.
What are you googling? I'm curious.
I just looked up
hot
Magnus
chest on
Carlsen
chest
ripped.
action.
No, he's ripped. Look at this man. Are you kidding? I mean, okay,
He's looking
not
at some
ripped.
black kings.
He's not.
That's what
He's not.
looking at.
He's not Nick ripped, but he's ripped. Here, I'll screen cap it and post it in chat. Okay, so what was I getting at? You asked the question. I'm sorry, I got very distracted. Like,
I'm sure you. Yeah. Okay. For the women's league, for the women titles, okay, I'm under the assumption there's prize money set aside for those titles that is otherwise inaccessible.
Titles aren't so when you're a woman, to get your WGM title, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get prize money. The title is separate from the money. Winning a chess tournament is how you win money usually.
Is there money set aside for? Is there money that men could not win? Is the question.
In some events, yes. It's not an overall thing. It's each organizer gets to figure out whatever jacked up the way they want to hand out prize money.
Well, but
it's inconsistent.
Well, I mean, what does FIDE say in terms of like?
We get so much leeway on how we run our events. So like FIDE, US Chess, whatever, we get to decide the prize. All we have to do is announce what the prize fund is and what the requirements are for the prizes ahead of time, and that's it. And it can be almost whatever we want.
Wait a minute, you guys get flexibility on where to put the prize money, but you don't get flexibility on who gets to compete for that prize money?
Yeah, basically. And that's the situation. Yep, that's exactly what's going on. So we gotta say,
you guys need to get beat up more, I think is what I'm learning.
There's a 200-page essay on like how all this works. It's like literally
of course there is.
You can see.
I'm not surprised that there's a 200-page essay about how this works.
Like the official rules of chess.
And I'm sure it is 200 pages. Probably 203.
I thought it was pretty straightforward. I don't know.
No, it's very complicated, Lactoid.
You could decide what you decide where the prize money goes, but like, well, hold on a minute. Hold on, Mad Lad. Under this logic, let's say,
yeah,
could you create like a trans only league, or sorry, a trans only title, and then assign that all the prize money that would otherwise
go
to
the titles
title?
are so what a title is decided by FIDE. So FIDE gets to decide what titles exist and how that all works.
But you get to decide where the money
theoretically goes. So theoretically, if I wanted to have,
could you give money to a non-winner? Like say
I think it would be I think it's a groundbreaking. So I think it's a groundbreaking idea, actually, in a sense. Like I probably could run an event that's trans only. Probably.
Hey, I'm telling you, I will lawyer these rules out the fuck. I will help you out.
Probably. Like I can't think of anything off the top of my head that doesn't.
Gotcha.
So and like what's interesting about
policy making based.
And what's really interesting,
you can get around any policy if you think hard enough.
You would love the rules of chess. There's like 2 giant books. One for USCF that I have to know, and then one for FIDE that I have to know when I'm running events. But no, it's interesting though. Yeah, it
sounds awesome. Yeah, it does sound
at least I get paid for it. That's the point.
Rock Shaka.
No, so it's interesting in the US what we have mixed doubles prizes that I think this is where like there'd be the most
friction,
money, opportunity cost that comes from this ruling. Because the way mixed doubles work, male and female teams can combine their efforts, and then whichever team has the highest score overall across all the different sections gets prize money. So one awful side effect of this, by the way, if you're wondering how this has an actual impact, is that men find women at these tournaments and go, hey, do you have a mixed doubles partner? Do you have a mixed doubles partner? Do you have a mixed doubles partner? Hey, do you have a mixed doubles partner? And women who are being introduced to chess are like, wow, I hate chess tournaments because all I'm being asked is, hey, do I have a mixed doubles partner?
And they smell because they're chess players. I mean, it sounds awful.
And they're not buff because they're chess players.
No. The chess players I know, at least at my city that I'm debating on listing, and all the people that I work with are extremely buff and very
smelly, very smelly.
No, we actually
what are those
work
gestures?
very hard.
No way, they're too type A. They're too type A. The most buff chess player. I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't have much to weigh in. I don't care that much about chess. Seems a little dumb. But also I'm not surprised to hear that chess is having a hard time with policy making.
Lame it. Well, yeah, of course. But like,
it's not that I'm not understanding. It's just, if I'm being honest, I just don't fucking care. Other than that seems kind of weird, FIDE. You should probably have a better reason than just like we want to make it more inclusive to cis women. I don't know.
Okay, so here's why I wanted to take this. I wanted to expand on this moment because it's something I brought up before. I've talked about it, and I don't have an answer. Like I don't. Like I wish I did, but I just don't. Where we have male dominant spaces, and they are terrible for all kinds of reasons, for the reasons that we've already named here, right? But still, like I think there should be more female representation than is actually the case. So, for instance, we're talking about the fighting game community. Something I watch a lot of fighting games, big into that. Street Fighter, Guilty Gear, I love that stuff. It's all males, up and down males. When it comes to StarCraft, which is RTS, right? Different scene, but like all males. There's some trans women.
And they're all buff for sure.
Yeah, some of them are
very buff, extremely buff.
There are, sorry, but
some of them were actually buff.
There are women, but they're trans women, no cis women. So I'm specifically looking for cisgender women. I want to make that distinction here. So we see some cisgender or trans women in fighting game community. We see them in RTS, but we don't see cisgender women. And I'm wondering, why is that the case? Like,
because they're not interested in it.
No, I don't. I think there definitely are. Like,
it's more complicated than that.
It's more complicated than that. That's the driving thing. And then also the women who are interested in it probably don't find a super comfortable time being there. That's probably these two factors, like most male-dominated spaces. Or female-dominated spaces.
I'm giving the uncomfortable part. Like, I hear you, but like there are efforts in these spaces to make them more comfortable. Right now, I can't. Like as not being a woman, I can't say how effective those efforts are. That's fair, but like there are absolutely work to draw in more people. There's work in terms of like streamers, in terms of the fighting game community. You see them all the time, like creating like little women's leagues, right? Like little sorry, but I mean like a small women's league where, hey, like come in and learn, right? If you don't know anything about this, male and female streamers do this. Say, hey, you don't know about this community, I want to bring you in, right? I want this to be an inclusive space. And then tournaments, making it very clear, yeah, you can't fuck around here, right? So, but still, like there is a difference. I mean, cis women show up in terms of the audience. They love it, right? So not like they're not interested in it. And in terms of RTS, it's so popular, especially in Korea. It's so popular. You see women all like an extremely mixed audience. But still,
if you look in the crowds, absolutely, like at least based off of the esports that I casually watch, and not much, but like even so, the esport that I watch the most casually is like Dota 2, where it's like that is competitive wise, that's male dominated. But if you look into the crowd, yes, it's primarily men, but it's way more mixed. It's way more balanced. Now, I don't know how some women might just be dragged there by their, I don't know, or might just go back and forth. But like, yeah, it's hard to suss out.
So anyway,
the issue is like just because women are watching, it doesn't actually necessarily mean that they want to play and compete. Some probably do. But that doesn't mean like all like I like watching MMA quite a bit. Like males MMA. I don't want to do MMA ever. I'm not interested at all. I just like there's something.
Well, to be fair, the barrier to entry between that and esports and video games, I think, is a little bit different. Maybe.
I agree, but the issue, the analogous part isn't like the threat to violence against my life. Like I understand that that's just analogous. The analogy here is there's going to be a lot of people who enjoy watching things, and I think particularly women who don't necessarily actually want to pay, because like not as many women seem to like really thrive and enjoy like hyper aggressive spaces, for example, but they do like to watch hyper aggressive spaces, and so like that's probably part of the details. I'm just saying, just because there's an audience of women, it doesn't mean that there's like a large body of women that are interested in it.
I hear you on that. I being a male extraordinaire, right? Like I watch fighting games, but I understand that I suck at fighting games, which is why I don't play, right? Like I used to before, but I suck, right? And I would feel like putting the effort. But it's like I feel like there should be like an 80-20 rule, right? Like most people will just watch, but there'll be a subsection of them who participate. In any case, like the reason why I'm bringing up specifically esports, is because that's a space where the ground is even, right? And it's not like women, there aren't competitive women. We see competitive women in sports, right? Like, so we have examples of women being in MMA, right? We have competitive women who will do all these things. But
they compete against each other still.
Exactly, yeah. But like but when we're talking about a mixed environment, like when they have that opportunity, like I feel like there must be something more than simply it's like men's sexism. Like I don't think that these spaces.
Well, I can speculate, only speculate. But and I'm definitely not an expert on the entirety of the esports scene. But from what I sort of casually know, if you look at the casual player base, at least if you do any sort of online gaming, when I've done in the past, like there are women that are clearly playing these games, even Dota 2, even StarCraft 2. Now, when you get to the competitive level, there's a little bit of a shift in terms of like, I don't know if it still holds true, but like at one point, like team houses were a thing. So I think it's understandable. Like if you're a group of like in a Dota team, you're like five.
That's long ago.
But either way, even like boot camps preparing for tournaments, like they're very often like they're getting together and we're all just going to like now in this like shared space, like just play this game and practice. And like that might create sort of a very uncomfortable situation where that might be like 4 guys and 1 girl. Or like whatever, the balance might be off, and I think it might be understandable that might also create just a further barrier to getting to that level. Since as Mad Lad pointed out, when you have these types of spaces that are just young men and they're young and immature, they tend to not treat people all that great.
But it's not.
It's not just the young ones. Men. Don't worry, it's the old
yeah,
ones.
Yeah, sure, that's totally fair as well.
Yeah. But like when we're looking at rankings, right? Like, okay, if we're looking at the so. As you said, women do play these games, right? They play them at home, right? But we're looking at the top rankings. As far as we know, there's no women, right? Like when we look at like in Street Fighter,
Scarlet. There's like Scarlet on StarCraft 2, right?
StarCraft,
but she's a trans woman.
It's a trans woman. Yes. But when we look at like the top rankings, like we can figure out who they are, because like it's like the same people. We don't see women breaking into these things. So that's at home. That's without like a man breathing down their neck, right? But still, we don't see them like in the upper echelons of these competitive spaces when they don't even have to like interact with us. So
I think the case, there's a number of things.
Hold on, I'm just final thing. So is it the case that there is a difference in terms of like performance, that even when we're talking about on a non-physical activity, where it's about like reaction times or whatever, I don't know what it is, that men simply perform better? I don't know.
I mean, I think one other thing in general, when you look at like open group competition, even if like capacity is the same, is that men do have that weird, because of their fucking, I think it's the Y chromosome, Corey could probably correct me, they just tend to be slightly more extreme. So like if you look at the really low end, like a negative 4th deviation on some sort of metric, like IQ, you'll see a slightly larger representation of men. And then you see the same thing on like kind of the upper echelon. So like in general, when you see like extreme competitions, even though I think women are just as like biologically capable to do these things, you are going to see men probably slightly overrepresent there, because they're just, again, they tend to be slightly more extreme on average. So that's like part of what's driving some of this. I think also like whether this is socialization, I don't actually care whether it's nature or nurture. It's probably a bit of both. Even as a woman, like I'm going to compare this to powerlifting. I think the way that we socialize women in competition is very different than men. And we're really seeing a shift recently, because women's powerlifting records recently, especially with like the newest generation of female powerlifters, they're obliterating the former records. Because when we talk about it, women were often trained, like when we were taught in the gym and stuff, we're not really taught the experience of like pushing your body to the point where you're like passing out and shitting yourself, which is required for extreme excellent bodylifting, because passing out and shitting yourself is definitely not ladylike, right? And so like women aren't going to be encouraged to do these types of things. They're not going to be encouraged to like push their body to that level because of like socialization shit. But now that women are actually doing this stuff, they're pushing themselves to these extremes. They're not they're not like competing at men's levels of powerlifting, but they're shattering their previous records by large margins. I suspect there's some of that's probably going on as well, in that like, unlike powerlifting, which is becoming really popular, especially with like Gen Z and younger millennials, like it's just a lot of women that are into like muscle mommy stuff. Gaming isn't as popular for girls yet. Like there's just less women doing particularly like gaming, right? Like most girls are like, I love Farmville, blah, 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 right? Like I'm a fucking simp for Ark, but not the competitive version. So you also have this like population that's just small to select from.
But like for
well.
chess, there is.
1 second. I just thank you, Rob North, for the raid. If you're a Come From Mods channel, hit the follow button in case you haven't done so yet. We really appreciate it. Shout out to Rob North for being kind enough to raid. Go ahead, please.
Isn't this very similar to? I'm sorry, madam. Just really quickly, isn't this very similar to what happened in like academia, right? With women being like traditionally pressured to be stay-at-home mothers, right? Just stay home, raise the children, or work down this, or support your husband's business or whatever it is. And then once that we did work to break down that kind of cultural like. I'd consider it a form of oppression. That cultural oppression, like we see women actually making great strides in academia, right? Doing better than men in a lot of ways in academia, right? And we saw a similar thing happen in like computer science, right? For a long time, there's this assumption that women just weren't interested in computers or programming or any of this kind of stuff, right? But it's because culturally, this was not something that was presented to them as an opportunity, right? And they're actually discouraged, right? Because computers were what nerdy boys did. And so like I think it's just something that's going to take time to like, wear down these kind of barriers that we've built up as a society. And I don't think there's anything biological there.
No, I don't think there's anything biological.
Yeah, there's probably like a tipping point at some point.
Other than the extremes. If we're going to get to
yeah,
extremes, we'll see slightly more men populating extremes, particularly on the metric like processing
What
power.
about
men,
League of
but not
Legends?
because men are smarter on average in any way.
And I don't know this answer because I'm not a degenerate League of Legends player, but I'm going to ask about it.
Fuck that game.
Siren. So Siren is a top player within.
No. They're referencing Team Siren. Team Siren was a attempt a couple years ago. Maybe I totally don't understand time when it comes to League of Legends. It may have been 10 years ago. I don't fucking know. It was an attempt at an all-women league team. And they really emphasized the fact they were all women. They really emphasized the fact they were going to kick all those men, all the men's asses. And
girl power.
Girl power. They were the Powerpuff Girl intro. It was ridiculous.
Yeah,
and
it
wasn't actually Powerpuff Girl. Like they were pretending like they were we're going to come in and kick ass. It was way over the top.
It's a big L for feminism.
It was because they proceeded to lose everything. They just couldn't compete, right? They were about gold league in terms of skill, and they were some of the top women playing league at the time. And so I think even that attempt kind of tarnished what people thought women could do in that game.
I mean, so maybe. My question is that and again, I don't know. But currently in the league rankings, imagine league has rankings. Do we have women there? League is the most mechanically chess is the only thing that's less mechanically intensive. But it's not mechanically intensive. Very slow until except for a few moments.
No, you have to be very good with your reflexes to begin at league. I completely disagree.
Wait, hold on, but isn't this another aspect of the problem, right? So because and I understand that part of their marketing was we're the all-female league, right? And we're team, and we're going to beat the boys, whatever. But I think that part of the issue is that because they did this marketing, right? They tried to cash in on this this meme. They became a representative for all women in league, right? All female teams. So rather than this team didn't work out, lots of male teams don't work out, right? It's actually it's women that are the issue. Women in general are the problem. Women in general are just bad at league, right? And not just this group of individuals that didn't work out. Lots of teams don't work out.
Yeah, but they got more funding and more attention by virtue of the fact they're women than any other gold.
Well, that happens all. Well, I'm not going to say all, but there are totally clear examples where
I'm saying they had more of a chance than any other gold league team because they were women, and they obviously couldn't succeed, because they were gold league, which is expected.
I mean, maybe it's skill, but it happens all the time where obviously again, on the casual stuff that I followed in the past, like you know, on paper you put together this like superstar roster, and like they have like a lot of money behind it, and like yeah, it falls flat.
Maybe there's no
face.
synergy.
I mean,
Maybe
but like the thing
well
is,
together.
like I think this is like a social thing on a big level, though, right? Like part of it is just like if you are a female playing a video game and you try to participate in voice chat or do any of the things, like that becomes its own issue. And since League's a team game and it's hard to actually find people to like play the game with, I think it actually makes it very, very difficult for there to be a lot of experienced female players who can, you know, be
But
the
then
really
that's not the
strong.
excuse that you can use in fighting games, right? Like
Or
you can
League.
ladder in fighting
Well, I mean,
games, or StarCraft, or any of that.
Yeah, I think
Or League in
sexism
DC.
sexism is contributing to some things for sure. I think it's a really empty argument broadly because I think it misses the point, which is that like I think powerlifting is actually such a good comparison because I really think there's something that happens where we like I think Iris Miriam is young, like there's this idea of like throwing like a girl, and obviously testosterone has an effect on like body output, blah blah blah, right? Men on average are just stronger for obvious reasons. The issue is that like we also socialize women in this really strongly. So a lot of women don't push themselves. A lot of women aren't comfortable in competitiveness. There might even be some neurochemical elements of how testosterone levels, or probably not testosterone, it's probably more complicated than this, but like masculinized neurochemicals might actually incentivize competitive behavior more and make it more rewarding. I don't actually know. I'm just curious. A lot of trans men I've talked to have been like, man, testosterone is crazy. Like, I just want to fucking fight people and fuck all the time, right? So, like, again, they're being
my life.
hyperbolic.
Yes,
yeah, fighting and fucking. But what I was going to say is powerlifting is really interesting because as women have gotten more good at understanding how to push themselves and how to be competitive and comfortable with competitiveness, like, I don't know if you know what the DOT system is, but like, at certain low weight categories, records for certain lifts are held by women compared to men, right? And so like they're like, especially like I think I actually won't quote Nick, so Nick's gonna yell at me if I say it's lower body lifts and it's upper body, but I'm pretty sure it's lower body lifts that at low weight categories, there are some women out competing men because of like the training. There's not a ton of men at the low weight categories, and women are just getting really fucking good at powerlifting. They're getting impressively good at it because it's all about like body weight. So I suspect there's a similar thing going on here with gaming. Women are not used to it. We're not comfortable with it. I didn't grow up being like super hyper aggressive and competitive. If I lose, I'm more likely to maybe like get sad and like told that I'm like failure and like feel intimidated by it because of the way that I've been socialized. I don't know. I feel like it's so much more complicated than just like sexism.
The category doesn't matter.
I mean, there he is in the background. I was gonna say like the strongest League player.
Everyone in across all the categories has a dot, and that's supposed to equal.
Sorry, keep going. He's just talking to me about.
I was just gonna say like the strongest League player I know is female. Like you know, just personally.
Yeah,
speaking.
but I'm
and I
saying,
think it's like
a
solid data set.
Yeah,
small data set.
I
Small data set. He knows, by the way.
This is why I'm asking for rankings, right? This is why I'm asking for rankings. So, like, the reason why I pick League is because a lot of women play League. A lot of women are.
But a lot of strong players don't necessarily pursue the rankings because of the toxicity in the environment. That's why playing League is degenerate.
From my understanding, League at every level is toxic, right? It's legendarily toxic at every level, but still women play, right? And
it gets worse as you work your way up, though.
Oh, I don't know, man. Like, then
I don't know if that's true.
Haven't you seen the Queen's Gambit? It's absolutely true.
I fucking
So it seems like that's like despite the toxicity of the League that women talk about, but still they participate in. And I'm not sure if it's gendered, but I'm sure it is because of course. But still, like they participate in it and they like it a lot. But in terms of performance, that's what I'm looking for. And I'm not trying to make declarative statements, okay, about like what a woman can do. I'm just like looking for evidence. And right now, like the more I look for it, the more I can't find centrism town. Progressive.
We don't want to go too far, Prime. We don't want to go too far.
Progressives like evidence too. But she's a centrist. She wouldn't understand that.
No, she said she's a progressive. Did she not?
She says lots of things. But anyway, moving on.
So in chess, okay, so I'm trying to figure out how to bring this back to like the topic at hand a little bit, because we're talking about like League, which is like kind of a team-based game with ranking. So like the MMR system in League is based, or the ELO system in League is based off of like, you know,
I think
right?
all the MMR systems and lots
All
of
of them,
in
yes.
terms of fighting
Yeah,
games.
it's all chess based.
StarCraft, it's all chess based. Yeah.
But the difference is that with games like League or even StarCraft, there's a lot more variables in terms of like personality, right? Like you've got a team of 5 people that you're working with in League. Even in StarCraft, you're playing matches. I don't know how big the matches are, but like you're playing against multiple players, and it creates its own situation.
It's usually 1v1 in StarCraft.
So like in chess, we've got one-on-one competition. It's one player versus another, and the issue is, at least for women specifically, is like trying to play in a stressful environment. Like, so for example, I was playing in the World Open one year, and I was having a fantastic tournament. Like, I won my first 3 games. It's a 9-game event. If I kept going, I was pretty likely to cash out, and cashing out is awesome. Like, it's thousands of dollars. And before my 4th game, in the lobby of my hotel, a homeless woman had come in and was asking for food. So I had my lunch. This woman came in asking for food, and I was like, okay, here's food, because like I felt bad for her. Like, it was a really rough. She looked like she was in a really bad situation, and that interaction wasn't a bad one. It wasn't like she did anything particularly mean to me or anything. I just gave her like half my lunch and then moved on. But that encounter impacted my concentration on that game. Like, my next game, I missed a few moves because one thing you do when you stare at the chessboard is just like have intrusive thoughts, and I just kept having intrusive thoughts about the interaction and feeling bad for this person, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I lost a game where I was like in a very winning position, right? Like, I was kicking this person's ass. If you saw the position, it was just like, oh my god, how's this person going to win? And then I slowly fucked it up by move 40.
So we ban the homeless. It's a great idea.
No, that's not my point. My point is
burn
that
them. Okay, burn them. Got it.
I have that's like a very small thing that threw off my concentration. Imagine being sexually harassed at a chess tournament. Imagine having weird things being sent to your hotel room. Imagine having a bad experience after a game like the previous round. Someone offers to analyze the game with you, and you go off to analyze your chess game, and you're trying to figure out like what you did right or wrong. And then that analysis goes horribly, like just real bad. You get in a bad social situation, and the next time you encounter that position on the chessboard, you're reflecting on that horrible experience that you had, right? So it is actually like, having situations like that come up actually makes it very, very difficult for female players. And that's kind of the
wait. What? So shouldn't that be then like addressing hopefully the culture around chess and the toxicity around chess as well?
Yeah, there definitely needs to be like something there, right? Like, for sure.
How bad is it really, Mad Lad? Like, your personal experience having I guess been really involved in this. I mean, is it like every time there's a tournament, there's like some kind of scandal?
So I'm not female, so I can't talk about my personal experiences, but like a lot of times when something bad does happen.
Well, I
just want to make sure it's very clear.
I've never been sexually harassed as a woman. Okay.
I don't. Okay.
Heard.
Your pronouns are in your name. We got it. Now just explain.
Right. Yeah, I'm a back ? But no, I, as a tournament director, I haven't had to deal with a situation like that. In Scholastics,
how many tournaments have you run?
300, 400.
So in 400 tournaments, you haven't had anything.
But most of them are Scholastic, though. So most of it's Scholastic. Adult tournaments have been coming up over the last year.
Right. So teenage boys.
Not even teenage boys. Like, we're talking elementary school. Like, 300 of my events were elementary schoolers.
I thought you said 17 or younger.
Now, yes.
Okay. How many of those have you done?
I can actually pull it up. A year's worth of events. I'm running like 4 events a week, basically, for the last year.
So 200?
100 or 2. Yeah, 100 or 2.
Fuck ton.
And like nothing.
And nothing?
Yep, nothing.
Well, I mean, like,
but this is different, though.
Wait. Like, so that, like, obviously, I can't. But this might just be a situation of a lack of a reporting system, a lack of accountability.
Yes, but like that's exactly right. So like the situation is,
it suggests that maybe it's not as like a. But like when you were first describing it, I thought it was gonna be like, I don't know if you guys ever heard about like Rainforest. I watched this whole documentary about it, but just the amount of like fucking scandals coming out of that con is crazy. Every year there was like rape allegations, assault, right? Like massive amounts of property damage. It's a convention.
Which con is this?
Rainforest. Sorry, I've been on a furry band while I've been sick.
That's why you brought it up. Okay, got it.
A link to the rainforest documentary.
Yes, please. That sounds
so.
interesting.
This is. I'm gonna send you guys a link in your various chats. This is actually a great idea. So there's an article that was recently put out from leadchess.org. It's a chess playing website that's like a big deal. That kind of talks about it, and you guys can put it in your respective chats. I'm not in everyone's chat right now. That kind of talks about like women's experiences. Now, the tournaments I run are usually either at a school or a chess center, which means that people are local, they drive to the chess club, and then they leave. And in situations like that, opportunities for sexual harassment are far fewer than if you're playing a chess tournament in a hotel over the course of multiple days, and there's like, after the game socialization that's happening in more private areas. So it's a little bit different. My experience is a little bit more skewed towards like very public events where there's just not a lot of privacy for the sexual harassment to happen. I do think it's underreported, but like again, I have a lot of female friends who are chess players, and every single female player that I know has multiple stories of sexual harassment, and really bad sexual harassment, not just like someone hitting on them, but like
no, we got it. You said it many times. Yeah, we got it. Yeah.
Well, hold on. Like, what's the worst instance of sexual harassment that you've heard?
Oh my gosh!
I mean, look at the article I just.
Can you describe it? And
like
is there a subreddit about it?
Literally,
anywhere
I
that
gave you an article that covers so much, and then like
I'm not gonna. Fair enough. I'll read this article. Later,
this article, it's a good one. It's
very. Are these your friends? Like, do you know these people?
Has the internet historian covered this recently and has a video I could watch covering all this?
I'm looking more for like a Cliff's Notes. You got one of those for me?
TLDR.
There is. I think this article just covers it though. Like this is the TLDR. Just
I feel like I read this.
That is not a TLDR. Okay, I don't know if you know what a TLDR is.
Well, for a chess player though, when they have like 200-page books, like this is the TLDR. Yeah.
I mean, like they've got like specific instances of like chess mentors like sexually harassing like hundreds of famous like chess women, right? Like. So like the Ramirez case is actually a big deal. Just look up the Ramirez case. That kind of covers the.
Is there any sort of
2023
like code of conduct for players, and like
yes.
So is there also a way to like report any sort of misconduct, and are there examples? I guess you're probably providing them now of like misconduct being exposed and actual sanctions and penalties. Like
all this is actually happening live right now. This year, there's been a lot of allegations that have been brought forth, and one of the policies that's being implemented by U.S. Chess is that all tournament directors have to go through sexual harassment training, and it's like a $19 fee to whoever they're outsourcing this to.
Fix it.
And that'll fix it. Yeah, that's exactly what. That's what all I feel like
this $19 course will definitely convince people not to rape.
Yeah,
we did it, boys.
Work in university.
So for tournament directors, the whole point is that so we're aware of situations that it's happening. Like we're supposed to be the observers, the authority figures. So people are supposed to be able to come to us and say, "Hey, this bad thing happened. Do something about it." And then there's also like an ethics council like at the higher end for each organization. But even with that, it doesn't really cover very much of like what's going on, because like the $19 course is not going to make shitty tournament directors pay more attention to this stuff. It's just going to make them $19 that they're going to suck.
So anyway, I want to like we're almost out of time. But like I wanted to
we should talk about
on I know we should. That's why I'm working on it.
We spent so much time on the shit about dogs.
Oh my god, Mad Latin. Okay, so I know.
I don't care about chess. I'm sorry. I don't care about chess.
Yeah. But that's why I was trying to expand it past chess. Right.
I know.
Yeah. Okay. So my friend Aiko, he just like sent me something pretty interesting, talking about it was like a Texas
Aiko like the girl or iCal Rich, because they're the same. They sound the same to me.
Yeah, I'm talking about Aiko, the man.
Okay.
But he sent me a I don't talk to the other person. Socialized fun. But he said something interesting talking about the debate world, right? So like there's there was like a Texas debate system for like children, and men won this debate, right? Sorry, boys were winning constantly until a women won 1 year, and then the next year they created separate leagues, right? A boys a boys a league and a girls division, where before that didn't happen. So like, I'm looking at like the reasons why these different divisions are created and if they are necessary. So something I wanted to get to, it because we were talking about this abuse, is like the Negro League. Like we had in this country, we separated, white and black people, and baseball and other sports too, I think. And like going into the like trying to integrate that, there was a lot of abuse that came their way, right? Like a shitload of abuse, and like very credible threats to their lives. But still, the effort was made. And in the end, I think we can say the result was better. When we're talking about whether it be chess or other divisions where we separate them, maybe we can understand that there will be abuse, but like we have to do the integration and like force a culture change, or it won't happen. Could that be the case?
I lean toward, obviously, like, I don't know for sure, but I tend to lean towards that. That's why I like, I have my position that I do of like just letting people compete against people, and like sussing this out is probably not the most productive use of our time.
Also,
Corey wants to destroy women's sports.
Absolutely, yes.
I'm gonna be like, maybe I'm wrong. Didn't they invent? Weren't those? I don't even want to say it. The word. Those leagues that you referenced. Wasn't that like in direct response to the fact that like this was during a certain era in American history where like black people couldn't join the other leagues? Pretty sure like the reason why those leagues happened is not because like, oh, they wanted like their own thing. It was, you're not allowed to join our thing. So then they
it was like a segregationist policy.
Yeah, it was a segregation thing, right? In fact, they mostly dissolved in the 50s and 60s.
Well, they combined the leagues.
Yeah. So I'm saying these things form from different reasons. That's why I brought up the debate thing, right? The like it's not always so clear as to why these things are created in the first place, right? It might be obvious to us. We might think it's obvious to us, but it might not be the case. There's like a deeper history into that. So there's all kinds of reasons why we had these divisions.
So,
but still, an integration will be tough. But that doesn't mean that it's not worth doing. So should we consider, especially when we're not talking about a physical activity, we're talking about chess or anything else like that, shouldn't we integrate?
So this is actually really interesting. I think we could use the baseball as a metaphor for what happened in chess to make it easier for everyone to understand what's going on. This is going to sound really cringe though, so just bear with me. But like I think this will work.
No, we're all sure of that. Go ahead.
So the integration happened. You've got the Negro leagues and the regular leagues combined into one league. And
why are you smiling so much, Lactoid?
The word sounds. I can't say it. I couldn't say that word here.
It's fine. You're right. You can't. No, it's fine. What I'm going to say is like so much worse.
The N-word league. So, go ahead. You can say that.
No, don't let white men tell you what language you can or cannot use. Don't let white men do that.
After the integration happens, there are titles that baseball players can earn by having a great batting average, okay? So if you reach a certain batting average, you get a title. And we're going to call those titles National Master and FIDE Master and Grandmaster. So those titles existed from your batting average beforehand, but when the leagues integrated, they decided to create a separate system for folks who are just joining, who are integrated in, and we're going to call it, God, there's got to be a better, we're going to call it BNM, and then BFM, and then BGM. We'll call it that. So like Black Grandmaster, Black National Master,
Black Grandmaster.
Yeah, whatever. So that's what we're dealing with here. It's a system that sounds like
Black
that.
Grand Wizard too.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I know. I didn't want to go in this direction, but it's actually like the most accurate way I can represent this without people saying I'm gonna fuck about chess. So that's the situation we have here. And what's going on is that the Black Grandmasters have all been playing baseball amongst themselves.
Calling black people grandmasters.
There's people who are becoming black and joining this.
The racial dolezal of chess.
We're going to transracialism. Yeah. No. So they're becoming black grandmasters, or getting the.
Brother, where the fuck are you going?
This is tortured. This is tortured.
We got the black grandmasters, and the people are going to want to be them, and
White
then
grand wizards.
Oh, my point here.
It's a perfect analogy. Just hear them out. Everything's gonna come together.
So this is the analogy, and like the point is, what the baseball league did is saying basically, if you become black, you can't get this title.
If you become black.
He's saying transracial.
Transracial. Okay, all right.
Transracialism.
Are there multiple ways that you could become black? Like if you marry a black person and then offer sex,
you
as
get honorary.
you eventually become trans
You
black.
did not have
I
to
think so.
make this a baseball.
I mean, if you have enough black inside of you, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
All right, so you were saying, Mad Lad, the white grand wizards and the black grandmasters.
All right, the black grandmasters and the black wizards or whatever.
Okay, well, okay. So
what are the Asians? What would they be?
I hate this so much.
We call them ninjas, actually. We just call them ninjas.
They would be emperors. They would be emperors, of course.
I went the wrong direction. I tried this so hard. There's no way this can go wrong.
And Middle Eastern people be sultans, right?
Sultans of SWAT, right?
Okay.
Oh God!
I think the biggest takeaway is like, chess needs to like figure out its rules and like a whole bunch of other stuff, and just like get things like harmonized, probably.
Yeah. So like, I guess the question is really the baseline of this question is: does it make sense to have a 2-year ban on intersectional play in this new league, or would it make more sense to let the intersectional play happen and then come up with rules based on the scenarios you encounter?
Well, so my just to clarify, like, because I think it was mentioned, like, to become a grandmaster for a woman, or I guess a female, that it's a different criteria. Is there any rationale behind that?
From what I've gathered, it's the whole
is it essentially? Sure.
Was the TLDR of this? All of the separate titles started from segregation, essentially, and now we've kept the woman title and got rid of the black grandmaster title.
Kind of like that.
No, we're like, it's a lot of KKK sounding. We should get rid of that one.
Women weren't getting the titles that as they were, so they created new titles for women to get.
Okay. Yeah. So to get these titles, or specifically like the titles for women, like, is it also like basically like the bar is lower, just as it's like
the bar is lower. Generally speaking, the bar is lower.
Well, at least that's just like further my position. Just like, well, like, just have harmonized titles. Like, I mean,
can we change that now at this point? Like, if we like change the bar to be higher, like, do you think that women can meet those that level?
Not really. The problem right now is that I'm not sure where the top woman ranks in the world as far as all the players go. Top woman chess player. Like in the 90s, there was Judith Polgar. She was like number 5 in the world, and she's the strongest female player ever. Top woman chess player ranking is okay.
The Botez sisters.
Top 5 is pretty fucking good.
Not okay. Yeah. Well, Judith Polgar was very strong, but in terms of overall world, she's 127. The strongest female player is 127 right now. It looks like.
Yeah. So
I think they should make it open to everyone, and then women should selectively use their assets as to give them advantage roles.
And amongst those chess players, that will work.
No,
I know.
The only thing we fuck is the.
Oh,
no, but no, like literally.
Where were you going with that?
The only thing you fuck is what?
I was gonna.
The Black Grandmaster.
Yeah.
Did you hear about the? Did you hear about the controversy about the cheating and the vibrating butt plug thing?
I heard about that. Yeah.
Was that real? I saw that.
No, it wasn't real. Like
Always Sunny.
Wait, what?
Allegedly. It was
So is
probably
it like a person who's playing chess was like their dom made them wear a butt plug or something?
So what
and
happened?
when they failed, they vibrated it.
Right, exactly.
Great,
Talking
really?
about working really hard and shitting a lot. No, so the world chess champion was kind of arrogant last year, and he said, "I'm not defending my title." Immediately afterwards, he lost to an 18-year-old grandmaster named Hans Niemann. And
Was this the vibrator in his foot?
No. There's no vibrator. There's no proof that Hans actually cheated, but the world
But
champion.
everyone assumes that he cheated.
Well, the world champion accused him, and then Hikaru
because he
Nakamura.
said he was like playing like against.
He had a
computer,
history
right?
of cheating.
He had a history of cheating on chess.com, but here's a caveat: lots of chess
Chess.com.
players cheat on chess.com. Like
I don't cheat on chess.com.
You don't.
Okay,
I
of
don't.
course
But
you don't.
lots of players do.
You like writing policy. Of course you don't cheat on chess.
Right.
Follow the rules.
Dude, I've had some people. Okay, it doesn't matter.
I know you do.
So my point is that
You're Gith Yankee. You're lawful good.
lots of people accuse Hans of cheating, and then the Eric Hansen, who's this other grandmaster, started making jokes about it. It's like, yeah, he probably had a vibrating butt plug in his ass, and that's how he was getting the moves telegraphed to him. And then that's the part that took off of this story. None of the other stuff, none of the accusations, and there's like all these lawsuits. Like Hans actually sued Magnus and Hikaru for talking shit.
Fair enough.
And it became its whole like kerfuffle. So that's what I was
shit.
talking about.
But like, there's an Always Sunny Philadelphia episode literally about this. It's amazing. Okay,
Prime, can I ask you a quick question before we end?
Okay.
Is it such a bad thing if like the sport just remains male dominated? Like this is just like a male space. Is that like a problem? Do you think?
You're asking me this?
Yeah.
Which sport? Chess?
Sure.
Or anything?
Wait, is chess a sport?
Yes, I was.
I will. Thank you.
It's not a sport.
Lactoid based.
It's a
Only 'cause I play it.
competition.
You
It's not a
lose
sport.
weight playing chess. You have.
I
to
know.
actually be
I
able to
looked into
play.
that. That's not
Okay,
actually
yeah.
true.
And Jack, all that
That-
chess playing is sculpting their
You can
bodies.
like theoretically, then you could lose weight studying really hard. That doesn't mean that studying's a sport
I
either.
think
Like,
can totally be a. No, it's fine.
I'm
No,
sorry,
chess is a
it's
sport.
not a sport. Just like
Chess is a
horse
sport.
riding is basically barely a sport.
Hey, well, they
okay?
show
Horse riding is
poker on
totally a sport.
ESPN. It's a sport.
You have to
Come
work
on.
really
It's
hard.
not a sport.
It's on
They're not-
ESPN.
I don't
What is-
care.
That is a
Ride a
sport
horse.
network.
Surprise! What a surprise!
Do you think
is
I care?
coming. What a
If
surprise!
ESPN
is
says
it?
it's a sport,
This is
that means it
coming from-
necessarily must be a
That's
The
sport.
only
authority.
thing she gives a fuck about is powerlifting. It sounds
What
like.
a surprise coming from
Powerlifting's not a
Erudite,
sport.
right? A fitness sexual here, telling us what it is and what isn't a sport. I think it's pretty interesting. Just saying.
I agree.
By the way-
chess is not a sport. Neither is
No,
poker.
Okay, I take that back. I'm definitely on Lactoid's side now.
Yeah, they're fitness sexual. You're with the guy who's supporting fucking racism and slavery.
I'm not supporting racism
True.
or slavery.
He probably liked when the chess competition was segregated. Okay, you
No.
saw his smile
True.
when
Is
you
that-
said the end sounding
But
word.
no, but
you saw it.
No,
You
I don't even want to
saw it.
say it.
Lactoid
He
would
You didn't want to
smiled.
say it. You didn't want to
Lactoid
say
would
it,
def-
but you
Was-
thought it.
Lactoid would defend segregated legal.
Yeah,
He
like
would say,
Lactoid,
yes,
was
you're right.
segregation beneficial? Were there benefits of segregation?
Oh fuck! Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't
Probably.
ruin it.
Overall, no.
I know. I'll say it. And I'll say it
You
for
see
you.
that
There were
little,
actually
like,
some
hand
benefits
gesture
from
you did?
segregation. I'll say it.
You could probably find one.
You can find a few. There were some benefits.
Find a few. There you go.
There you go. But in any
Validated.
case, like, I will.
Well, Lactoid's standing on the back of a black man to validate his positions again. Very interesting.
George Floyd all over again.
Okay. But anyway, yeah, I think is it male dominated? It's a problem in that, like, I want more women to be involved in all levels of life, right? Like in all areas, I want more women to be there. I think we make a better society. I think we have more interesting interactions when we do that. However, rather forcing it. I don't know where I'm going with this. I think it would be better, but if there are none because they can't make it, then I guess it is what it is.
Okay.
But that's assuming, of course, they have an equal opportunity to do so. If they are having barriers that are keeping them out, or that, like Mad Latin said, that are distracting them from like becoming the very best players than they are, then it's not fair. Then we need to destroy those barriers.
I mean, that's fair, it's fair enough. Yeah, I think that's true for most things for me as well, right? Because I'm mostly interested in, like, I want to see the best at the best. That's what I like to see. And so if whatever the best of the best happens to be, who cares, right? They're the best of the best.
Great.
Well, it's actually like kind of
I
interesting
just don't
too.
care though. Like if for the next 5 million years, like the top 200 best chess players are all men.
Well, like
I
you know,
don't
actually, the
Sorry,
thing is, though,
let's move on. So you can say which one afterwards. Okay, we're gonna just keep going. So thank you all for being here. It looks like some people want to join in for open panel. We'd love to have you. So stick around, audience members, for an open panel right after.
Are they going
this.
to talk about chess or the dog?
I don't know.
If they're coming in to talk about chess, I'm out.
But Erudite, if you will come in, Erudite, we will talk about anything you want to talk about. If you stick around,
I'm good for anything except more chess talk.
Okay,
you're
all right.
the worst. What happened?
Then we will.
I feel like my dick shrank.
I love that you love it, but
conversation.
imagine if I had a panel about the scandals of equestrian sports.
I
Like,
would
just
have been very
imagine
excited about
if
it.
I talked at. I don't think you would. You shouldn't be. It's fine. You don't have to like
No,
what
I
I like.
actually would. I would be very fascinated exploring your world and the things that you like, and then I'd be like,
Man.
"Wow, equestrian sports are interesting."
They're
No,
not
you
though.
wouldn't.
That's the problem. Equestrian sports aren't interesting.
Oh, then why
In
would you
fact,
have
they're
a
not
panel
sports.
They're
about it?
interesting to me. Yeah, they're even.
Well, no, okay, fine. No, but like,
they're more sports than poker and fucking chess.
That I can
but they're
agree
not-
with.
Yeah,
Chess is-
it's
we
slightly
could-
physical.
For Erudite, who I love and appreciate, we'll put the chess players against the wall. I don't care. So anyway, but stick around for that. We do this. Hit the follow button if you haven't done so yet. And consider supporting the channel, guys. I ain't gotten much support at all, so sub to the channel, give bits or give subs if you liked all of this. We went through a whole thing and we argued about lots of interesting things. I think. Well, Erudite doesn't agree, but like we argued about lots of interesting things. If you appreciate that, please support this community so I can provide more of it for you. I need your help to do that. Hype chats, super chats, also very much appreciate. We'll start with our friend Lagtoid. Lagtoid, I think you're great. And I think like my friend Lagtoid is known for being a good debater, for being a lawyer, right, and having a legal sense, and also being a libertarian, which strike against them. But
You're missing something, Prime.
No, he's not. No, he's not. Keep going, Prime.
The Canadian.
And I'm being a Canuck, right? I hope that's not a hate word. But
you can't say that.
Is that a slur? It might be.
I think
don't
so.
know.
No, it's not a slur.
It sounds like it.
What
If
the
it's
fuck?
not.
Definitely
It's
sounded
the
like
Vancouver
Say it again.
Canucks. You have to.
Say it again.
No, I don't want to.
If you put like fucking before it, it would sound really bad.
Wait, was the word Canuck?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not a slur.
Yet.
I was just messing with them a little bit, but it
It's
should
not,
be.
It's not a slur. It's not. It's
Wait,
not
what's
a
the
slur
C
that
word that-
anyone
no,
would get
okay,
offended by in
We
any
have,
world.
we have a whole
Well,
hockey team named the Canucks. I think.
Yeah,
we're good.
literally. It's
You do
totally
not.
fine. Yes, we
My-
do.
Really?
You're losing
It's
control,
not a
Prime.
slur.
Oh my god, that's interesting. Tell me more.
So
They play hockey and they're
that's the end of it. That's literally the end of the story. Whatever. Okay. So
It's a
my
sport.
friend Lactoid is known for being a debater, a lawyer, being a libertarian, unfortunately, and being Canadian, also unfortunately. But he's not known for being hilarious. I think he's really funny. I think my friend Lactoid is actually hilarious. It makes me laugh all the time. But people don't talk to him. Don't speak about him in that way. So I want to get that ball started. My friend Lactoid is hilarious. Putting that out there.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I try. And also a fifth thing, I'm also anti-racist. I want the lesson to be carried away from tonight. Don't try to, call the police unjustly on a black man in the park. Not a good idea. If you like what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thanks.
So much. All right. Next, our friend Corey, another fellow Canadian. Oh my God, I'm fucking surrounded. Oh man. Corey, thank you for being here as well.
Yeah, super grateful to be here. I also appreciate Prime that you appreciate Lactoid's Canadian humor. That's pretty much where it comes from. But yeah, this is great as always, and I always appreciate being invited on. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, CoreyCampbell84, and other platforms, X, Instagram, etc. It's Corey Campbell. I cover science, research, news, and Dewey, Mad Lad, Nuts, Erudite, and Lactoid. Always a pleasure, and love you, Prime.
Okay, thank you. Then we have our friend Erudite, who I would support in her campaign to be Empress of Canada. I think that'd be pretty dope. I think she would do a good job. And she always provides interesting conversation, even when she doesn't care about the conversation, even if she doesn't care about the topic. She still provides interesting inserts wherever she can. So shout out to my friend Erudite.
Thank you. You know, this is unrelated to my ending, but I realized Lactoid has the most pink lips I've ever seen.
It's genetic, okay? I can't help it.
They're very rosy and sweet. Anyways, yeah, thanks for having me here, Prime. I am making a bid to be the Empress of Canada, so I'll let you know when the voting comes in. It's a democratic position, so.
Okay. And immediately, of course, she'll surrender her country over to America for annexation. Thank you so much. All right, next we have our friend Mad Latin, who I've always missed, and I'm glad he's here. A forceful debater, a fun guy. Thank you so much, Mad Latin, for coming through and sharing your knowledge on chess. It was actually very helpful.
Well, was it? I don't know. I tried three different metaphors.
I'll lie to you and tell you it was. Sure, yeah.
All right. I appreciate the pillow talk. Yeah, so I'm Mad Latin. I haven't been streaming as much as I used to because I run a fuck ton of chess tournaments every week. But I'm hoping to do more this month. September is September, of course. So I'll try to stream all the goddamn time. On my streams, obviously I'm going to play chess. I'll coach chess. I'll play video games. I'll play blindfold chess games. I'll debate here occasionally. It's going to be a whole blast. So stay tuned for that. Also, I deeply resent the person who said that I was simping when I rated Erudite. It was just my chatters liked her channel's chat the most at that moment, so I made that decision. Thank you very much. All right.
Calling attention to it, that's definitely
no, it definitely doesn't make it awkward. I do resent that though. It makes me sad because I was just.
You guys hear that, Twitch chatters? You're the fun chatters. Yeah.
Congratulations. You guys won the vote.
I imagine just being near Twitch politics and YouTube politics is always awkward for our friend Erudite. The people that are here, it just makes things worse. Am I wrong about that?
Wait, being around Twitch poll people is awkward for me?
I mean, they make awkward situations constantly.
Mad Lad specifically.
Probably the same way that chess players make.
What with the Black Grandmaster?
Yeah, I got the crossover. I'm awkward in every single way possible.
You're a chess player.
But you know what? I'm a sapiosexual. I like smart people, so I'd probably get along with chess players. I would just also make fun of them for their lack of charisma.
But they're jacked and ripped.
But they're jacked and ripped. Charisma. They're at least skinny for burning all those calories, thinking all the time.
Working it out. Thank you for the Prime Gaming resub for 8 months. Thank you so much. All right, and finally, our Dark Lord and Savior, Doobie. Thank you. We always appreciate your presence. I always just like having you around. So thanks for being here, friend.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Okay.
I will probably stick around for a bit on the open panel if anybody wants to yell at me.
Okay,
they're wrong about the Central Park thing.
Or
anything else, or Lactoid, loving slavery or whatever.
Yeah, I want to talk about that too.
Okay, yeah, whether he's there or not, we can talk about that. Okay, so we're moving on to a walk-on panel. Anyone here can join us, but if not, that's okay. Thanks for spending your time, energy, your knowledge, and your passion, my community. I know they appreciate you as much as I do. Have a good one. Bye.
Always a pleasure.
Bye.
Move on. I'm gonna move you to the other thing, right? So you said you guys just want to come, so I'm gonna just move you over there, all right? So you guys don't stick around. All right. Anyone else? We got a Doobie. All right, Doobie's going. Lactoid, you joining us?
Briefly, sure.
Okay, great.
Got booted. All right. So that.
I think he's gonna do
that.
Wow.
That.
Just to me, I need to give a shit.
Mad Lad, do you play people on chess on stream and shit, like random people?
No, chess. Absolutely. Who cares?
Well, we're not gonna talk about it.
I can jerk each other off. You can go do
it. Are you guys gonna play against each other?
I want to. If you're down, Mad Lad, sometime.
Yeah, absolutely. We could totally do that. Actually, are you streaming right now?
Nice.
I'm streaming right now. I don't want to play right now, but
oh, okay.
You guys should play chess and stream it here while we debate.
I feel like it would only make sense if there's something on the line.
I watch it.
I feel like you should play chess, and the prize is the N-word pass for Lactoid.
Oh
Ooh,
God.
You know he wants it. You know he wants it.
You know
And
he
if-
wants it. Yeah.
Oh my God.
And if you give it to him, Mad Lad, that you're leftist enough that it's a legitimate pass. Okay.
Now you got to
So
come up
if
with
I-
like a laminated like card to send to him, like it's an actual physical
I mean,
pass.
I could send him a laminated card. Absolutely, that is definitely.
Yeah,
a
he'll
thing
tuck
that
it in right behind his other card of
But, like-
Grandmaster, but different kind of Grandmaster.
No, it would be
Oh.
BGM, so he could say the N word, right? Like you
I
have to
moved
have
you to
that.
the wrong room. Holy shit.
Yeah, you did. Sorry, do you
Yeah,
have
I
a mod
did.
who can help with?
Okay.
Jeez.
1 second.
Yeah, get rid.
Good thing there's a mod here to help set things up real nice and neatly.
I was like, I didn't know why and you guys weren't showing up on screen. Okay,
okay.
there you guys go.
Okay,
Alright.
now your lip is way less pink. I think it's StreamYards
It's probably StreamYards,
Doing-
yeah.
doing you dirty.
Doesn't do
Although
me
I
any
like
those
favors.
are
just to be clear, I wasn't insulting your lips.
pretty.
Sure. Yeah.
I wasn't. I
pink-
wasn't.
the
My
pink you were
chat was like,
saying
that was
was the-
emasculating, and I was like, whatever. He has a nice lip color. Get over it.
It was the white rage building up in him. Was the pink that you were saying?
All
right.
So yeah, if you guys want to jump on to people can't hear me yet. But if you guys want to be a part of this, you can go to my Discord. Exclamation open my chat for instructions. I hope people are going to come out of commercials in seconds, and when they do, I'll let them know again.
So
Okay.
I'll do.
1 second. Okay.
What I'm gonna do?
Now you're back. Now you're back, guys. Hello, hi. If you're back from the
Hey.
commercials, then jump in. We'd love to have you.
All right. So what's
Wait,
gonna
so
happen?
can we? No chess. Fuck you guys.
God damn
Leave
it!
me down.
Fuck you.
Wait, hold
Jimmy.
on. Can we explore the because I've been memeing on Lactoid over the slavery thing, okay? But the truth is, I was actually on his side in that debate panel.
You were assigned to
Fuck
be on
yeah.
my side, and here you are backstabbing me after the fact. What the fuck, dude?
It's funny. I'm sorry.
All right. So
So-
I'm gonna do.
I'm curious as to like what do you think about that Prime or Erudite or Mad Lad or Corey? Like, do you think right that there were benefits to certain demographics or people, including African Americans, right, from that came from slavery?
So is the question broadly, were there benefits for society from slavery?
For African Americans
or
specifically.
specifically only like Black people? Okay. I just wanted to clarify.
Because Lactoid says yes. Right?
there
And actually they should
benefits?
be thankful in some way.
I don't think he said
Did
that.
he say that they should be thankful?
Oh,
Or just
Lactoid's
that
right
they're
here.
benefits?
Let's get him on the record. Should Black people be thankful for slavery?
Or we could just talk about him like he's not here. I love that.
I think I prefer that. No, I think I use the word grateful. I don't think I use the word thankful.
I'm sorry, grateful.
All right.
Oh.
Before Lactoid responds, I sent him a challenge link that he can
Stop.
so he can
Don't
play
care.
chess while we're doing this topic, and you guys can see the game actively while it's going on.
I'm not gonna
Here it
watch
is.
Defend
I
racism
refuse,
and play
okay?
chess at the same
And this is
time.
gonna be really hard. This is gonna be challenging. I sent you the link in DMs. Go ahead and click. It'll be fine. It's random side. Whatever else.
So I really
here-
gotta
he-
pee, but I will defend it. Can I go pee right?
Okay.
Oh, I'm gonna go pee.
The racism or the chess?
I think
In
here's
defense
the
of
issue. I imagine in like niche specific metrics, you can probably argue like some level of benefit, but I don't know if I would argue gratefulness ever. That feels like a stretch where you're like, well, like, they got maybe I'll bring up some random metric. I'm like, okay, yeah. But I don't know if I would say like it feels like if there are pros that come out of it, I suspect there's also, a myriad of cons that might outweigh that, or at least make you not feel grateful for the I don't know. But I guess we'll have to hear from him.
Or we could just again keep talking about him and say his opinions for him.
I mean, I can do that. I can tell you what his position is,
Okay.
and then he can come back and do it in a worse way.
Okay, please do.
No, I'm sorry. No, so the position, I guess broadly, right? Like I'm not gonna get very specific right now. Is that even the slaves themselves, when they were set free, there were benefits that they used to build communities, build up their lives post slavery, that they gained because they were slaves. I.e., they might have been taught carpentry or farming or whatever, right? Like any of these skills, right? That they learned throughout the course of their slavery because they were slaves were things that they took post
Are you
slavery
implying
and
that you
used to
can't be a
build homes and
carpenter without
communities, et cetera,
becoming
et
a
cetera.
slave?
That isn't what I implied at all.
Okay.
Right? So So the idea is that these people should actually look at the experience and like, hey, yeah, overall bad experience, but here's the silver lining, and we use that silver lining to build up our communities.
So you can pull a benefit from any situation you encounter, but that situation is still like it could still be inherently bad, right?
I mean, I don't think
like you can
slavery
be
is inherently bad, first off, but
a
like,
victim of circumstance and have like some net positive, like, you know, you get a
Like,
trauma and you develop character as a result of it. But that doesn't mean that like you should look back and be like, I'm so grateful, you know, and other people probably should be telling you, you should have been grateful for that trauma that happened to you because it made you a better person afterwards. It's like, well, it did, but that doesn't mean I'm grateful for it.
Doobie's misrepresenting. Doobie's misrepresenting.
I want to give Lactoid this
No, I'm not.
space.
Wait, but before you
but the reason why
I can't play chess and talk about racial issues on Twitch at the same time.
And after Lactoid goes, because like this helped me crystallize my problem with this framing, and I'd like to express that. But Lactoid, please go.
So my points during the debate were twofold. The first point I made was defending DeSantis's education program for being truthful and important in explaining Reconstruction and important in explaining American history, which is that the slaves absolutely did learn skills while being enslaved: carpentry, healing, agricultural work, obviously.
Healing.
Yeah.
It's like
well, no, that's
like a video game superpower.
The AP U.S. History Standards specifically list healing, and they list carpentry, and they list musicians.
That might be like midwifing.
Sure. Yeah, there's all sorts of things that are skills, and then after Black people were free, they used those skills to benefit their situation and to help their situation and help themselves and help their communities and the people around them. That's absolutely true. I would not say for those people who were enslaved that slavery was a benefit to them. I wouldn't say that, because I think slavery in of itself is such an awful condition that, you know, even if it turns out that you can go ahead and use skills that you learned due to forced labor after the fact, that to me wouldn't overcome the negative associated with forced labor. So, but we can also be honest and recognize what skills were learned and how those skills were used after slaves were freed, which is all DeSantis's education policy does. Okay, that was the first part of the discussion. The second part of the discussion was the question of everybody alive today, which racial demographic benefited the most from slavery, right? And my argument is quite simply the one that exists because of it, because absent it, there would not be existence, and existence is preferable to non-existence. Black America exists because of slavery.
Existence doesn't necessarily mean it isn't necessarily preferable to non-existence when it comes to a whole like cultural group, though, right? Like, just
for the individuals in that group, it does.
No, not necessarily, because you could have like a trauma, like you could be a group of people that had like parasocial relationships on the internet, and you could be an unproud member of that group, right? Like, it's not a group you want to be a part of.
Even before that, look, this is a group created through like a trauma, right? A group created by political circumstances, negative political circumstances. You're saying because it was created in itself makes it good. Okay, all right. Well, the Holocaust was okay because we have Holocaust survivors. And we wouldn't have Holocaust survivors if we didn't have the Holocaust.
No, you're missing the
point.
So
I guess.
I mean, that is the point. That's
no, you're missing the point. I'm not talking about whether or not the event itself was good. I'm asking who benefited, and we're obviously capable of having this conversation.
Holocaust survivors benefit from the Holocaust. Because now they're Holocaust survivors.
Hold on. When it comes to like analyzing white privilege, we're perfectly capable of doing this. Where people who argue for white people who argue for white privilege existing aren't necessarily saying it's a good thing. They're just saying like the historical timeline has benefited me in these ways. Prime, let's be honest with ourselves. Like, for Black people alive today in America, if they could press a button that would like remove slavery from the historical timeline, they as individuals would just disappear.
That's like,
but no, what would happen actually, I would tell you what would happen. Actually, if the timeline happened that way, there would be no population loss in Africa, and the entirety of Africa would actually be like Wakanda.
Well, you're also framing
insane.
It would be Wakanda.
You're framing
it would be Wakanda.
You're framing it in a very specific way. I'm curious, like, obviously, I don't know the answer to this question, but I'm curious if you asked each individual black person, like, would you, would you push the button of, like, you don't exist, but slavery never happened? I think you might get a mixed answer.
No, for sure. Well, hold on, for sure. And I would expect a mixed answer. And you would have people who think, okay, this is a historical atrocity, which it was. And if they press the button, then that historical atrocity ends. But they benefited materially the most by virtue of existing, right? By virtue of simply existing. That's like a weight that they would have to like consider when pressing the button. Like, because when you press the button, you're gone. You're out of existence.
Well, no. Well, first, this
is essentially like you dying.
This is almost like what abusive parents do to their children. Of like, yeah, I can do whatever I want to you because I brought you into this world, and you should be grateful that you're just like alive and here and exist. Therefore, I can carry out all these atrocities.
I'm not saying that either. No, I'm not saying that either. But I will ask you though, if those abusive parents didn't fuck, would the kid be there?
No, they wouldn't. But that's
so different. The act of fucking, was that beneficial for the child that now exists?
That would be up to the child, actually.
No. But like,
I hate this so much. This line of
logic.
This
is a weird framing, right? Because like that fucking could have been a rape, but we don't like look at it like backwards in this way. This is not the way we frame our understanding of historical events. That we can look at the event in itself, in its context, and at that place, and we talk about whether that's like beneficial and it's problematic. What you're introducing here, I know you're not saying like the Holocaust was good, that slavery is good. I get that. I understand that, right? But we don't frame it in this way because it's not a useful lens. Yes, because the timeline would change. If I went back in time and killed like a certain deer that like fed my ancestors somewhere along the line, then then I get disappeared. Then we all get disappeared. Like so, like that's like.
Well, so the reason why this is useful, is because this is in direct. This line of argumentation is a direct response to reparations, right? This idea of like black people suffered, like a history of like suffering, right? But specifically reparations for slavery. I don't understand how people alive today can claim the event which led to their existence as actually harming them to the point where they need to be reimbursed money.
It's okay. Well,
like this is a philosophical gotcha, I feel like, and not like actually a reasonable like argument.
It's not.
Like, yeah, obviously we want to exist.
Just calling it a philosophical gotcha doesn't make it like unreasonable.
We're talking. So okay. So
I mean, that's the whole point of calling it a gotcha, is it not?
Talking about
gotchas can be reasonable.
No, that's why it's called a gotcha.
Yeah, because I gotcha. Because my logic is impeccable, and you're like struggling.
No, it's not impeccable. It's not impeccable.
This is dumb. This is dumb. Let's okay. When we're talking about reparations, not only are we talking about the actual event in itself and that being a problem, but also the negative effects that still exist with us today, like the country. And I'm going to say this again because people, I think Doobie gets upset about this or whatever. This country is based in racism, right? It's a racist country, like from the foundations, and the results of centuries. Let's not forget that centuries of human enslavement have shaped its institutions, its people, its attitudes, and that's still with us today. So to help make up for all the things, the echoes of that time, yes, we need reparations. So it's more than just like the event in and of itself. But also centuries of slavery. Yeah.
No, so this is important because if it was based on like, with reparations specifically, the motivation is not the same motivation as welfare, right? Welfare has the motivation of like every person is entitled to some kind of minimal standard, and there's like the responsibility of everybody to make sure this person hits that minimum standard. Reparations is not based on this. Reparations is based on this concept of like justice, this concept of like cosmic justice. And this idea of like even a wealthy or middle-class black person, for a lot of organizations, including ADOS, right, want to, for middle-class black people and wealthy black people to get money because of the kind of the injustices of slavery, right? Specifically that they themselves like suffered, even though they're alive today and weren't slaves, right? They suffered from the history of slavery. And the point here is that like they themselves, like they didn't suffer, right? The overall like calculation is positive for them because A, they exist in a situation which otherwise they wouldn't. B, they exist in America when otherwise they wouldn't exist in America. And C, they were able to get middle class and wealthy here, which statistically they're much, much, much less likely to be able to do in Africa. And they're infinitely less likely to do if they didn't exist. And so, yeah, I understand like welfare arguments, but those are fundamentally different than reparations arguments.
I don't. Before I go off and just continue on, I do want to include other people like
Sure.
Erudite. Do you have thoughts? What does the Latin have to say about this? Go ahead.
It's kind of what I said before. Even if you can point to like specific niche benefits that like the Black populace might have experienced, part of the issue is that you're comparing this to an unknown history that doesn't happen, which is like, well, what would have happened to these individuals in these populations if they hadn't been enslaved and brought to America? And assuming also that they were being enslaved and sent to the Middle East, because the slave trade was going in all sorts of directions, right? What would have happened to that populace? Who the fuck knows? So we're like comparing whether something that I think everyone would agree was an awful, bad situation that didn't need to happen to a future existence of a people that has no metric to measure it by because it doesn't exist. It just, even again, if there's like niche little benefits that like Black people might experience for like being in America today, it's really hard for me to say like they benefited from slavery. Like it's like, again, even if they benefit in like niche areas, I definitely would never say that they need to be grateful for it in any ways. I just don't think that that's an apt thing to say. And I think it feels like it's like by saying like Black people benefit from some slavery from finding like a couple of like niche areas where they genuinely might have, it feels like a dismissal of the greater plot, which is like the entirety of like the harm that was also done. Like I imagine if you look at Canada, there was probably select benefits that came out of residential schools, like educating kids, like Indigenous kids in English, for example, might have like somewhat benefited these individuals, but it's kind of like it's missing the broader point of like the mass amounts of harm that residential schools did as well, even if there are like these select benefits. I guess that's going to be my issue with this.
You get the benefits at what cost, right?
Well, I get. We don't even. This doesn't even need to be like specifically a racialized issue, right? Because there are other things that I think we could consider to be like terrible, i.e., like Genghis Khan, right? And the genocides that he carried out and the fucking terrible destructions of civilization, right? But you know, if we pull back a bit and see how that impacted history and how cultures that were totally separate from each other were able to communicate and share technology, and we were able to expand as like a human species through the aftermath of his like genocides and his wars, right? There is some kind of benefit there, right? Same with, I mean, I'm a descendant of Native Americans, right? Yaqui indigenous people. And they were also people that were they went to war with like the Mexican government and the American government, and before that, they were, I think, the same tribes that were like they went to war with like the Spanish, and they were raped and murdered, et cetera, et cetera. But now yeah, that's a terrible situation that happened for them. But now I get to live in the most powerful country on the planet, right? So like there's a benefit for me, even though the history is terrible.
I like how you're writing an alternate history for what could have been to justify like the horrible things that have happened. Like it just doesn't, or not justify it, but like, you know, I don't know why we're actually.
I'm not writing an alternate history. I'm talking about what did happen, right?
Well, what did happen, but then like
if the indigenous people were left alone, right? They might have created UFOs or some shit. Sure, I guess, right? But what actually did happen, right? But what actually did happen, right, is lots of war, lots of conquest, and down the line, some benefit for the people living today who now get to enjoy living in the most powerful country on the planet. Right, with a very diverse culture that exists because of this history.
Right, but then there's also people who don't exist who would have lived in a different type of like really cool country.
Well, I don't need to worry about their benefit because they don't exist.
But if they did if they did exist, they would be saying the exact same thing that we're saying. They would be saying, "Thank God history was the way it happened, so I exist." If they value their own existence.
So I guess like I don't know if they would say that, but like I guess like the point is, like, why are we having this dialogue? Like, that's why there's a conflict here. It's not because of the ideas itself. The ideas are innocuous enough, I'm sure, but like, why is this a part of Florida's education plan? Like, why are we talking about the benefits of slavery? Why are we
So I
talking
think this
about
narrative actually works against the counter narrative, which is that African Americans and just non-white Americans in general are people who were oppressed and put down and victims like in perpetuity, right? And they've always been victims. They're always going to be victims, etc. Like I think
God
that
damn
kind
it!
of
Every time you say something triggering, I fuck up.
that mindset is extremely like demoralizing. I think so. One of the ways that you defeat it, I think, is telling the true history, which is that yeah, they were people who were victimized, they were people who were oppressed, but even despite all that, they were able to use some of the things that they learned in their oppression to build, right, to build communities, to build
You're trying
families, to
to
build homes,
polish
to
a
build
turd.
businesses, etc.
And that's like like you don't have to polish that turd. There's no reason to take something that was
It's
horrible
not
and say,
polishing the turd.
well, no, it
It's an
is. It's
accurate
literally
retelling of
saying
history.
no. It's like
It's
literally saying
the
you
African
suffered
American story isn't a story
genocide.
of just victimization. It's
You've
a
been
story of
genocided, but at
it's
least
a
you
story
got some.
of people who overcame terrible oppression and are still overcoming terrible oppression.
No,
Right?
you're spinning it in a weird
That is
way,
an
but like literally
inspirational thing.
talking about like you're literally trying to put like a shine on the cloud and say, it's a stormy day, but at least the clouds are pretty. Like that's literally
No,
what
that's
this
ridiculous.
is. Like you're literally saying, oh, you got this cool skill, even though you've been oppressed for generations. Like there's no point in having this discussion.
I think the difference here that I'm hearing is I think it would be good if a community with a like awful history. Can you bring it in here? You're not naked. Like a thank you. A community that has like a history that like Indigenous people or Black people have, for example. I think it would be good if the community itself was able to see itself as more than victims, because I agree that like victim mindsets and like external like locuses of control are really harmful. The problem is that like there's certain mantras that I think have to come from within people and can't be like told to them. And I think the issue with like this type of discourse is it feels like I'm not saying that like Black Twin is explicitly saying this, but there's something weird to me of saying like Black people, you should see yourselves as like survivors and overcomers and that you've benefited from it. And it's like that's potentially true as a cultural narrative that would benefit Black people. But I think the issue is that I think that has to come from the community within rather than.
And it already does come from the community within. There's no need to incorporate it into the.
There's a huge problem of like victim mindset.
I'm sorry. No, oh my God. There's a huge problem. No, there's some people who.
Which is why I think you see
the
such a
victim role,
distinction
but there's
between
plenty of
them
people who,
and like Asians and Jewish people, right? Jewish culture heavily
I wasn't done yet. There's plenty of people. No, there's plenty of people. There's plenty of people who exist in communities that have been dealing with atrocities where like you just you figure out what went wrong and you just sorry, hold on, you triggered me so hard right here. I lost my whole thread. Give me a second.
I think the Black American community needs to learn from the Jewish community, right? They're proud of their history.
Did you just say that?
Yeah, they absolutely do.
Fuck?
I think it's true that Jews were oppressed across the planet for fucking centuries, right? Thousands of years even.
There's plenty of people
and
who are
from that they built a
of
culture around being survivors, around being proud of their people and what they've been able to accomplish, not seeing themselves as victims. I think that's a beautiful thing. It's something that other communities can do.
No, you're trying to depict the Black community as a culture of victims, and that's not true. Like at the end of the day, that's bullshit.
I think that
there's also a differentiation that has to be made. There's a really big difference between saying the narrative of your people shouldn't just be victims. You should see yourself as survivors, and you should see yourselves as like people who overcame obstacles despite everything. That's a very different type of narrative and talking point than saying Black people benefited from slavery, right? Like these are necessary because one of them is functionally a factual claim, and the other one is essentially a narrative claim about how people should view themselves. And again, I would akin this to pull yourself up by your bootstraps is a really good internal belief that I think most people should cultivate. And I think it's really, really awful to tell other people, right? If I tell other people, you should pull yourself up by your bootstraps, it's pretty empty, even though I would agree internally saying, I should do my best, take self-responsibility and pull myself up by my bootstraps is probably the best possible orientation to take towards like self-actualization in the world.
Which
And
is
so
why
this is the issue that I'm seeing with like this type of language, is it feels weird to tell a community the narrative that they must have, even if the narrative might be good for the community.
I don't even know if the narrative is okay. Well, on that front,
and
thank
Doobie,
you so
Doobie,
much
Doobie and
for
I have
this.
separate points, by the way. I just want to point that out.
Okay.
I'm going to take this opportunity to.
See ya.
Take care, Mad Lad.
I claim victory
Noah?
over Mad Lad again.
All right. Peace. I just wanted to, okay, I feel like the conversation may have moved on a little bit since I was trying to get in here, but I guess the question I wanted to ask is, one, like, so are we looking at this as whether it's whether slavery was a net positive, in which case I'm guessing the answer is almost certainly no, or is it like, were there like, you know, benefits and costs to it, in which case the costs almost certainly outweigh the benefits, right? Like, I guess
net benefit to who?
Well, isn't the argument about the people who were enslaved?
People? No, to the people who exist now. Is existence a benefit? Like, is it a benefit to exist? Is my first question for you.
This goes back to the maid panel, the maid question.
I just, well, this kind of does go back to the maid panel a little bit, right? Is existing beneficial?
I mean, like, did they need to be enslaved to be born? Like, I feel like a lot
historically, this is true. The black individuals alive today would not have been born if slavery never existed. Of course.
Wouldn't they have just been born in Africa?
The U.S. would have a much wider.
That's not how that works.
Yeah, I don't think that's how it works.
And by the way, even if it was how it worked, let's just assume for some crazy reason that actually is how it worked, they'd be born in Africa, where like by every single metric, it's worse off than America.
Hold on, wait.
Why is Africa worse off than America?
Because there's a lot of reasons why Africa has been behind the Western world going back centuries. And this.
Okay, do you know for sure that if slavery had like not happened, that Africa would still be behind the Western world?
Wait, there are African nations that never had dealt with slavery, and they're still behind the Western nations.
Considerably.
And a lot of that is just to do with their geography, right? Like, it's not like that's literally like half the issue. Another issue is like a lot of tribal conflicts, right? It makes it very difficult for them to.
Geography is a huge part of it.
I don't think it's fair to judge it by like, oh, well, like if slavery never happened, like you wouldn't have been born. I don't think that's like a fair metric to judge by, right?
Why not?
Why not?
Because he's presuming that existence is good, that like it's inherent good. I actually don't think that that's self-evident, that like just existing is like an inherently positive thing. It seems like a lot of people view it as like a neutral thing, and some people seem to view it as a negative thing, which is sad. But yeah, I think that's like the fundamental difference that's happening between like Lactoid and others.
Yeah, no, I agree with. I think
black people get to exist now as a result of slavery. I mean, in America as people, that it is that makes slavery a good for them. I don't.
Right. The only argument against mine is a fundamentally antinatalist position.
That is not true.
No, it is true, because you have to argue. Because my position is, look, existence is a benefit. Because I mean, to be frank, if you at least you have the choice at that point, right? And in Canada, you have the choice. Okay, so at least you have the choice. Like if you have any kind of self-preservation, you are making the determination every day that your existence is more beneficial to you than non-existence, which is reasonable, which is understandable.
So if we lock women up and rape them into having kids, that's good for those kids because at least they exist.
So the kids would have benefited, yes. Of course, because the kids exist now. Why would the kids be entitled to money?
Blackboard,
at this point, you're showing
the
sentence that you're saying has no value. Is basically what
No. It would be detrimental to the women for sure. But the children that are born from that, of course, they benefited from that historical act, because otherwise they wouldn't exist.
Now, before you go and ask that question, you can ask the question right after. Just Iko Rich was so kind as to, and I saw
that.
I'm sorry for missing this. I didn't see it. I'm sorry, but sent the hype chat. So we benefit from past communism by anti-communism, anti-communist United's logic, right? So past communism was a benefit to us. You might not be here if it wasn't for the struggles during the Cold War, right?
Potentially, yeah. If there was like a reasonable like historical counterfactual that we worked through, and somebody said like, we trace your family tree.
Stalin.
We trace your family tree, and it turns out like you wouldn't exist if like the Soviet Union didn't exist. Then I benefited most from the Soviet Union existing.
You can't necessarily.
Okay.
You can't necessarily say that
had
those
to.
people wouldn't have existed just because there's a different procreation that created them, right? Like there would still be people existing,
Right, they'd be different people,
regardless of the
though.
condition.
Okay, I feel like the
He's
existence
going to always
thing is
argue
kind of
that they would always. You have to basically establish, just so because I don't like. This is a tough one because I think it's a really bad idea to tell other people the narratives that they should occupy within. Just to be clear, I think it's like the worst thing you can do to people. But to be clear, I do not believe that you get the right to tell people that they should be grateful to exist. I just don't. I don't agree with that, and I don't think that saying that is inherently anti-natalist. You would have to suggest why that claim is inherently saying that people shouldn't exist and be born. It's not precisely the same thing. Saying that an individual doesn't have to be forced to be grateful to be alive isn't the same thing as saying people shouldn't continue to be born. It's not the same.
Wait, if somebody,
okay,
let's be like crass for.
If that's what you mean by anti.
Well, I'm trying to be a little bit careful too because we're on
okay.
Twitch. But like, what I'm trying to say is like, if somebody doesn't value existing, they at least have the choice to continue existing.
Wait, hold on. Wait,
okay, it's not immediately clear to me.
Noah.
Okay, so it's not immediately clear to me that this like thing about existence is necessarily a strong argument, because I feel like there are a lot of people who don't exist who otherwise would have existed if we had the other reality. So it kind of cancels out.
No. If they existed, it'd be beneficial to them that history went that way.
Let me just see. So this is the simulation that's going on in my mind, and maybe you guys can kind of tell me how you think of it. But in my view, like, let's say you're running, I guess, 2 computer simulations, right? One where the world has slavery, and then one simulation where the world doesn't have slavery. And I guess the question that I'm trying to ask is, like, on average, are the people in the world without slavery better off than the world in which we didn't have slavery? That's kind of the question that I'm more interested in answering. And all this stuff about like, oh, this person would have existed, that person would not have existed. Like, I don't know. I feel like it kind of confuses things, and it's a little bit hard to.
It's meant to waste time in this conversation.
No, so I don't know why you're most interested in this question, because I think we all agree that like atrocities are bad and shouldn't occur.
Okay.
I get that was kind of like the question I was going to ask you, Lactoid, is just like, can you like say like the lives that may have been potentially born if slavery hadn't existed are like worth less than the lives that are now born because slavery exists?
No,
so
no,
you're,
no. So here, let me try to like. Okay, clearly there's a disconnect. Okay, let me ask you a question, Toya. Right? I've met you before.
I think I know what you're like getting.
Well,
at.
yeah,
well,
yeah. So just come with me then. Come with me for the benefit of the crowd. Okay.
All right.
I put a button in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, actually, hold on. Next to you, there is somebody who just happens to exist, right? And they exist on timeline A, and you exist on timeline B. If you press the button, you switch from timeline A to timeline B, and you disappear. Would you press the button?
Okay. Question. In timeline B, did Hitler kill a bunch of Jews?
Sure.
Okay, well, then yeah, I'd press the button to save myself. But if timeline B, he didn't, I might just press the button to kill myself.
So kill yourself, right? You would sacrifice yourself because you believe so strongly in like erasing an atrocity that you would sacrifice yourself. But by virtue of like existing, like you did benefit from the historical like timeline that led to you existing.
I don't know, dude. I lead a pretty unhealthy lifestyle.
You can do things that are not beneficial to yourself for like some greater good, of course.
But here's the thing. I don't. Okay, look, why don't we just stipulate that just to move forward, right? Because I don't know if this is like a thing to focus on. Yes, there's benefits for being. Okay, there's benefits for being. That's it. Well, why don't we just move past that to like a deeper part of the conversation?
It seems like that's like obvious. Like most of the time, you're gonna want to like exist. Most people are going to want to exist. However, like I don't consider like existing necessarily like a benefit, right? And like I would be willing to take a more like nuanced position to say like, yeah, there are some benefits that exist because of slavery. Like, if I'm going head to head with a black dude with the same GPA in a college entrance exam, and like we scored the same, he's probably getting the scholarship instead of me. But I feel like the negatives kind of outweigh the positives by a pretty big margin.
So what's happening is you guys are like keep deviating to something that we agree on. to make it
Okay,
look
so
like
we-
to make it look
I-
like I like have like some
for
giant
sure.
pro-slavery position, which I don't. I'm a libertarian. I'm against slavery more than any of you. You guys
Hold on,
you
I have
guys
a
like
question.
slavery when it comes to taxes, okay? I'm against all fucking slavery. I think it's all evil,
I-
okay? I'm the most anti-slavery person. What I'm saying is like logically speaking, like when we're doing this historical analysis, we have to be honest with ourselves when it comes to the question of like counterfactuals, when it comes to the questions of existence.
Then why do you impose that they should be grateful? Because that's not part of the logical premise.
So, to be fair, that's a good point. At the time, back in the prior debate, I'm pretty sure the line of logic was like, if you value existence, right, you should be grateful for the history that led to your existence, right? There's some kind of benefit there. Maybe grateful is the wrong fucking word. I really want to keep to like, you benefited from it. Now, are you grateful to have benefited from things? You can feel guilty about benefiting from something awful, but like still be grateful that you are born into the world in which you benefited from historical wrongs. I guess I don't know. This turns into like a semantics issue, but as long as you understand like the point I'm trying to make here, which is that like it's hard for a group to claim like monetary recompense for historical action which led to the very existence of the same people now demanding his like monetary recompense. Doesn't make any sense.
That's why I bring up the. That's why. Can I just say? That's why I bring up like the family example of like so like would you say to the child that's like been severely abused by their parents, and there's some really horrific stories out there of like whatever children locked in basements and just like subjected to like absolute torture and horrific. So would you tell that child, hey, once you've escaped, you should be grateful for your parents and everything they did? Would you at any point would you say, hey, you should be grateful for the history of all that torture and
allows
abuse?
you to exist.
No, so the torture and shit. That's
so the answer is no.
Hold on, the torture and shit doesn't have to do with your existence. Your parents like fucking and having you. That is the thing that like if you value existence, you should be grateful for, which I think most people do value existence. And like the other parts, the abuse, you don't have to be grateful for those, right? But like,
okay, so then what exactly should are you saying then specifically? Because you're saying like, okay, in this my example, they shouldn't be grateful for the torture. They should be grateful for just the act of procreation. So what specifically?
They should be grateful for their existence. They should be grateful that they exist. And because of history playing out the way that it did, they should be grateful. And my simple answer was, you don't get to tell people to be grateful to be alive.
Here's a good example. Like, let's say like there was some like torture or like domestic abuse that happened before you were born, and it like without it you would not have been born. Then you benefited from that occurring, right? Because like the harm didn't happen to you. The only thing that like you saw was the benefit now of existing, right? That historical timeline led to a positive for you, undeniably.
Sure, you can extend to a generation, a past generation. To my example of like but even then, I don't think that holds.
They should be grateful for the tragic circumstance that led to their existence, because you have to tell people to be grateful for their existence.
Look, if you value existence, if you value your own existence, which I'm assuming the vast majority of Black people do, then like the historical timeline which led to their existence, there should be some recognition of benefit there at the very least.
I actually want to ask like what.
So I don't want to go down this road anymore. I really don't want to go down this road. Like I think we've got it. Okay. Chieshu, you want to say something? I think there's a much more interesting road to talk about like reparations rather than like this comparing timelines and existences.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna ask anything about that. I was just gonna continue to ask Lactar questions that he can answer. So I don't have any way to switch the conversation somewhat.
Then I'll do it myself.
Have I not answered a question?
Because I don't.
Well, I had one little question, if that's okay, Brian.
Yeah, I if it's on this, I don't want to hear any more of it.
I was just going to ask like,
he doesn't want to hear any more of it, dude.
I'm not sure. It's not going to be on this. Okay, moving on. So like I want to talk about. So
Prime was clear.
Oh, right. This you were making this claim, Lactwood, about reparations, and how it's weird. Well, maybe you can explain it. So in your own words, why it's weird that people would ask for it because.
Well, so to explain it, I have to go back to what I was saying before.
Is it just about existence? Is that it?
Yeah.
That it's weird that. Oh, okay. Well, then that's the weak point. All right, then I don't want to have that conversation. It's a dumb conversation. All right, let's move on to something else because I'm dumb. Okay.
At that point,
what
there's no
else we
such
have?
thing as
Gang?
reparations. Everybody exists, so you can't ask for anything regardless of wrongdoings because at least you exist. It's the
Yeah,
stupidest shit ever.
it's so dumb.
Can
What
I?
else we got, gang?
So if you had last question on it's not directly. Let's say you had a horrible like a situation where like you had like a sexual assault that occurred, and then a pregnancy happened and the child was born. Do you think the child should be able to sue their father for money? And if so, what would the damages be for suing them?
Wait, say the question again. I'm
Wait a
sorry, I
second.
missed it.
If you had a child born from a sexual assault, should the child be able to sue their father? And if so, why?
I mean, wait, wouldn't that
We're
just
not
be like
saying
kind of
that.
child
We're
support
not saying that.
in a
We're not
sense?
saying that blacks today should be able to sue their previous parents. So I don't understand why this analogy is coming up.
I have a rough time because I don't like to. Like, what are you aiming for? Like, what is your goal in this statement?
I've said it 3 times, brother. I've said it. Just
What? Just be
I
grateful for
asked
existing?
hypothetical. I asked hypothetical. Do you think the
I
child
think
should
he's
be able to
moving on
sue
to
their father?
reparations.
Do you think this
Okay,
child
reparations.
should be able to sue the father for money? And if so, why?
Well, I know that there was a case where thalidomide was a drug that caused birth defects in a lot of children, and if I seem to remember, there was a lawsuit related to that. So I don't
Yeah,
know
but
if
that's
that's
not
like
parental law, as far as I
I mean,
know, in terms
I
of
I
pharmaceuticals.
may sound a little dumb here, but isn't that like child support?
No, child support is like completely unrelated to a rape. It has to do with like parental obligations.
This would be damages. He's saying, can you sue your parent, your father, who raped your mother, which resulted in you? Can you sue for damages of the fact of like the harm that he did to create your existence and probably all the trauma that would be
I don't know
associated
if
with
the
it?
I don't know if the act of slavery itself was what produced the baby. Like, it's not like when you slap the handcuffs on,
Yeah,
like the
it's
baby
not.
just popped out. Like, I don't understand how.
Exactly.
Like,
This is
whereas
why
the
it doesn't.
sexual assault is the direct cause of the pregnancy,
It's an
which is
analogy
different.
that he's trying to
Well,
draw.
he's
There are
asking.
some,
He's asking. He wants
Not
an
an
answer.
analogy.
He just wants an answer from it.
I
No,
don't think
this is
so.
not.
I don't think so because you can't like. I mean, what if you had a shitty life? Would you sue your current like parent for like damages? Don't look
It's
at me
all
like
coming together, brother. That's what I'm trying to tell
It's
you.
not coming together. It's
No, it's
disanalogy.
not coming
Not
together.
at all.
No, you just don't want to admit. That's what it
TSU,
is.
why is it not why is it disanalogous?
Because what we're saying in this situation, and I don't really argue about reparations for slavery. I think there are more recent things that we can argue about. But if we are going in that conversation, you're suing the government who allowed for abuse and not the parents that had the kids in slavery, which would be the analogy to what he's saying, which is why it's so silly. And there's nothing that's coming together.
Right. It's about the disanalogy here, to be really explicit, is the fact that in one case you have a citizen, like a single individual, and in the other case there's a suit against like an institution.
Why does that change the moral calculus? Because the reason for the hypothetical
That's
is
why
like,
the hypothetical is disanalogous, because in the case of like suing your father, you might say yes or no, but the issue of why it doesn't map on well to a comparison to reparations is because of the analogy with the father. One of the direct pieces, say you say no, right? I imagine lots of people would say no. The issue is that you're talking about a citizen to a citizen. Whereas in the case of an institution that's existed for hundreds of years and like instigated a lot of these actions, in many ways the institution did the harm against you. So it's kind of like, can you sue an institution that raped you and also produced you? Like essentially, it's kind of more the analogy.
If you don't understand that, the direct analogy that we would say is, can a slave child sue their parents for enduring slavery and procreating and creating them? That would be the analogy to what you said, which shows how nonsensical the analogy you tried to draw is. That would be the direct analogy.
So the analogy is just fine, but we can change it to address this, I guess. This is like an important part. I mean, legally speaking, like, I don't understand why this matters at all. But hold on real quick.
Sure.
Should a child of sexual assault be able to sue the police who failed to intervene?
What? Who failed to intervene?
Yeah, who failed to intervene and stop the rape from happening? Should they be able to sue the police officers?
I think
Sorry, the police department. The police department.
The police. It's about the police department. Like the U.S. government sanctions slavery, though. It's sanctioned, encouraged, and passed policies to make it happen. The police department doesn't.
Yeah, the police department could have intervened and they could have stopped it, but they didn't do it. Okay, should the child be able to sue the police department?
You know what I think is doing the heavy lifting here is the lawsuit, and I feel like, so if you tweak it and you ask, let's say you are the sexual assaulter, and then you realize what you did is wrong, do you have an obligation to financially support the child that you created, right? Or in the case of the police, if you fail to intervene, do you as the police have an obligation to make it right if you realize that what you did was wrong?
Well, the failure to intervene is where it again becomes like disanalogous, right? It would be if that police department set aside a policy where they won't intervene in those type of harms. In that situation, would you be able to sue or something?
Yeah.
But
And in that situation, should the child of a sexual assault be able to sue like the police department then?
Should they be able to make a claim that they should have reparations? Then I would say yes.
They should be able to sue the police department, and for what?
For those specific policies, I would say.
For the policies that
led
to them being born?
Possibly. If it turns out that the sexual abuse happened in the past, but the child is still suffering major effects because maybe somehow in this weird parallel that we're trying to make analogous, the sexual abuse is like happening to slightly lesser degrees as they're also growing up. So it's not the sexual abuse anymore. The slavery is over, but there's other systemic issues that the sexual abuser is doing to the child. Can the child sue for both the sexual abuse and like the harm done systemically in between? And the answer would be possibly. I don't think we would.
You would only you could only sue for shit that actually happened to you, right? Like if the child is born and like there's shit that happened to them, then they can sue for that. But like they can't sue for like the police not intervening for their parents getting sexually assaulted or their parent getting sexually assaulted.
The reason why everyone's like quite dissatisfied with the analogy is number one, you're like setting up the analogy through like kind of like British common law precedent of whether or not like a lawsuit can occur here. And the issue is that that's a totally different type of legal institutional situation versus reparations. Whereas reparations is a little bit closer to what Noah was saying of like basically the institution or the raper realizing that they had done wrong a long time ago. And they're like, look, buddy, I left my inheritance to you or like something like that. That's why like those two things are going to be closer. So it depends if especially in the direction, if it's like Black people demanding the reparations, and they can also point to a number of systemic things that have happened to them and recently to like demand lawsuit, yes, they might be able to sue, especially assuming the sexual abuser was still kind of in their life fucking with them at times, like telling their teachers that they suck so that they got worse grades or whatever the fuck. We want to make it analogous,
I think we have, I think we have sort of analogy like playing out now. Like, do the current younger generation have the right to sue the government for the lack of climate action, which I think is actually like playing out.
Jesus Christ.
Wait, hold on.
As a result, that happened in Montana.
Little Sally couldn't play.
I feel like I've just been hit with whiplash.
I feel like in reparation conversations, what we really have to talk about is moral desert. Like, I think that that's like kind of the only way to target it. And this is why I think like, even though I'm not actually like a super big fan of reparations, just to be clear, like I don't think I'm for them. The issue is that I want to tack it from like this position of like the analogy that I understand what you're doing with your analogies as well. Like I'm not being bad faith. I don't think that I would approach it from that direction. It would be more about things like moral desert.
Yeah.
I don't know. Hold on. I don't know, because it seems like if you understood the analogy, you guys are focusing on like elements that are pretty irrelevant to the actual like moral question of the only question is like the child suing the father who sexually assaulted the mother. Okay, the question in that hypothetical is, do you get to sue somebody who did a bad action that led to you existing, and if so, why? And then if your argument, yes, it would be on the onus of the mother because she was the one who had the bad thing happen to her. And then the question you have to ask is, does it matter if the wrongdoer is a person, is a group of people, is an institution? Like, why is that relevant morally? And we went through that whole fucking timeline. Now we're talking about moral deserts, like moral deserts in terms of like finding the guilty like accountable. Well, the guilty are dead. So I mean, who deserves to pay reparations?
Well, I guess you'd want to ask the question that's most upstream of the type of policy question that you'd eventually be asking, right? So if you want to ask a question that's similar to the one that like we would eventually be deciding, well, it's likely that if reparations happen, it's going to be through a democratic process. In other words, our society deciding that, hey, this is something that we want to do, in which case we are kind of the rapist in this analogy, not the child.
I didn't vote back then.
Is that, just to be clear, the government isn't dead. The institution that perpetuated these. This is why the citizen to the institution was disanalogous. The issue with the analogy is that in the case of the raper, he might be dead or the actions are past. He's a single individual. In the case of the government institution, we've got this like long-standing existing thing. And on top of that, not only do you have slavery, but after slavery, you have things like redlining and you have and segregation and a whole bunch of other shit that might be included in the quandary of whether or not they're owed reparations.
That can be a different conversation. Yeah, there's a different conversation when we're talking about like other shit. This is specifically about slavery. These institutions, these are fictions, right? These are legal fictions. Literally, the term we use for them is legal fiction. We invent them, right? I am Lactoid. If tomorrow I invent Lactoid LLC and then go commit a crime under my LLC, crime, there's exceptions for that. If I fuck somebody over out of money under Lactoid LLC, and then you come after me, oh, it's too bad, you got to sue Lactoid LLC. That's not really me. That's some other thing I just created.
Lactoid LLC would still be liable hundreds of years from now for
Lactoid
LLC.
Lactoid LLC has no funds. It's a shell company, and now
hold on.
Here's why it matters. No, it doesn't. Yes, I'll explain why it does. I'll explain why it does. Because I am a moral subject and a moral agent as a human being. I am responsible for my actions. If I invent some Lactoid LLC, the idea that that's actually what's responsible, not the person who did it, is insane. The people at the time of slavery and the people who did that shit, they are responsible. They voted for it. They ran the government. They were the police officers.
Hold on. Do you have an issue? I'm curious what you think about bureaucracy. Do you think that there's a major issue within government institutions and that bureaucracy allows for essentially maximal plausible deniability? And basically, like, you have all these different chains of bureaucracy that essentially everyone else can blame somebody else for why something went wrong, which means nobody's ever held accountable. As a libertarian, do you agree with that's an issue with bureaucracy?
I think that's an issue with bureaucracy. I think that's an issue with corporate fictions. And I think the way around this is to develop a very strict standard in which individuals are held responsible for their actions, regardless of whatever banner they do it under, okay? We should be holding politicians specifically responsible for crimes the government does. We should be holding CEOs and corporate officers criminally responsible for crimes the company commits. And that's not what happens, right? They just get slapped by some fine, by the SEC.
Sure. But why do they only get slapped? Because the issue is we have a judicial system that is quite good at targeting an individual, but we have a bureaucratic system that actually, it's not just that it makes this falsified appearance of plausible deniability. What it does is actually creates plausible deniability for people. It's actually really hard in a lot of these cases to point your finger at like a single individual and go, you are personally responsible, which is why like an institution might be culpable for an action because the bureaucracy itself is the system by which it was produced. And there isn't specific individuals being like Tim, Tom, and Jimmy were really fucking racist. And they're the only ones at fault.
So you are describing you are literally describing the thing that is like stymieing what you're trying to accomplish. An LLC stands for a limited liability company, right? Limited liability. What does that mean? You're trying to limit your liability. You're trying to protect yourself, right? You're trying to dodge responsibility.
But also,
these institutions literally exist to allow individuals who do wrong to point to the institution and say, it wasn't me, it was this company. It was LLC 841 that's what did it. It wasn't me that did it. It was XYZ
because
that did it.
We should be nobody would try anything.
No, we can. We can hold specific individuals responsible for the specific shit they do, and we should be doing that. And the idea that an institution that, like, first of all, has forced like money out of my paycheck every fucking 2 weeks. The fact that this institution, that like people who ran it 200 years ago did something terrible, and then now today, like, oh, it's the same institution, so now we're gonna take your money too.
We need to back up because you're wrong about the LLC. The LLC is actually more to my point than yours. An LLC isn't about creating plausible deniability for investors. What it does is limit the consequences for the investors, which is the same shit that bureaucracy does, and not in a fictive way, in a literal way, which is why when you're talking about institutional problems and institutional enacted crimes, you can't find an individual because everyone's got a share of less than 1%. And half of these fuckers are dead. That's the issue, which is why talking about the LLC might be better to make it go bankrupt and like all these sort of things. The issue is, unlike an LLC, our government isn't just going to be torn down and flipped over like you could have with an LLC where you go, you know what, Hudson Bay, you fucked over too many indigenous people. You're gone, and they get bankrupt and all that sort of shit. That's not going to happen with the government. So now there has to be a different type of conversation about how limited liability for government actors can be enacted and enrolled out for a institutional problem.
Yeah.
No,
that's a really good
no, it wasn't. No. A lot of words were said, but no good point was made. Okay, so an LLC exists to limit liability, right? And it exists to protect. Yes, from the consequences, right? It literally exists to protect people from consequences.
Yes,
that is the purpose of it. Okay, so protecting people from consequences is literally the problem. We should be holding people responsible for the shit they do. They should face the consequences for the bad shit that they do. And if they happen to be dead, hold on. I didn't cut you off.
Against our democratic system.
If they happen,
that, right?
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's
You're
not.
arguing against fundamental structuring.
No, I'm telling you it's not. I'm telling you it's not, and I'll explain why.
The government shouldn't exist in the way that they do because it limits liability, it limits consequence, and that's the problem. You want to solve the question of reparations, make sure that liability isn't limited. The problem is that you're not actually addressing reparations, you're suggesting a system overhaul, which is fine, but it's a different type of conversation. And just to say, well, the system's all busted, therefore reparations are meaningless, these premises don't add to each other.
Yeah.
All right. So as I was trying to say, before I was so rudely interrupted. Okay.
Yeah.
Come on, dude.
I'm just saying. So LLCs exist to protect shareholders. You're right about that. They literally exist to help people escape consequences of their actions. That's the point. We should be holding people responsible for the bad shit they do, and if they happen to be dead, shit out of luck, right? If the person who wrongs you happens to die, they are no longer exist, so you don't get to sue them. You don't get to take from them because they're gone.
Okay, so who do you sue if an institution, so say Jimmy 200 years ago made this policy, and lots of it got rolled back by the institution over time, but like a couple of these old policies still kind of exist, and they still have a bit of the negative effect that Jimmy really wanted to fuck over black people, and most of the people now that work in Jimmy's role don't, but they're just not really aware that this policy is doing this thing, but it is still fucking over black people, but in a much lesser degree, because they've rolled back a bunch of shit. Who do you hold accountable? Do you hold accountable the person in the bureaucratic position who had no idea that the policy existed or the effects that the policy was having? Is that who you hold accountable? Who?
You hold the people who enforce like something wrong, of course.
Well, who's that?
Whoever
The
happens
government.
to whoever specific person happens.
Understands now.
No. Who?
Who's the first? Come on.
Who?
Say the
Roll
policy
with me.
is about. Yeah,
who?
sure.
We held Derek Chauvin individually responsible for killing that man. That's who is responsible.
That is the issue. Is when it comes to things like slavery and systemic oppression and intergenerational trauma, it's fucking more complicated than a murder case, right?
Yeah.
It's just inherently more complicated. So the issue is, say you have a policy, we don't have this, say you had a policy from Jimmy a couple of years ago that black people get 1/5 the social welfare, which that didn't exist. Social welfare didn't really exist 200 years ago. But say that's the policy, and it gets rolled back over time so that, like, by and large, it's not like the 1/5, but there's absolutely some level of writing into limitations of welfare that if people have certain types of traits about them, they're less inclined to be approved for money. And the traits happen to coincide with a number of things that are associated with the black community. However, it's not Black skin. It's going to be things like poverty and high crime rates in their neighborhood, for example, right? But the issue is the reason why they're failing this test is in part because of systemic issues, which is why they're in poverty and they have higher crime rates. And so who do you hold accountable? The social worker who rejects their application because they're following the policy? Or do you get mad at the person who's at the top, the chair, because they should have looked at the policy and realized how problematic it was? But what if there's kind of good reasons for why they have these limitations? Because poverty and criminal liability or whatever makes them more likely to default on all these loans. This is why it's fucking complicated. This is why it's really hard with institutional issues to find a single individual to blame. It's damn near impossible because it's built into the fucking system itself. It's designed to operate that way.
So I will agree with you that it may be difficult in certain situations to find somebody who's actually responsible. But what I certainly wouldn't do is find the innocent responsible and make them pay, which is what this is proposing.
Huh?
Well,
I mean,
so
we
this is
did
the
it with
thing.
Japanese
There's-
internment.
And we
yeah,
should
exactly. That's what we're gonna
Like,
bring
at
up.
least you
There's
agreed
two
with
things-
me that I'm right and you shouldn't just be holding random.
There's two things here. One,
Also, as an
the
overall
whole
benefit comes with
framing of a
existence.
lawsuit. The whole framing of a lawsuit isn't how reparations come about. You don't sue for reparations and get reparations from the court.
Yeah.
It's an act of political will with Congress. So the whole framing of everything about your analogy is absolutely stupid because that's not how reparation comes about. The other thing is this whole holding individuals liable. These individuals are making decisions for a group of different agencies or whatever, and they don't have the financial power of the agencies that they control. So if Prime were in Congress and he enacts some terrible law and he vote on it, all of us here vote on it. We don't have the institutional finances to back the disadvantages that our policy might cause, but the government does, which is why, since we're acting on behalf of the government when we enact the legislation, the government is the entity that that releases those funds for reparations.
Where did the government get that money from?
From taxpayers.
Taxpayers who elected
They had to pay- they had to pay,
choose
didn't
what
they?
to do with their money.
Well, some of them did, right?
Taxpayers gotta pay for a lot of things.
I guess if we just want to fall into this, where it's like, well, we make people pay for shit anyway. Why not just make them pay for this? I guess.
I mean, I guess it would be the
that's
first
really the
time
thought
the-
process. If that's the thought
I
process,
just- I don't-
I mean,
I
it's
don't-
all towards,
but again,
building a better society, right?
when you look at the whole picture, quite literally, what this is there was a terrible historical event that was responsible for the existence of a group of people who is now demanding money to some extent. Some proportion of that group is demanding money from a bunch of people who had nothing to do with it. I mean, that is the situation that we're in now.
Sure.
Yeah,
So the
but
issue
people who
is
elected people who wanted to pay on their behalf. I mean,
that's not the situation at all.
The issue is it doesn't matter because if it ends up being the morally correct action, it's not really if moral desert is true, essentially, that's not what matters. The issue is, I don't know why you're not arguing reparations from an argument about efficacy. That's the only reason that I'm opposed to reparations, because essentially what the actual argument is dumping a bunch of money and shit actually going to fix all the systemic issues? I'd rather audit policy and figure out things that are actively harming a population
That's
than
never
dump
how
money.
reparations work.
Sure.
We only see that happen from white people when it involves black people. When we talked about reparations for the Japanese internment camps, we didn't say, was this going to fix the issues that were caused by this? Any of the reparations in the history of the world, there was never a conversation over, do we think this will fix all of the systemic issues that have happened? That's only a white liberal talking point that starts to exist when we start to talk about reparations for black people. That's not real.
That's
It's
fair.
not a real
It's a white
argument.
liberal talking point, and I think it's the main thing that matters, because at the end of the day, if a wrong was done to a population, which I believe it was and has been done, then what we should do is, to our utmost, try to correct the wrongs as much as possible. That is what I think fundamentally matters here.
I guess one thing I will bring up
we don't
is
trust them
that
to
in the
spend it,
case of
apparently.
Hold on. What fundamentally
It's just
matters
money
is
doesn't fix systemic intergenerational trauma.
reparations is based off political advocacy and will. So it only fundamentally matters as that's the excuse white liberals use to not support reparations. So it does matter, but it doesn't matter in the way that you're saying. It matters because that removes the political will that will enable reparations because people are just looking for an excuse to hop on to not be for it. But it doesn't actually matter. It's only a byproduct of needing the political will for reparations to be brought about.
I would say if the purpose of this question is a moral quandary of correcting wrongs that were done in the past, then yeah, whether or not something is actually correcting the wrongs kind of matters to me, of course.
Can you name any reparations in our history? Can you name any reparations in our history where there was calculus done to say this will correct the systemic issues that were originally created?
Well, can I ask you a question,
Probably
GSU?
not, but that might be part of my problem with a lot of these things, is that if they
Like,
aren't
what do you
actually
even-
addressing like
Can I
chronic
ask-
levels of like poverty
So-
or like disanalogous
Can't
access
do
to
this
education,
calculus.
I have a problem.
Okay.
What do you even
do
mean by
agree, though-
reparations?
Can I ask
Hold on,
you-
wait.
In a lot of ways,
Wait, I
black
just want to ask Erudite one more question. Erudite,
Sure.
you do agree that it's impossible to do that calculus, right? The reason why it's
Which
never been
calculus?
done is because you can't actually do it. You can't
Which
actually
calculus?
say, if I give you this institution or if I give you this amount of money or whatever you would be willing to give out during reparations, there's no way to do the calculus on this will fix the injustices that have happened. There is no way to do that.
Of course there is.
Okay,
We don't do
GSU.
the research, but say the goal of the reparation this time is to see a decrease in intergenerational trauma, and we'll list a bunch of metrics that we're going to see these decreases by. So lots of markers of intergenerational traumas, high levels of populist addiction, high levels of populist suicide, and high levels of populist criminality. So say those are the three metrics that we want to aim to address intergenerational trauma for a populace. Say Indigenous people. What we would do is if a reparation is put out, if we were actually willing to do the research, which nobody ever is, and I agree that there's a logistical problem that occurs with this and a laziness that occurs with it. However, if we do research and we realize that Head Start programs, community programs, and additional community funding and incentive programs for like trained social workers to be in a community, and it turns out that what we see in that community is a reduction in suicide, a reduction in addiction, and a reduction in criminality, then we go, yeah, that's an effective reparation. We should keep doing that. But if we do another study and it turns out that just giving them like say $400, which I know is not really what most reparations are asking for specifically, and it turns out that the criminality, the suicidality, and what's the other one? I'm getting so tired now. The other one that I listed, sorry, it stays the same over time. It doesn't inherently prove that the reparation doesn't work, but it does suggest that it's not effective, right? So we can look at other things to do.
Yeah,
Okay,
so that's what I
may
want
I
to
ask a question
I would
real
say
quick?
no.
So-
what I would say is the items that you just laid out are all multifaceted problems, and also time is moving. Time isn't standing still. The reason why those factors may not be positively influenced could be due to new other conditional variables that you can't account for. So let's say you were looking at suicidality, but socially, drug use spikes, right? And that's just a social contagion that's happening where drug use is spiking. It's not
Do you
due to
think
anything.
drug use is just a social contagion?
No. I'm giving you an example where there can be something that happens outside of your reparations calculus and where you don't see an increase in factors, but it says nothing to the help that the reparations might be providing. So any of these factors that you try to boil down to, they're going to be multifaceted in the variables that cause them. So there's no way for you to say this is going to be effective
not
if I
true.
do this.
We do have statistical models to account for multiple factors and to track them. If we can quantify a factor effectively, we do have statistical models that can do specifically this, right? We can do like a multilinear regression to try to look at a number of quantitative factors to evaluate whether or not some program is effective. And I agree with you that everyone's too lazy to do this research because nobody actually cares about these issues. I agree with you on that one, but that doesn't mean it's impossible because there are plenty of programs that later do get evaluated properly and they help us determine whether or not something's effective. This is why Head Start's such a good program because we did the research and it turned out that the graduation rates were so much higher in kids that had access to that program, and we saw criminal rates were vastly decreased in this population.
I don't think that part is true. I think specifically the advantages to kindergarten are like lost by like second grade or something. I believe.
So you're factually incorrect there. One of the most effective ways to address educational disparities is specifically in kindergarten. In fact, when you try to address it in college,
you said kindergarten. I
it's
thought you said
completely
Head Start.
ineffective. Head Start is kindergarten and preschool.
No, well, maybe it depends on where we live. Head Start
Okay,
is
the Head Start
fundamentally
program
different
I'm
from
meaning
kindergarten.
is talking about the kindergarten program where teachers would come in, they'd block out time
Gotcha. We're talking about
before and
different
after
things. That's
school.
fine.
Okay,
Sorry,
We're
okay,
talking
that's
about
what I'm
different
talking
things.
about. Yeah, that's right.
I
That's
do
right.
want to
Yeah.
let some other people
Hold on. I
in.
want to ask her just one more question. I want to ask her one more question.
You've asked
Okay.
me one
So,
more questions, but
so
like the last question, I got to know
fatherlessness.
Noah and Doobie.
Yeah. Gotcha. So fatherlessness
You right.
is like one of the biggest variables in most of the negative outputs, whether that comes to drug use, whether that comes to suicidality, or list of a litany of other things that you named. Okay, there is no way to target fatherlessness, which is like due to shit with courts and all the other shit that we can go into, right? There is no way to target that as a solution when it comes to reparations. What you can do is you can give things that you think will help fatherlessness, but there are other variables that can happen within a community that affect fatherlessness or fathers in the community. Both of
I
those two
agree.
variables matter. So what
Again,
I'm
though,
saying is,
the like extraneous factors that can influence the normative findings of the result is things that statistical models are literally designed to account for. And you're right, bad research could be done. But again, I'm going to assume in my magical world that we're doing good research on these things. You can account for these factors because what you would do is if you have a population where you implement, say, some program to address fatherlessness, whatever that program happens to be, right? And you see across multiple communities, most of them have actually a vast increase in like two-parent households, for example, or maybe a better metric would be a decrease in single motherhood, for example, and one community doesn't. Well, you can analyze that community as a case study, but that wouldn't disprove the normative. This is like what like the critical theorem of numbers in statistics is all about, is you get a large enough sample to see if the normative effects work. Like I'm saying, statistics can account for these lot of these things, not perfectly, but we could do a lot more than we do. The reality is that like just nobody wants to do the research because yeah.
Noah.
I think my question, he actually answered my question. My question was going to be, does he think that, the current condition of poverty and other problems in the Black community is at all related to slavery? But he kind of clarified that. So you can move to the next person.
Doobie.
Wait.
No,
what did you think my answer to that was?
Before we
You said partially, but you said partially, but there was also.
I don't just move on. Then Doobie.
Hi. So I guess I'm trying to figure out like what you mean by reparations, because it's just true that the Black and brown community in the United States receives like billions in specifically directed funding at these communities every year for education, to build infrastructure, for loans that they get that other races don't get, to try to support the community and to try to like encourage education and opening businesses, etc. So like, given that billions of dollars is being funneled to these communities every single year, like why isn't that a form of reparations? Like when you say reparations, do you mean like direct cash payments to people? Because typically when people are talking about reparations, they're talking about like, hey, we need programs specifically for our community to build up these communities to try to get us ahead, right? Because we were left behind.
Biggest form
This
of
is like those things
reparations
already
is direct
exist, right? Hold on, and also like there are not only the business loans that have like race requirements, there are school loans, college loans that have race requirements, right? That white people just don't have access to these things that Black people do. So I don't know how all of that is in reparations.
Okay. Is that a question to the floor so I can answer? So one.
Yeah, like why don't you consider that reparations?
Because the loans you're talking about, I would assume in great number are things that are being offered by private entities. They're not being offered by the government, right? There isn't a nail net for
That's
Black
not true.
people where you can get. Wait, can you explain what loans you're talking about?
Yeah,
Please help me.
they're
What
federal. Hold on.
government?
Yeah, they're federal and state loans, right? The school loans and business loans that are only available to minorities. There are federal college loans that are only available to Black people, right? HSBUs, right? Or was it HBSUs or whatever the fuck you call it, right? Historically Black
HBCU?
colleges. Yeah, historically black colleges get federal funding to support education in the Black community, right? So like, I don't know. Like, so to say, hold on. Wait, hold on. I'm not talking about just the. I'm not saying that they're black only, right? But
you're saying things that are true. You said that you said they're only available to black people. You went to HBCUs, which isn't something that's only available to black people.
Okay, hold on. Let him get it out. Let him get it out. He's
Hold on.
waiting.
The historically black colleges thing is a separate example, right? But it's just one.
It's
but
not
it's
an
true that
example.
there also are federal and state college loans that you and business loans that you can only get if you're black.
Please tell me the federal loan that you can only get if you're black.
Okay, so to be clear, if this does exist, and I show you that it exists, right? Are you going to agree that this is a form of reparations?
I'll engage with it when I look up what it is. Yeah, but right now I don't know if it exists.
So it's not going to change your argument either way.
No. It may change.
If I'm going to Google it for you, if I'm going to do some research and Google it for you, right? Because you could do this. If I'm going to do it for you, I need to know how it's going to affect your argument.
No, you're saying it. You shouldn't have to Google it. You should know. You're referencing as if it's.
I should just know all the
and
loans.
Now you're saying I need to look up if the bullshit that I'm saying
right
is
now.
actually
I'm not
true.
able to find anything. Like,
hold on. I can Google it. It's not a big deal. But I want to know how it's going to impact your argument.
But you said it as fact.
If it's true, hold on. Again, so if it's true, I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at you at all. I'm asking you how it's going to impact your argument. So if it's true, right? So this thing that I just said, if it's true, would you agree that this thing existing specifically for black people that white people don't have access to is a type of reparations?
I could agree that yes, if the government has created a program that is exclusive to people that are descendants of slavery, and they're saying that this policy was created to address a problem in that community, then that is a type of reparations. I would agree, absolutely. So yeah, send it
Wait,
to
hold
me.
on. It has to be specific to slavery. So, like, if it's available to black people who are not the descendants of slavery, like, is it not reparations?
I want you to understand the premise of what you said, right? We're talking about reparations, I think, for slavery or the effects of slavery, right? I think that's the backdrop for this entire conversation.
No.
So if you find something,
I'm going further than that. I'm talking about oppression, racism, Jim Crow, etc. I'm not saying only slavery. I think they're wrongs done to the black Americans right after slavery, obviously.
All right. So if there's something that says, hey, for the black people who are redlined or all the other things that you just named, this policy is specifically targeted towards that group, then yeah, I would agree that's absolutely reparations, right?
So you're saying that it's available to all black people and they don't need to prove that they were the victims of these things. It's not reparations.
No. If you're saying it's reparations for a wrong, then the stated goal needs to be to redress some systemic factor. If that systemic factor was redlining, slavery, whatever subject you want to use, as long as that's created in context for the wrongdoings that you're saying is meant to address, then I would agree that that's reparations for sure. I think anybody would, right?
So it needs to say on the thing that this is for addressing these wrongs. It can't just be, hey, this is to support black education or to get more black kids in college. It needs to say, hey, this is for redlining, for you to call it reparations.
I give out scholarships to black kids at my high school, right?
Yeah, the answer is yes. Right?
Hold on, no. I'm trying to. I give out scholarships to kids at my high school, which are like 99% black. So almost every time I'm talking to a student that's black, would you say that that's reparations because I'm helping black people and I'm helping?
You're not a government entity. Yeah, you're not a government entity. The U.S. government, federal and state, is providing not just the school loans, right, but is directing funding specifically at minority communities to build up infrastructure, jobs, to boost small businesses, etc.
I would like to see any of the legislation that you're talking about that you think backs your opinion.
Sure. Okay, no problem. Give me like 2 minutes. I'll Google it for you. Okay.
Pennsylvania Minority Business Development Authority. PMBDA program provides low-interest loan to businesses owned and operated by ethnic minorities. Eligibility: any businesses owned and operated by ethnic minorities except non-franchised restaurants. And this is on the PA government website.
Pennsylvania, got it. Okay.
Yeah, I'll put this in the
also the USDA,
the VC chat. Yeah, just putting that out there.
That was a black farmers thing to stimulate.
But this wasn't specifically the black.
It's
people,
ongoing.
To be clear, what I just said was specifically black, which is an ethnic minority. So yeah, there's that.
Yeah, so we can throw that out the window, right?
Yeah, I
just throw it out the window.
Yeah. So
no, it doesn't relate to the subject that Doobie said. That's all I'm saying.
No, fair. No, fair. If it's not narrowly tailored enough, okay. I can keep looking. Before we continue, guys, I do need your help though. Consider supporting this channel. So we give you hours of this. So to continue to do that, so we need your assistance. So consider subs to the channel. Gifting bits or gifting subs. We have Amazon Prime Gaming. Use that here, so that we can keep giving you hours and hours and hours of entertainment. And or well, aggravation. It might be that too. It might be interviewing aggravation. But consider supporting this channel so we can keep doing this. Or super chats, hype chats are read out loud. So if you want your comments to be you want to yell at someone, you want to ask a question, that's the way to do it. Consider helping us out. All right, keep going.
So I think what Lactoid brought up is a good example, right? There was, and I don't remember the details. We talked about this on All Black Everything. I think we found out like almost none of the money was going to black people or something. But the USDA thing where they set aside, I can't remember how many billions of dollars for black farmers to address systemic wrongs in farming for black people. That could be a thing that you could kind of call reparations for sure. I don't remember all the details of the policy for sure. I think there were problems with the outcomes of it, but you could bracket that as some form of reparation. The problem is though that's not to the general populace. That's to a subset of people. So calling it a reparations for the group seems weird. That's why if you said that this is reparations for black farmers, I think that would be more accurate than saying that it's reparations for black people. Would you agree with that, Lector?
Would it be reparations for black farmers, not like black people? Well, black farmers are black people. Does a reparations program have to literally hit every single person? Otherwise, it just doesn't count. I don't know why that would be the logic.
Well,
going by the historical context, I would say yes, it needs to be something that's impactful to most of the group to be represented as reparations for that group. I can't think of a single historical reparations example where there was a hyper minority of a population and we called that reparations for the group. Black farmers probably make up less than 1% of black people. So the idea of giving something.
Well, so for example, like the Japanese Americans, we only gave money to the ones that were in the camps, not like the Japanese Americans that weren't put in the camps, or the like the descendants afterwards that were not put in the camps. They weren't given any money.
Yeah, that would probably be called reparations, but
that's my point.
I think part of the reason that worked is, I mean, how soon did we give them reparations after that?
I don't know the exact time.
40 years, I think, something like that, right?
40
yeah,
years.
30 years. 40 years. It was 1992.
Okay. Do you think it's been like
a lot of people died?
I think part of the reasons like this reparations talk is so hard is because it's been so long, and you know, it
hasn't been
things.
The white populace.
I think the issue is it's not been that long. Like slavery's been a long time, but like systemic issues are not that old, right? So that's part of it.
Yeah.
Okay. But even then, we have like great grandmas who were slaves, right? Like
yeah, that's true.
So it's not that long ago.
Well, I mean, like,
most
do you think
people talking about reparations aren't just talking about slavery, right? Most people I know at least.
I'm just saying I'm not sure it would be like an easy task, like individually, like finding out who was like who personally was a victim of slavery, right?
We can individually find out the Vietnam vets that came home and didn't get aid, right? There are lots of black reparations that people actually talk about when you talk to black people that aren't this crazy, black people only talk about reparations from 400 years ago. But the white populace doesn't have political will, so those topics aren't engaged with.
And to be clear, we I've had this conversation. I've had this conversation very forcefully with my friend Fanatic. Shout out to him. And he would reference the Freedmen's Bureau, and like a census that was done of African Americans, like at the 1800s, 1849 or something. I know that not that well. That would be a wrong year, like 1850 census or something like that. But there's a census that is commonly referred to. That tracked black individuals who were enslaved, and then you would go from there. That would be their argument.
Okay, I mean, like, yeah, I guess that sounds pretty reasonable to me.
Yeah.
No, the people alive that dealt with redlining are still here. The Vietnam vets that came back are still here. People that were left out of stuff in the 1930s, some of those people are still here. Those arguments aren't engaged because there's no will to actually right systemic wrongs done to black people, right? We just infinitely come up with excuses that don't apply to any other historical context of reparations.
Would you
I
be
ain't gonna
okay
lie.
with
I ain't gonna
reparations
lie.
that were only to the people that like you listed there? So like not their kids, not their like any next of kin or anything, or anyone who immigrated later, only to those. Would
Oh,
you
sure.
say like those are good enough reparations? So only the people who
I
are
was
affected by it, not their kids or anything like that.
I would be extremely comfortable if we did reparations. So now some of these things become like the timeline that you're doing, it becomes interesting, right? So if you're doing something 30 years later, 20 years later, it makes sense to only do the people that were directly impacted. But if specifically due to political will, these things are delayed, you allow the government to delay themselves out of having to fix wrongs that they did, right? So it all depends on when the quote unquote crime was committed and how lenient I am on whether or not it should include descendants or not include descendants. That makes sense?
Uh, sh- uh, Not fully. It's I kind of understand what you're saying, but it leaves still like a lot of ambiguity in between.
It
So
kind of
like in the
sounds like.
case,
Sorry.
that's okay. I was just gonna say, like in the case of like Jim Crow laws, how would you like quantify who was specifically affected? And I would argue, would you say it falls into the category of like we just realized later that it was wrong, or would it fall into the category of like the government's been putting off correcting the wrong? And so then, depending on what category you put it in, who would get the reparation from Jim Crow laws? Like just the people affected at the time?
Yeah, I think with something like Jim Crow laws, it's probably okay to say, hey, just the people that were affected at that time. I think for the Vietnam example, I think that one is good. I think what that's like, I can't remember exactly what year. Is that 1970?
I think so. That sounds
No,
right.
19. Yeah. So
You
You
can
know
say a
that
what?
one
date
is
and I'll
getting
grant
kind of
it.
old. Yeah. So that one can be getting kind of old, right? So if we're talking about pre and post 50 years, 40 years, I think that's when the calculus starts to change. So something more recent, I'd be extremely willing to say this should only target the directly impacted. When it becomes over that time period, it's a high likelihood that lots of those people from that were directly impacted have now died.
Okay, so
And
like
I guess the
slavery would be one that you'd
distinction.
want more complexity about, like reparations. Would be like the
Exactly.
second category. Okay,
Exactly.
just want to make sure I
so,
understand.
side
Exactly.
note, I like the more I'm looking into it, I think I was under the impression of what Doobie had said previously. Maybe he's found something, but like looking
He
into
won't.
it, I don't know if there are any grants or
There is
anything
nothing.
that's specifically directed to Black people, though to minorities in general, but to Black people specifically, I don't see it. I know,
Yeah, which
like,
is why I know it's nonsense.
I guess
Native
the
Americans
question.
can get to like of a certain amount of ethnic purity, whatever, can go to college for, like, for free or something. I think that's the closest I can think of. And then, or maybe being able to open like a casino with on Native American
Because they were
lands.
given reparations.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the closest I can think of. But I can't think of anything that directly hits an ethnic group like that. But go ahead, Noah.
Yeah, I guess I was gonna say, like, it seems like the distinction that's being drawn is a redress for a moral wrong in the past, right? So like we did something wrong, we're gonna pay for it. Is that the same as like what we're doing, like a policy for today, where we're trying to make a more equitable system? Because to me, it seems like those are kind of two separate. To me, it feels like those are two
Exactly.
separate categories of policy, where like, one is like we did something wrong, we're gonna pay for it regardless, we just pay the price for it, right? And that, as opposed to like, oh, how can we make sure that we're giving people equal opportunity? Those feel like separate worlds of policy, but it sounds like, I don't know, there's some either confusion or overlap between them going on in the conversation here. I don't
I
know.
would I would say those are distinctly different. Lack or Doobie, how do you feel those are different, or do you think those things to just equalize society should be seen as reparations as well?
I don't know if
I'm
Doobie's
sorry.
here.
What did you say? Yeah, I'm here. I'm just pulling up the shit that I was talking about earlier. What was the question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, is an attempt to make an equal society today, like, or a more equitable society today, is that the same as like redressing a moral wrong in the past? Like, are those the same category of policy?
No, but I think with in terms of like reparations, right? I don't think that like I don't think the moral wrongness of it matters. I think that what's more important is we have this group of people that was kind of arbitrarily held back, right? Because of their race or their religion or whatever. So I think that being like, oh well, the reason we're doing this is because it was wrong to do that. I think it's kind of irrelevant to the actual like functional problem, which is we arbitrarily held these people back, and now we need to arbitrarily give them a boost. So I guess the boost wouldn't be arbitrarily, but like we need to give them a boost because because of that happened. So yeah,
Well,
I don't think the morality of it really matters.
Well, I think the question that he's asking you is when you say boost, that's an interesting word, right? And I think it reveals maybe a deeper way in which you look at this. Trying to make an equitable system and trying to boost people are distinctly different. And I would say when giving reparations, that is a situation of like trying to boost, right? But when just trying to make a more equitable society, I don't think boosts are actually what's happening.
I don't know. I mean,
100%
what else
agree
would you
with that.
call it? Wait, hold on. What else would you call it?
Welfare.
I don't know. I feel like
there is a difference. There is a
like a
difference between reparations and welfare.
So
Okay,
you
but
think
people-
welfare is
okay.
making things more equal and reparations is boosting? Would you agree with that?
Yeah. So the idea behind welfare is, you know, again, like citizens have this minimal level of like living, right? You want to like help the bottom, and ideally, I mean, I don't think anybody here would. Maybe some people here would like a white baby and a black baby, both born into poverty. You know, does one of them deserving to not be in poverty is a weird concept, right? Like neither of them did anything wrong; they were just born, and so like deserve is a weird concept here. When it comes to like again welfare, but when it comes to reparations, it's a perfectly cohesive like thought process, right? The idea behind reparations is like paying damages. The idea is you did something wrong to somebody, so like you know, so that you got to pay them money, right? And it shouldn't be, well, how are they going to spend the money? That's none of your business, right? The idea of reparations is if you owe them the money, you got to pay them the money, even if they're rich, right? Reparations doesn't. It's not like welfare in that way. It's like you have like a multi-billionaire black businessman, and he deserves just as much reparations because his ancestors were just as enslaved as as a poor black man's. That's the argument.
Okay.
There's a
Doobie, you agree? Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. Oh yeah, Doobie can answer that first.
I'm sorry. What was the question?
Oh my, never mind.
Well,
Yeah,
I do have a.
He's still trying to. Hold on, wait.
Well,
Hold on,
okay,
wait.
so I have like hold on. I have like
he's still trying to
I
look
have
at
like
a
four
policy
different
that
things right
doesn't
now.
exist.
My God, it does exist. But so
Send
I
one.
put up like 3 or 4 different things, right? But I want to make sure that they meet your criteria. So give me a little bit. I'm still going through them.
Gotcha. You'll be going through it
I have a
all night.
question.
We appreciate you.
I mean, what would you guys consider like more important? Would you consider like welfare more important or like reparations more important? I guess, and
Both.
like the overall like benefit to society.
I guess. Well, one of them already exists, right? Like,
right.
So, I guess it's just a question of what do we want to add on. I guess you could ask the question like if you got like a sum of money, which one would you spend it on? Would you you had to spend it on one of them? Like, would you spend it on more welfare or would you spend it on reparations? That could be an interesting question.
Yeah. So my question, why if you're interested in making things more equal, why would you ever put money into a race-based reparation system when you could put that money into welfare? Like, what would be the logic?
Well, I don't think you would if your goal is to make things more equal. But if your goal is to redress the wrongs of the past, then you would pay the reparation. It depends on what you want to do, right?
It's a fundamentally different question.
I disagree. If I walked into a room with people with lots of different problems, and some of those problems came about due to some of those circumstances, and some of those problems came about to different circumstances, and not addressing the different circumstances would mean that there is no equality amongst this group. I would fight to address both, right? So if I walked into a room and there was like, I don't know, guys with their legs chopped off, but they're also poor, I might want to give prosthetic limbs to those guys, as well as increasing the funding of everybody in that room. So they're poor, right? So I want to give money, but also I rip the legs off some of these people. So I give them prosthetic limbs also as a reparations for the damage I caused to their limbs. That's kind of how I see the argument that y'all are saying.
The issue with that line of thinking, though, is you can use money to buy prosthetics or books or buildings or anything like that. The question is just like, where does the money go? And so if you're interested in, again, alleviating poverty and inequality, you would just do welfare, right? You wouldn't pay any mind to reparations, because what's going to happen is if Black people truly are behind, they're just going to get disproportionate welfare, which is what currently happens, right? Because Black people are more disproportionately in poverty, they're going to disproportionately get more welfare because it's handed out based on like socioeconomic status. So you do see disproportionate money going to Black communities.
That disproportionality isn't at the individual level, though, and this is why it matters. Imagine the situation you just laid out. That disproportionality is at the group level. You're saying Black people as a group get more funding from the government, but it doesn't mean those individual Black people from welfare get more than other individual white people from welfare. That's the thing that I'm calling out. This is why that
depends on their poverty level.
This is why that's important. Imagine the same situation you just said. There's people with prosthetics and we only want to give out money. Now imagine if you knew that $10,000 could pay for rent, could pay for all of the bills, and it would help lift those people out of poverty. Now imagine that prosthetic person has to buy prosthetic limbs that cost $10,000. If you gave that $10,000 group, regardless of their problem, a lot of them would spend it on a prosthetic leg and they'd still be in poverty. The other group would lift themselves out of poverty because they didn't have those.
You're assuming a couple of things here. You're assuming you're separating money and like the prosthetics, but like we're talking about funding, which would be equivalently given, or like money, which would be given to reparations or welfare, right? And so if you gave just money to welfare and none to reparations whatsoever, you would see Black people disproportionately get more money because they're disproportionately in poverty, right? If you gave just welfare, if you gave just reparations and no welfare, you wouldn't see like poor people get money. You would just see like Black poor people, Black middle class people, and Black rich people get money. Like
you're switching between individual and group again. Like I don't know if you're doing that.
No. I'm not. Please follow me, okay? Do you agree that poor individuals get money from welfare based on how poor they are? Yeah, if you're a poor individual, are you going to get money from welfare? If you qualify for money,
are going to get money from welfare.
You qualify. Yes. Okay, as an individual, and so if you have more Black poor people, you would have more Black people qualify for welfare. True.
Yes, I'm not disagreeing that the group disproportionately gets more funding. I said that earlier.
Okay, so what is the reasoning? Why would you ever give money to a rich Black person over a poor white person?
You can have stipulations where you say, and you can have clauses to say, reparations is for a certain tax bracket or certain like money. That's one option. Another option is because a debt is owed, and no matter how much money you have, the debt still has to repeat.
That's the only question at play. That you're right. That's the only question at play. If this is about equality, there's no reason to bring race into it.
All right, folks, I got a dip. Good night.
Okay.
Wait,
yeah.
Wait. Lectoy, 5 minutes ago, you just said that reparations are due to a moral wrong, and the tax bracket of those individuals doesn't matter when giving reparations. I think we all agree with that. So I'm wondering
that's the definition of reparations. Yes.
So I'm wondering why now you're presenting a situation as if these things are at odds.
I don't understand where I lost you. So reparations is based on like this concept of blood debt. This concept of like there's a guilt, there is like a owed amount, like on the ledger, on the cosmic ledger, like your great grandfather did something, so you owe something, right? That's the concept there. Like a debt needs to be paid, and this is how we pay it. Welfare is nothing to do with like debts being paid. It's not. There's no like ethereal concept about it. Like welfare is just we don't want poor people in our society. We want everybody to have something. And so we're going to establish this rule where everyone gets food stamps. And also, if you're poor,
here's my thing about reparations. My thing about reparations.
Before we do that, Doobie, the program you're looking at, is it the one from Oregon?
No.
Okay.
There are so here's the issue. So let me
I'll give you something. So Oregon CARES Fund. In fact, Majin here was the one who sent this to me.
Hey, Majin.
But the Oregon CARES Fund apparently is targeted towards Black people. Everything I'm seeing, it's targeted specifically towards Black people. It's a fund to help out people like during the COVID pandemic and afterwards, so like Black businesses and everything like that.
This is from COVID. This has nothing to do with reparations.
Yeah, my thing is this.
The point is like the question that he was presenting us wasn't that like the program specifically to be given as reparations, but like if you have programs that are directed towards Black people, right? Isn't that itself a form of reparations?
Yeah, but it's important to contextualize that. This seems like, and I'm literally only on their website reading the front page and the words that they say themselves. It seems like maybe there's something about Oregon where Black people were disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. This is specifically for experienced financial adversity due to COVID-19. That, like, it literally says it on the first sentence on the contingent.org/Oregon Cares. This is all specific to
So your argument is that like this couldn't be considered reparations because it's specifically target. It's not like a generalized thing be giving to Black people just because they're Black. It's more like there was a problem, like an event that was problematic, and so that they were given funds for that event.
This is reparations for COVID to business, to Black people that own businesses or nonprofits.
No, it was for every individual. I received the grant.
Yeah, you can have reparations that are non-race related. Yeah, reparations is a broad term. It doesn't have to be race related.
This was actually legit the one. But this is where I use the argument for reparations, right? If we can do it here on a state level, why can't we do this on a national level?
Here's the best argument for reparations for Black people. The best argument is
again,
like, as long as it was given to other groups of people, it has to be given to Black people.
Does it achieve what you guys are going for? You guys, so I know you guys, not you guys, sorry, Gambit was really upset when I said that reparations need to be addressing the like ills of the past and the harm that's been done and the harm that's still occurring. And you said that that's like some white liberal bullshit. But then while I've been sitting here and listening, and you've said statements like giving reparations is about bursting a group and addressing different circumstances that are negatively affecting that people. So it sounds like you do actually care about addressing ills that have been done and correcting it. So the question is, are the reparations that were given in Majin, you said it was Ohio or
Oregon. Imagine, yeah.
Was it effective at reducing the systemic ills that are specifically plaguing the Black community? Was it effective?
I mean, for COVID, I mean, it wasn't a direct, like reparations, right? It was just enough to get by. It was like, so you got two payments, like one was like for $3,500, the other one's for like $1,500. But yeah, to help you get by while it was in the nitty-gritty.
And it was only for Black Americans in Oregon?
Yeah. To my understanding.
Only for Black Americans during COVID. And what was the reparation it was trying to achieve?
It was just grants for struggling Black families and business owners in Oregon to help them out. I can send you the link.
No, I'm just going to grant you everything you're saying. I'm assuming you've read it, so I believe you. Okay, so the issue is, what are you guys trying to achieve with that reparation?
You know what I'm saying?
And
I'm just saying, like, it wasn't, there was nothing that we were trying to achieve of it, that they saw that there was a need for, especially when you go into the history of Oregon and stuff like that. I'm not sure if you know any of this, and I don't want to, everybody in here has heard me say it like 1,500 times, but it was, you couldn't move, like, up until 1940, you couldn't be Black in Oregon. Oregon was one of the first states to get rid of slavery, but they wrote it in the Oregon Constitution, and I'm paraphrasing here, that no free Negro, slave, or mulatto could seek residence-owned land or in such and such. It was a much more aggressive paragraph.
Fanatic
but they didn't end up writing that out of the Oregon Constitution until 1955. We were here for 15 years. Oh, go ahead.
I just want to make sure I answer Ariada's question. I want you to think I'm running. What was your question again?
I'm not into that. Like, I just want to explain why. Nor BPF. Like, if you don't immediately address my question, you're a coward and you're afraid.
I don't know.
Let me finish. So how I feel it with
Like, I
with a
sling
lot of the
shit,
stuff
but
you see.
I'm not bad faith, mostly.
You see in the media about Portland and stuff like that, with a lot of the racial stuff like that, the redlining and shit like that.
Yeah.
When it comes to locations, this is their step to be like, hey, we know we done fucked up. Hey, let's try to. We know you guys are having a hard time. Let me set this extra side of money aside for you guys, so you can get through this.
So the Oregon money was essentially, the goal was somewhat to address the cost issues associated with them not owning land, essentially, to some degree.
Well, there
until
was
1965,
so there was
and
a
to
lot
help
of
their
things.
businesses get through COVID specifically because they had like a distinct disadvantage compared to like white Oregon people. Is that the purpose of it?
Yeah.
Did it achieve that goal?
I mean, I haven't looked into it, but I assume so.
Okay.
You know,
That's the
everybody got
only
to
thing I
eat.
care
I
about with
think the
any of
purpose
this stuff.
was
you guys are
is
not
the food.
understanding. It doesn't matter what the outcome is when it comes to paying
Yes,
the
it
debt.
does.
That's all. No, it doesn't.
You guys have explicitly said that. You said the purpose of reparations
I'm
is
making
to
a different
address the
argument.
different circumstances. That's fine, but I'm trying to address that. So
Wait,
you and I can tussle after if you want.
Wait, Dream. She's trying to address something that I said. I want to make sure I'm clear.
Okay.
When we say, do we like aspirationally hope that reparations causes an increase? Yes. Our answer is that we would aspirationally want these things to happen. But that doesn't mean that we're attempting to pre-calculate whether those things will happen, and it doesn't mean the outcomes of whether it does happen are important. So in that aspect, I agree with what Dream said. So what we will say is when we gave those Japanese Americans reparations, we don't necessarily care what they do with it or if they spend it correctly or if it causes them to create more businesses. We would want that to happen. That's aspirational of us, but we aren't involved at all or care at all about the end result of it.
So the issue for me is that this basically sounds identical to the Catholic Church, how you can just pay your sins away and it's like dealt with, which feels like you're missing the heart of the problem, right? I think the heart of the problem in America is you have this massive history of objective white supremacy that I would argue culturally still exists today, that is disproportionately affected not just people of color, but specifically Black people because of the history of slavery, all of the history of the tensions between distinctly white, right? I think we would all agree with this. I'm not saying anything that nobody doesn't know. So the issue is when it comes to reparations, we should be addressing the major issues that are in between. So if you're basically saying white people get to be okay as long as they pay you off enough, that feels to me like the worst way to address
But
these
the
problems.
major issue. Hold on, let me hop in. No, I got this.
That was to me.
The major.
That was to me.
No, that was Gabby. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was to me. So I think where we might be missing each other, Erudite, is this place. I think there needs to be political reform of things, and I think there's arguments that we can make about political reform to make a more equitable society. I don't think that conversation should be mixed amongst the conversation about reparations. So those things that you would name that are still ongoing that need to change, I agree that we should highlight those things in order to combat white supremacy, but I don't think that's a goal of reparations itself. And I think entangling them together is a part of why reparations is impossible, because we're trying to entangle.
You entangled them together, right? So like, I'm not the only one doing that. It seems like a lot of people, when you're talking about, there's typically three dominant arguments for reparations. There's the moral desert, which is the one that's Dream is mostly arguing for. But the issue is that you're tying that in with other things, which would be things like responsibility and correcting ills and wrongs. So outcome-oriented reparations, right? That's the more common and popular argument for reparations specifically. And so you've made a number of those types of arguments for why reparations should exist. And what I'm saying is, I'm even bought into that. I am willing to say we should try to correct the issues that are directly affecting Black Americans because of the history and systemic, like blah, 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 the whole stuff that we all know is going on, right? I agree with that. The issue is if you're just injecting cash, you're not achieving that. In fact, I'm concerned that it is going to be the only reason that we go, well, why the fuck would we do all these political audits? We gave you your cash, we paid her blood money, we're done with it.
This conversation. Hold on.
Wait, this is my last thing. This is my last thing. But Erudite, I don't think we agree on those. I am very okay with the
Exactly.
concept of for reparations. Slapping my hands together and saying, "Yo, I gave you something." That's that, and I'm
You're
very
okay with me
with that.
paying you off with blood money.
Yes,
I
for
don't need to
reparations.
change. Wait, I don't need to change. I don't need to care about education inequalities or systemic racism within the
No, you got to do
system.
that too.
I can basically say, I can basically say,
Oh no,
fuck
they
you
don't.
if you want that shit.
Listen,
I
if
paid
there's
you my blood money. Are you saying that that's okay?
if
That's
there's
enough.
any form,
Or do you want
so
both?
hold on,
The
please.
debt
You want
never
both?
ends.
Hold on.
Wait.
Let Erudite and Gambit
Right.
figure this out. Go ahead.
Yeah. So Erudite, remember what I said. Remember what I said. I think there's two things we're fighting for, and I fight for both of them. I fight for political reform, for things that are unjust, that are still current policy, and I fight for reparations. I don't mix those two. So when you say, am I okay with you paying off blood money? Absolutely. But I'm not okay with you divorcing responsibility also for an equitable society. I think those are just two different lanes.
The issue is that when reparations are paid, it is always tied to correcting the wrongs. So if you're saying the blood money doesn't need to correct the wrongs, it's just money, you're losing 50% of your argument for political reform.
No, I never said that though. Nobody says reparations are to correct something.
Yes,
They
people
are
do. Say
because
this. Hold on.
No, it's
Just
it's
to
an
be clear,
attempt. It's an attempt of an apology. That's what it is.
Yes,
just so it's clear, plenty of people make the argument that the reason for reparations
talking about
is
Gambit.
to correct the wrongs.
I'm
Just to be
talking
clear.
about Gambit. I'm talking about Gambit though. I'm talking me
Okay,
and you.
but
Gambit
you said
and Erudite
nobody's
talking.
saying this, and I'm saying people are saying this, right? There are multiple approaches that
By
have
nobody in that context, I meant
Nobody in this
me
conversation.
responding to you. Yeah, I don't know. I
hold on.
specifically meant me.
You
I used
have
the
made these
words.
arguments. You have made these arguments because you said things like giving reparations is about boosting a group and addressing the different circumstances that the groups have to go on, implying that reparations is about correcting the wrong. You made that argument. You are arguing for that.
No. I think you're misinterpreting that. That's
I
where
wrote it down.
No.
Listen, I quoted you verbatim.
Yes, but listen,
okay.
You got to understand that that's an aspirational statement. That's why I keep saying this to you. I'm not saying at all in any way. I want to be super clear about this. I'm not saying at all that outcomes matter in any way. I'm not saying, and like I've said to you multiple times, I think I'm not saying that we should do any pre-calculation, like to directly say we know for sure this is going to address this problem. Aspirationally, I would hope that when these reparations are given, these good wills come from it and these things correct themselves. But I don't think there needs to be any barrier on calculation or calculating outcomes after the fact.
I don't believe you. I think you've pivoted to that position now. The issue is that when you and I started going back and forth, we had a long conversation about the fact that it shouldn't be about the outcomes because specifically you said there's no way to measure it. That's what you said. And so then when I talked to you and I said there actually would be ways to measure it. And I outlined a bunch of processes and a bunch of metrics by which we could evaluate the effect. You didn't disagree. You didn't disagree with these.
No, I did. Prime just let somebody go and we went on. I didn't agree with any of that.
So you don't agree. So you don't agree that reparations that we were talking about could be used to change the issues that Black people are actually facing, and that your response was, "Well, we could do that, but there's no way to measure it."
No.
Which implies that you're fine with the idea of it. You just are dubious about whether or not there could be evidence for it. So when I outlined that evidence could be supplied.
I want to make sure you remember the last question I asked you before Prime moved on, right? The last time we talked about that conversation, I asked you, hey, what could reparations do specifically to fix fatherlessness, which is the umbrella for a lot of those things? In the framing of that question, I was showing you that I disagree that there are statistical ways that we can know that these things are going to help. That's what that conversation resolved, and we moved on because there's a panel of 9 people. But to be clear, I didn't agree.
When I substantiated,
no, wait. I'll let you finish. Right? But to be clear, at the beginning, I rejected the ability to pre-calculate. I rejected the ability to care about outcomes. And that's the same statements I'm making now. I never agree with you in between. So the statements that I'm making right now are the same arguments that I gave you an hour ago. Just to be clear, I'm being extremely consistent.
So the issue is that if you are saying two different arguments, you said, first of all, there's no way we could measure it, which is one way that you tried to dismiss outcomes for things. And now you're saying the outcomes don't matter. When I was addressing it, it's assuming that if you were saying there's no way to measure it, the implication of that argument is that if I could supply evidence of how it could be measured, then you might be interested in reparations being measured and ensured to be effective at addressing the issues that they should be effective.
No,
Okay,
because
then I
my
guess you
whole
should just.
argument.
I guess you just shouldn't have made that argument. I don't know what to tell you.
I have a question. I have a question.
This is the last statement. I promise. I promise this last statement, Prime. You got to remember why I made that argument. I didn't make that argument to give you. I'm like choking. I didn't make that argument to give you the idea that I was interested in measurement. I gave you that argument because specifically I said white liberals bring that up because they don't want reparations, right? So I was bringing it up in the light of saying that this is something that you all bring up so that you don't have to do reparations. Not that I didn't think or whether if I thought it were possible, I'd be for it. I didn't bring it up in that light. So just to be clear, but yeah, we can move on.
Okay, so I want to hey guys, hey. So I said Majin could go before, and then we'll go to this Mufasa.
I think they even moved, but they kind of cover what I was going to say. But I was going to say just adding equity. Period. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's blood money or like how we've done with the Native Americans with like reservations and stuff like that. The attempt alone is what we should go for. And if it is just offering them blood money and then they go ahead, there's
How
going to
much
be a
blood money?
Sorry,
How
I
much?
want to make it clear.
We can sit down. Oh, again.
Well, second. I saw you interrupted me before I could actually get everything out. First of all, I just want to make it clear. Mufasa wants to talk to Lactra, so I want to make sure Lactra knows that. Apparently, the person wants to say something to you. So stick around for that, Lactoid.
I gotta go afterwards.
Then you got to go afterwards? Okay, all right.
I'm pushing 1 o'clock. I got to work tomorrow.
Okay, then Toya, you know what? We're going to go to that first. And then do you want to know Toya? So we're going to go to that. We'll go ahead, Mufasa.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm just a regular viewer or whatever. But when it comes to reparations, I just want to say, me personally, me being a black person, I think if like a much more affordable education is much more desirable in what I think would be reparations. Affordable education for the black community, because then only people that are actually trying to get educated would have access to that reparation. That's just me. And for Lactoid, there was a multitude of points that Lactoid brought. For example, the thankfulness or gratefulness of slavery and all those other things, which I mean, that was to me that was nonsense, because first of all, those individuals that were enslaved, those that they were taught carpentry or whatever, they were not able to have businesses or anything like that in this country. Still, even after slavery, like Majin said, in Oregon, black people couldn't have business, they couldn't own homes, they couldn't do this in Oregon. Where else? What? So think about all these other states that probably have the same policies. So for you to say like, oh, because they were enslaved, they have skills that they wouldn't have out otherwise. That's ridiculous. Number two, and now when the black community finally were able to develop something of themselves, like Black Wall Street, what did the KKK and possibly regular white people do? They came and murdered and burned and killed and all these other things. So that's number two. And it is not the only instance of violent murder and genocide. That's not the only instance of white over black genocide. Okay, and I'm talking about within the past half of millennia, almost half a millennia. So for you to say like we should be thankful, I think it's just I think it's nonsense.
Okay, just really quick. When I was talking about which I agree, it's not the best word, gratefulness, thankfulness. This is why I've been using acknowledgement of benefit, I think is a better phrase. This was not actually in relation to the skills question. That was just a point as to Ron DeSantis's education system. It is historical record. I mean, this is taught by College Board and the AP U.S. History standards that Black people following, like once freed from slavery, absolutely did like build businesses, build communities, and use skills that they
And
learned.
what happened to those Black people that built those businesses and those communities? What did all those other communities do? They came and did what?
So there were some communities that were attacked, absolutely, but not all of them.
But that's a byproduct of being American, not slavery.
This is just historical record, right? Let's be clear. The separate argument when it came to the question of like overall benefit was the point I was referring to when it comes to existence, right? That was the whole separate argument. In terms
I didn't want to go into the existence thing because Prime was like uncomfortable with it.
Sure.
So I didn't want to enter that realm. I was just specifically talking about the whole like beneficiary factor that you keep mentioning, which like I said, that's nonsensical because even still after there was still many atrocities. And I'm not even talking about Jim Crow.
People should be held responsible for crimes that they do, 100%.
Even to the point of where I brought this up when we first made those tweets about like even when they were freed from slavery, the groups that would purposely go around and find Black farms and stuff where they were trying to use those skills. This before the KKK. I can't remember the name of this group, but they would go down.
Group. Specifically.
Yeah, they'll go down and
sorry,
blow down.
CIR word. Sorry, I apologize.
But it was the go down, burn down their farms, and even any opportunities that Black folks could have had with all those great skills that they earned, right? They couldn't use them.
And it died
with them. Another reason why we should move towards.
Yeah, and skills learned aren't transitive to offspring. I hope we all agree with that.
And so you would, and just to be clear, you would claim this is like, it's not necessarily the fact this stuff happened. You would say it's the fact that it happened and like the government didn't do anything about it is like the basis, right? Because if we're talking about like it happening, I mean, like I said, we should be holding criminals accountable for any time they commit crimes against other people. But like that's not a uniquely white thing. Like I mean, I don't know.
I don't think we're talking about uniquely white issues, or we're not really talking about white people or whatever. What we're talking about is the idea that Ron DeSantis stated that Black people should be thankful, grateful, or they should feel benefited, or something like that. Whatever the wording you want to choose.
The wording he used was that Black people learn skills which they then use for their own benefit once they were free. That was Ron DeSantis' wording, which is factually and historically accurate.
And they couldn't use those skills though. And that's the argument. They couldn't even use those skills.
They could, and
they had an opportunity. They had an opportunity.
Well, no. It wasn't that they just had the opportunity. It's that they did. They took advantage of that opportunity.
And had their shit burnt down. That's not long.
You
lasting.
had some instances. Is Black Wall Street all of Black America? Is that what?
We're not talking about Black Wall Street though. We're talking about the little farms and the people afterwards that were trying to get their little lives together after they got released from slavery.
Yeah, sure.
Black Wall Street wasn't the only thing that was burnt down, Lactoid.
I understand there were other things. Was 100% of Black businesses burned down?
I'm down
big. I was at Black Wall Street earlier today.
It's just frustrating because like we're talking like in such. It's just like anytime something bad happens, it's an absolute, and then when everything like, and then when it's just like it's the absolute wrong, right? Like what happens when Black people built their businesses when they like came out of slavery and they had skills which they used to their benefit? Well, they had it all burned down, which is just not true.
They did.
Are there positive benefits to Jewish people in the Holocaust? What nuanced position are you willing to take about the positive benefits Jews had due to the Holocaust?
If College Board and the AP U.S. History guidelines
and they received reparations, by the way,
did a full if the College Board with the full AP U.S. History guidelines did like a full analysis and found that like there were some members that like learned benefits which they then later used for their benefit, or learned some skills which they then later used to their benefit, and that was like historically relevant, then they should include that. Sure.
Hold on, wait. Lactoid, I have a question. Whenever you
I think the Holocaust is important to bring up when we're talking about the creation of Israel.
I'm not talking about the Holocaust. I'm talking about. Were you referring to Black Wall Street whenever you said, oh, they built their own businesses and all got burned down, which isn't true? Were you saying that didn't happen? I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood you.
You did. You did misunderstand me.
Okay, I did.
Yeah.
No, he acknowledged. Okay. He acknowledged that it happened.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Criminals should be held responsible for crime.
That's totally my bad. Then.
I have a tough on crime perspective.
Now,
including white criminals too.
Now, can I?
Wait. Before Lectoid goes, I just want to ask him a question. So, Lectoid, are you saying that Jews should be? What's the word you use when you reframed it? I can't remember the verbiage that you used, but should Jews be happy about the Holocaust because
happiness.
they got Israel?
It's not about happiness. Anybody,
whatever word.
Yeah.
Whatever word you use.
I'll be very clear. Anybody whatsoever who does like an historical analysis and a reasonable counterfactual shows that they would not exist absent some kind of atrocity or some kind of horrible event has to acknowledge that they personally benefited from that event because now they exist. Whether that be the Holocaust,
so would you say
whether that be slavery, whether that be Genghis Khan, whether that be the potato famine in Ireland.
Wait. I just want to ask you a hyper-specific question. Would you say this statement? Jewish people in Israel should proclaim that they benefited from the Holocaust because it got them their own state. Is that a statement you would make?
I think it would.
He can talk for himself. He can actually. He's actually here though. Probably. He can talk.
That's fair.
I have a counterpoint once he's done answering.
Wait. I don't think
I just said yes, probably, yeah. If you can show that you wouldn't exist otherwise, you would have to acknowledge that you benefited from the atrocity.
Well,
because well, yeah. So then the question.
Hey,
no, hold on. Then the question.
You don't need to exist. So that's a stupid argument to make. No one needs to exist.
He's been making that argument since.
Such a stupid thing to say.
I know.
We're done with that argument. We're done.
Many times. So okay. Did you get what you needed, Gambit, out of that, so we can move on from this?
Yeah, no, he answered my question. I appreciate it.
Okay, I got to move past this then.
Wait, hold on. Can I ask my question?
I'll say one last thing before I go.
No.
I do. So I strongly, obviously, I made it very clear. I oppose reparations on a number of moral grounds. In the sense of, I think it doesn't make any sense. I think it targets innocent people. It's awful. But I do agree with you with a lot of what was said, which is if you establish a debt is owed, it does seem like pretty weird to then be like, well, we're only going to pay it if you spend it the way we want you to. That doesn't make any sense to me. So the question is it owed or is it not? Right? And I would say no. But if you say, yeah, there should be money paid, then...
He's agreeing with you guys.
Yeah. If you say, yeah, there needs to be money paid, the idea of we owe you, if somebody owed me $10 and then I'm like, hey, you owe me $10, give me $10. And then he's like, no, I'm not going to give you $10 because I think you're going to spend it on a video game that I don't like. It's like, fuck you. It's my $10, right? I understand that logic too. So anyway, that was my last point.
He thinks that there's an agreement.
Wait, you said no.
All right. He's agreeing with you guys. He thinks that my position that outcomes matter is stupid. And that even though he rejects all notion of reparations, he thinks the reason that I'm suggesting for reparations is stupid. That's what he's saying.
I just want
listen.
He's wrong, and I'll outline why it's disanalogous.
Listen, I just want
to outline fully against blood money. So,
menace to the end, Lactoid. Love you, baby.
All right. Well, then blood money is her thing, not her. So, Lactoid, thank you so much, buddy. I do want to give a Dream one to say something.
Holy shit, dude! If I didn't have work, hold on a second. I literally have to make a new fucking video cam every time. All right. Let's see here. Let's go through some chats. God, this is awful. You can tell Prime is over this. Yeah, I agree. But he had good viewership, so he was going to put up with it. Black Wall Street was built after Tulsa, and it was built with private black money, zero government assistance. That could be true. I don't know the full history of Black Wall Street. My tax money was going to reparations. I would feel confident that's being used to improve welfare, education, healthcare of black people as opposed to handing them blood money. My only thing is, like, again, it wouldn't be, in my mind at least, wouldn't be reparations at that point. It would just be welfare, which I think is more like, I'm against welfare, but I think it is way more justified than reparations, because at least you're actually helping people who are like destitute. Like, you are trying to fill in the gap of what they're missing, which is money, all right? Systemic racism is over if I pay how much. That's not how it works. You don't just give Hitler the Sudetenland without expecting him to go after Danzig. So I'm not calling anybody Hitler, just to be clear for anybody. I'm just talking about appeasement. Generally, appeasement's dumb and bad. Should the U.S. set aside lands for Black people to live on reservations? Seem to have worked well for the indigenous. This is going to be a hot. Maybe you find this to be a hot take. I don't agree with the reservations. They're essentially little ethno states that openly base their citizenship off blood quantum. They get a bunch of federal money, which they then distribute only among their specific race, their specific ethnic group. And if you're a white person or a Black person living on Native American land, the reservations, you don't get to be a citizen, which means you don't get to participate in the tribal council or the tribal police or any of that good shit. So, all right, great job. Thank you, Sir Leviticus, as always. I appreciate the kind words. No idea why they argue about the existing argument. You're right, but it's a stupid point, in your opinion. They just can't just say that for some reason. Some of them were saying that at the end. Some of them were saying yeah, I guess it's true, but it's stupid. My thing is I feel like I'll get people to agree with that, and then afterwards they'll act as though they didn't agree with it. They'll act as though that's actually not the case. So we had people agreeing with that, and they were understanding it, right? But then I asked the hypothetical of what if you had a sexual assault that occurred between two people, and then a child was born? Should the child have the right to sue the mother? And even the people that before that I thought had acknowledged it were kind of dumbfounded for a second. They were like, well, the gears were turning. They were like, well, fuck, because it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense from the ground up. This idea of no, you shouldn't be able to sue the father, or not just the father, anything whatsoever, any person, any institution, anything, blah blah blah, which led to your existence. Because with damages, you should have to prove that you were reduced somehow, that you had this thing, right? Maybe you had your body, you had your property, you had something, and somebody else reduced it. Somebody else took it away, because now you're owed that thing back, or some kind of equivalent of that thing back. That's the whole concept of reparations. Reparations. It's meant to repair the Asians. It's meant to repair the damage. The damage, that's the point, right? Repair the damage, reparations. And I'm going to actually make sure that's the actual root of the word. I'm pretty sure it is. Aha, directly from Latin, restore, put back in order, repair. God, I'm so fucking nice. I got it right. Hell yeah. So yeah, repair. If you don't exist, how could you have something that somebody can take away from you? You don't. You have nothing. So now you are born this fresh slate, because now you have something. You have a body, and you can acquire property with that body. And the question is, okay, now that, have they taken anything from you? Well, no, you're born with nothing. You are born with nothing into this world besides your body. No one could take it from you. Or no one should take it from you, but that also doesn't mean that you get to take from other people something that was never yours. Do you know of any country that's paid reparations to slaves or their ancestors? Hold on. United Kingdom. The Slave Compensation Act of 1837 was an act of parliament in the UK, signed in law 23rd December 1837, to bring about compensated emancipation. Enslavers were paid. Oh. The slavers were paid. Okay, never mind. All right. There was a BBC journalist, Laura Trevelyan, whose ancestors owned plantations in Grenada. She traveled to Grenada to apologize for the harm and give reparations. She co-founded Heirs of Slavery, a group of descendants of people who profited from the British translating slavery. Okay, so it's a private institution that gives out money. I don't know. I don't think this has happened. Yeah, I can't see any country that's paid reparations for slavery. Anyway, we're pushing past 1 a.m. for me. If I didn't have work tomorrow, I'd be up all night with you guys. But you know, that's the way it goes. I gotta do job and work and law shit. You know how it be. So, hopefully, my good friend Prime doesn't hate me after that impromptu debate that occurred following our regular debate. But at the same time, you know, I'm not going to back away from a position that I hold just because it happens to be edgy. So, and I'm not going to, you know, argue edgy things just to argue edgy things. I'm going to argue things that I genuinely believe and go from there. Anyway, if you liked anything today, please consider clicking the follow button. That way you will see when I go online in the future. Really appreciate everybody in chat that was active, everybody who subbed, gave bits, any of that good shit. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate all of you that followed. You guys are awesome. And what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and raid on out into Prime because he was kind enough to host us. And I hope you guys have a great night. Thanks.
Have to be a specific like